The machine always did that. Absorb pressure, rename opposition, turn disruption into process. I'd seen it in Riverbend long before Meridian ever had a name. People complained about corruption until they got promoted into managing it. The Senate feed restarted on the monitor wall. Mercer was back. Different room now. Smaller chamber. Less theater. No public audience. Committee council lined the walls, while staffers moved folders between desks with the speed of people trying to outrun consequences. The banner below the feed read, Continuity Oversight Framework. Discussions continue. Artemis laughed quietly. One bitter breath. There it is. Nobody asked what he meant. We all knew. The machine already had a replacement name. Dennis walked to the coffee station and poured himself another cup. Tell them no. Simple answer. Artemis looked toward him. Dennis shrugged. You spent a year blowing this thing open. He pointed at the monitors. Now they want you helping build version 2? Fair question. Artemis didn't answer, because there wasn't one. Walter stepped closer to the monitor wall. You should hear them out. The entire room turned toward him. Ajax stood up immediately. Excuse me? Walter didn't react. If continuity frameworks are being built regardless. Don't, Ajax snapped. Real anger this time. Cape Town anger. Hospital anger. Months of watching people die because systems valued movement over truth. You don't get to say that. Walter looked at him calmly. Say what? That people should help build the next machine. Silence. Walter let it sit. Then, I said he should hear them. Important distinction to him. Not enough for Ajax. The guy looked ready to throw him through the wall. Cindy moved beside him quietly, not to stop him, to ground him. I'd seen that look before. The headaches, the tension, the edge. Cape Town still lived inside him. Veronica sat near the far workstation watching all of it unfold. You know what scares me? Nobody answered. She looked at Artemis. You'd actually do it. The room changed. Artemis turned slowly toward her. No, you would. Not accusation, recognition. You'd tell yourself you're protecting people. She folded her arms tighter around herself. You'd say if someone's building it anyway, better you than them. Artemis didn't respond. That was answer enough. Outside, a snowplow rolled down Monroe, pushing slush beneath orange streetlights. Riverbend kept moving. Always moving. I walked toward the monitor wall. Cape Town still sat open on one screen. Containers moving. Outbound routing. Diamond grading resumed. Same river. Different current. My phone vibrated. Unknown number again. Nobody spoke while I answered. Keller. The voice was male. Older. You're running out of time. My eyes narrowed. Who is this? Someone who watched Meridian happen. Lot of those lately. No, a pause. I watched it before it had a name. The room had gone still again. The voice continued. They're going to offer Bozeman authority. I looked toward Artemis. He was already watching me. And if he accepts? The man paused. The architecture survives with legitimacy. That landed hard. Not because it was dramatic, because it was plausible. The voice lowered. Meridian adapted through secrecy. Silence. The next version adapts through consent. Click. Deadline. I stood there holding the phone while the room watched me. What? Cindy asked quietly. I looked toward Artemis, the Senate feed, the committee, the offer, then back to him. They don't want your testimony. Artemis didn't move. They want your signature. Nobody spoke, because everybody understood immediately. Not participation. Validation. Take the man who exposed Meridian. Make him certify the replacement. Walter finally broke the silence. Or prevent worse people from building it. Ajax took a step toward him. Stop saying that like it's noble. Walter met his eyes. It isn't. That stopped the room. No defense, no philosophy, just truth. It's survival, Walter said quietly. The Senate feed shifted again. Mercer speaking. The committee recognizes the need for trusted external advisors during continuity transition. Trusted external advisors. Jesus Christ. Artemis sat down slowly. For the first time since I met him, he looked tired. Not physically, morally. The kind of exhaustion that comes from realizing victory and compromise sometimes wear the same face. Veronica looked at him. What happens if you say yes? Nobody moved. Artemis stared at the monitor, at Mercer, at the committee, at the framework being born, then answered quietly. Meridian survives. The room fell silent again. Outside, snow covered Riverbend. Inside, the machine waited. And for the first time all year, the most dangerous decision in the room wasn't mine. Outro chapter. The December Awakening. December came back. Funny thing about months, you spend your whole life thinking they move forward. January to February, spring to summer, fall into winter. Nice straight line. Clean. Truth is, months loop. They come back wearing different coats. Last December walked into Riverbend, carrying a dead man named William Mackland. A body on expensive carpet. A widow trying to survive grief while people around her counted assets and reputations like human life belonged on a balance sheet. Back then I thought I was working a murder. Simple lie, comforting lie, the kind detectives tell themselves because murders have endings. Meridian didn't. Meridian had ports, shipping lanes, shell companies, ghost manifests, diamonds, containers. People moved through systems that smiled for cameras while quietly measuring how much damage they could tolerate, as long as freight kept moving. I spent a year chasing it. Riverbend, Port Calusa, Cape Town, the hearings, the dead. God, the dead, Connie, William, the operators in South Africa, the agents, the witnesses, Joey Walsh, people swallowed by architecture bigger than any of them understood. And somewhere along the way, the question changed. I stopped asking, who built Meridian? Started asking, why did it survive? Turns out the answer was worse, because the world needed continuity more than truth. That realization followed me all the way back to Riverbend. Snow falling over Monroe. Pier 14 still standing. Jerry's diner serving coffee like civilization never almost came apart underneath it. The city looked the same. I didn't. None of us did. Ajax carried Cape Town home with him. Cindy carried the bureau. Olivia carried the law. Artemis carried the weight of becoming exactly what he spent a year fighting. And me? I carried December. Because December remembers. That's what this month does. It keeps receipts. The world woke up this year. Journalists, hearings, leaked files, governments. People finally looked beneath the floorboards and saw the machine moving underneath them. But awakening cuts both ways, because Meridian woke up too. Not the companies, not the shells. The idea, the architecture. The realization that systems adapt faster than accountability. Somewhere tonight, cargo is moving, money is moving. People are rebuilding, new names, new partnerships, new logos, same instincts. The machine survived. Different suit, same heartbeat. And maybe that's the truth I was always meant to find. Not that evil hides, not that corruption wins. just that systems learn. So do people. The year ended where it started. December. Snow over Riverbend. Another cigarette dying in the cold. Another case waiting somewhere beyond the harbor. Because Meridian was never the end, just the first awakening. And tomorrow, for the first time in a year, I go back to being Martin Keller, private investigator, Riverbend, Pennsylvania. The clock keeps moving. The city keeps breathing. And somewhere in the distance, morning is finally coming. End of Book 13. The December Awakening. Year 1 of the Keller cases concludes. Next, 9 a.m. Not ignorant, not blind. Asleep. There's a difference. People think evil survives because nobody notices it. That's the comforting lie. The one governments sell. The one corporations print into quarterly reports, and politicians rehearse behind podiums, while cameras flash bright enough to bleach the truth clean. Real systems don't survive because they're hidden. They survive because enough people decide not to look too closely. Meridian understood that before any of us did. It hid itself inside routine, inside manifests and shipping lanes and payroll systems and insurance claims, inside companies with polished logos and clean audits, and employees who thought they were climbing ladders instead of building gallows. A year ago, I thought I was working a murder case. A rich man dead on expensive carpet. A frightened widow holding onto a story that sounded too clean to trust. A revolver left beside a body, like someone wanted the truth, gift-wrapped, and waiting for the police to arrive. December was dark back then. Not because the city lost power, because people did. William Mackland looked into something he wasn't supposed to understand. That was the first mistake. The second was believing Meridian rewarded curiosity. Men like him always think wealth buys insulation. That status creates distance between them and consequences. It doesn't. He peered into the rabbit hole and found a system moving underneath the world in silence. Ports, shell companies, ghost shipments, missing time. Invisible movement hidden inside legitimate infrastructure so completely that even federal agencies only saw fragments when they stood directly on top of it, and for that. Meridian erased him. Not loudly, not publicly. Quietly enough to make murder look domestic and grief look guilty. Then Connie Mackland tried to survive the wreckage he left behind. That cost her too. That's how Meridian worked for years, maybe decades. Anyone who looked too long disappeared into paperwork, overdoses, accidents, financial collapse, or headlines, clean enough for the public to consume without choking on the truth underneath. The world stayed asleep because Meridian controlled visibility itself. 12:47. 1 minute. 60 seconds, where systems blinked and reality shifted underneath them. Containers moved, people disappeared. Manifests rewrote themselves. Surveillance loops held continuity, while the truth stepped quietly between frames. And afterward, everything looked normal again. That's the terrifying part. Not the violence, not the trafficking, not the bodies buried underneath shell corporations and offshore accounts. The terrifying part is how normal it all looked while it was happening. Riverbend kept moving. Port Calusa kept shipping. Cape Town kept breathing. Banks kept clearing transfers. Politicians kept smiling for cameras. Federal agencies kept protecting systems they didn't fully understand, because systems like Meridian survive by making themselves too expensive to confront honestly. But December came around again. And this time, the world is awake, not all at once, not cleanly, but enough. Enough journalists asking questions, enough leaked files, enough hearings, enough missing manifests and dead operators, and frozen accounts, and shattered continuity for people to finally understand that Meridian was never just a company. It was architecture. A machine built to move people, money, cargo, influence, and silence through the bloodstream of the modern world without ever appearing large enough to threaten it. Until now. Because this December isn't dark anymore. This December remembers. And somewhere beyond the snow falling over Riverbend, beyond the hearings and the headlines and the panic spreading through ports across 3 continents, Meridian is waking up too. Chapter 1. Case File. Meridian. 012 01 0 0 2 6. The first snow came down over Riverbend just after midnight, thin and quiet, soft enough to make the city look innocent if you didn't know where to look. I knew where to look now. That was the problem. A year ago, snow meant bad roads, slow mornings, and the radiator in my office coughing like it was dying out of spite. It meant overdue rent, cheap coffee, lucky strikes, and clients who walked through my door with lies wrapped tight enough to pass for grief. Back then, Riverbend was just a city with dirty corners and darker men hiding inside them. Now, it was evidence. The harbor cranes stood black against the river, their long arms cutting across the sky like gallows. Pier 14 sat beyond them, half buried in floodlight and falling snow. Quiet the way crime scenes get quiet after everyone with a badge goes home and leaves the truth to freeze under police tape. Trucks still moved through the industrial corridor. Freight still rolled. Men still signed manifests, scanned badges, opened gates, closed doors, and trusted the systems in front of them because that was what civilization had taught them to do. Trust the paperwork. Trust the timestamp. Trust the camera. Trust the ledger. Meridian had built an empire inside that trust. I stood at the office window, with the blinds cracked just enough to see Mercer Avenue below. The street lights cut pale circles through the snow. A news van sat across from the building, with its engine running, and its roof antenna pointed toward the courthouse like a divining rod searching for rot. 2 reporters smoked near the corner, stamping their feet against the cold while pretending they weren't watching my front door. They'd been there since November. Before that, men like them wouldn't have cared if I walked out of this office bleeding. Now they wanted comment, confirmation, confession, anything that could be cut into 30 seconds and sold between pharmaceutical ads and weather updates. The country had finally started paying attention. That didn't mean it understood. The television behind me played low, another late-night panel pretending outrage was analysis. Sources close to the Senate Commerce and Intelligence Joint Review confirmed that hearings may begin as early as next week regarding alleged irregularities involving domestic port authorities, offshore logistics firms, and possible federal compartment failures. Possible. I almost smiled at that. Washington loved that word. Possible gave cowards room to breathe. Possible let men in pressed suits sit beneath flags and pretend the fire hadn't reached their shoes yet. The screen shifted to file footage from Port Calusa. Federal agents moving past stacked containers. Harbor police standing outside a locked warehouse. A frozen image of the Coderson Group building in Riverbend. Clean glass reflecting winter sky like it had never held anything ugly behind it. Coderson, Hawthorne, Running Harpoon, different names, different layers. Same machine. My desk was covered in pieces of it. Printed manifests, bank transfer summaries, insurance routing sheets, photographs from Cape Town, Port Calusa shipping schedules, Pier 14 maintenance logs, copies of copies, because originals had a way of disappearing when Meridian got nervous. Artemis had taught me that lesson early. Never trust one file. Never trust one server. Never trust one witness. Never trust any system that claims it preserves truth without asking who controls the archive. He wasn't in the office tonight. That bothered me more than the reporters. Artemis Bozeman had spent the last month somewhere beneath the visible world, moving through legal channels, journalist networks, offshore storage relays, and encrypted dead drops like a man building a courthouse out of dynamite. Every few days, another packet surfaced. A customs variance report in Miami, a routing discrepancy in Cape Town, a chain of life insurance payouts tied to dead dock workers in 3 states, a shell company director who didn't exist until someone needed a signature and stopped existing when someone asked for a face. He called it Phase 1. I called it lighting matches in a room full of gasoline. He didn't disagree. The office door opened behind me without a knock. Only one person in Riverbend still did that, and lived long enough to make it a habit. "You should lock the downstairs entrance," Cindy O'Donnell said. I did. Then somebody opened it. I turned from the window. She stood inside the doorway with snow caught in her dark wool coat and her strawberry blonde hair tied back tight enough to make her eyes look sharper than usual. FBI credentials hung openly at her belt now. No more hiding them beneath jackets. No more careful distance. November had burned away whatever pretense still existed between bureau procedure and personal involvement. Cindy looked tired. Not physically. She could carry fatigue better than most agents carried authority. This was something deeper. Institutional exhaustion. The kind that settles in when the thing you swore to serve starts protecting itself from the truth instead of the other way around. She closed the door and crossed the office, setting 2 folders on my desk. "You were followed?" I asked. "Probably." "That a bureau answer?" "That's a life answer." Fair enough. She pulled off her gloves and glanced toward the television. The panel had shifted to a former deputy secretary of something explaining how congressional oversight required patience, restraint, and confidence in established institutions. Cindy watched him for 3 seconds. "Liar," she said. I picked up one of the folders. "Which one is this?" "Senate Witness Coordination." That got my attention. The folder was thin, which meant either nobody knew anything or everyone knew too much and wanted it written down somewhere else. I opened it and found a preliminary list of names under a joint heading from the Senate Commerce Committee and a closed intelligence subcommittee I'd never heard of. Olivia Lopez was listed first, assistant district attorney out of Port Calusa when this started. Now something closer to federal pressure in a tailored suit. Olivia knew how to turn law into a blade without making it look like a weapon. Meridian had spent years surviving bullets, raids, and investigations. I had a feeling subpoenas scared it more. Cindy's name came next. Ajax Jackson appeared below hers with a notation beside it. Medical accommodation pending. That line sat heavier than the rest. Ajax was alive. That was the sentence everyone kept repeating, like survival was supposed to be enough. South Africa had left him with memory gaps, balance issues, headaches that came without warning, and a temper he hated because it made him feel less in command of himself. The man had spent his life trusting procedure. Meridian had reached inside his skull and made even that unreliable. A few names down sat Nadia Kessler, then Elias Vorn. I looked up at Cindy. They found Vorn. No, but they listed him. They subpoenaed him. That's optimistic. That's political, she said. Different disease, same symptoms. I kept reading. Jessica Dawson. That name still carried its own temperature. Not victim, not witness, not clean. Jessica was the thing Meridian left behind because it wanted us to understand function without understanding command. Nurse, stabilizer, participant, survivor. Proof that the system didn't just move people. It used them, reassigned them, renamed their suffering into logistics, and called it continuity. Then, at the bottom of the second page, my own name appeared. Martin Keller. No title, no agency, no classification. Just my name sitting there like a problem nobody knew how to file. "They don't know what to do with you," Cindy said. "They ever?" "No. But now they have cameras watching." I closed the folder and opened the second one. This one had no government header, no committee seal, no tracking number. Just pages printed on plain white paper and clipped with a black binder clip. Names. Some I knew, some I didn't. Dock supervisors, customs brokers, junior auditors, freight compliance officers, private security contractors, 2 reporters, 1 retired judge, 3 current political staffers. A red mark sat beside 7 of them. What am I looking at? People contacted after the first leak package went public, Cindy said. All connected to at least one Meridian adjacent entity. Contacted by who? That's the question. I looked at the red marks again. Dead? Missing. How long? 72 hours. The room tightened around that. The television kept talking. Snow kept falling. The reporters outside kept smoking under the awning across the street. Normal things happening beside abnormal truth. That was always how Meridian made its money. How many does the Bureau know about? I asked. All of them. How many are they admitting exist? Cindy didn't answer. That was an answer. I set the second folder down beside the first and reached for the Lucky Strike pack on the desk. Cindy watched me do it but didn't comment. She had stopped telling me to quit sometime after Cape Town. Not because she approved, because we had both learned there were worse ways to die than slowly. I tapped one loose and rolled it between my fingers without lighting it. Senate hearings, I said. Witnesses disappearing. Artemis leaking evidence. Bureau pretending it isn't fractured. DOJ trying to stay ahead of the press. Collins calling Washington. That made Cindy's eyes move. You know about Collins? I know men like him don't stay quiet when cameras come close. District Attorney Robert Collins had built his November around charging me like I was the danger Riverbend needed to fear. Manslaughter made for cleaner headlines than Meridian. Easier villain, easier story. Local prosecutor standing up to a violent private investigator sounded better than local prosecutor, failing to notice an international logistics architecture operating through his own city. He's trying to testify, Cindy said. I let that sit. Against me? Near you. That's careful. He's a careful man when people are watching. I almost lit the cigarette, then thought better of it and set it beside the ashtray. Collins doesn't understand Meridian. No, Cindy said, but he understands survival. That was worse. Men who misunderstood systems made mistakes. Men who understood survival made deals. The phone rang before I could answer. Old analog line. Same black receiver. Same number painted into too many business cards from a life that felt like it belonged to someone else now. The first ring cut through the office clean. Cindy looked at it. Second ring. The television kept moving silently behind us, mouths opening and closing around words that no longer mattered. Third ring. I picked up on the fourth. Keller. Static breathed through the line first, soft and controlled. Then a man's voice. Older. Educated. Calm enough to make every word sound deliberate. Mr. Keller. Walter. The man from county lockup. Dark overcoat, government posture. Not CIA, not FBI, not local. The kind of man who could walk through secure doors because nobody in uniform wanted to admit they didn't know who he served. I looked at Cindy. She knew from my face. What do you want? I asked. The hearings need to fail, Walter said. Outside, a gust of wind pushed snow hard against the glass. I turned slightly away from Cindy, not because I wanted privacy, but because old habits still teach you to face the window when threats arrive by phone. That's a strange opening. It is an accurate one. You working for Meridian now? A pause, not hesitation, measurement. Meridian is not a membership organization, Mr. Keller. That misunderstanding has caused enough damage already. There are dead people who might disagree. Yes, he said. There are. That answer was colder than denial would have been. I tightened my grip on the receiver. You called to warn me. I called because you still believe exposure is victory. It's a start. No, Walter said softly. It is a detonation. I looked at the folders on my desk. Witness lists, missing names, Senate schedules, fragments finally being dragged toward the same room. Good. You say that because you are still thinking like an investigator. And you're thinking like what? A man who has seen institutions panic. That landed despite myself. Walter continued before I could interrupt. The hearings will not produce truth in the way you want. They will produce competing survivals. Agencies will protect jurisdiction. Politicians will protect donors. Corporations will dissolve liability. Intelligence compartments will deny connective tissue. Every witness will bring a fragment, and every compromised official will attack the fragment, because no single fragment can explain the machine. I didn't answer, because the worst part was he was right. That was exactly how Meridian survived, not by defeating truth, by dividing it into pieces small enough to discredit separately. Then why are you afraid of the hearings? I asked. Another pause. Smaller this time. Because Keller, Walter said, dropping the mister for the first time. You are not a fragment. The room went still. Cindy stood across from me now, watching my face instead of listening to a conversation she couldn't hear. Walter's voice lowered. You are the connective tissue. That is why they will either destroy your credibility before you sit down or make certain you never reach the chair. They? Everyone with something to lose. The line went quiet except for the faint static underneath his breathing. Meridian? I asked. Meridian. DOJ bureau factions, intelligence holdovers, port authorities, corporate counsel, foreign partners, dead subsidiaries trying to stay buried, men like Collins trying to become patriots before someone proves they were useful idiots. That's a long list. It has been a long year. Snow blew harder against the window. I thought of William Mackland on the carpet. Connie Mackland, trying to survive a story written around her guilt. Laura Vance, Daniel Smith, Antoine Diaz, Nadia Kessler dead in August, Daniel Rourke dead beside the wreckage of a war most people still didn't know. Happened. Ajax relearning balance. Cindy standing in my office with a badge that now looked more like a target than authority. Artemis somewhere in the dark, turning evidence into pressure one leak at a time. A long year? No one could argue that. What do you actually want? I asked. Walter exhaled softly. You need to understand the hearing before you enter it. I'm not scheduled to testify. Yes, he said. You are. I looked down at the folder again. Pending committee review. They just haven't told you yet. Cindy saw my expression shift. Her hand moved toward the desk, palm open, asking. I held up one finger. What makes you so sure? I asked. Because Olivia Lopez forced the issue 30 minutes ago. That made me straighten. How? She submitted the full Port Calusa continuity map under sealed congressional authority. The words sat heavy between us. Full map, not fragments, not hints, not enough to destabilize. The map, if Olivia had done that, she had just moved the hearing from political theater into live ammunition. Walter continued. Once that map enters the record, everyone who touched Port Calusa, Riverbend, Cape Town, Coderson, Hawthorne, Running Harpoon, or the April blackout window becomes part of the same inquiry. And me? You connected them first. No, Artemis connected them. Olivia weaponized them. Cindy preserved them. Ajax bled for them. Jessica confirmed them. Kessler died in them. Vorn disappeared through them. I just kept walking where the bodies pointed, but I understood what Walter meant. In a system built to prevent full visibility, the most dangerous man isn't the one holding the most evidence. It's the one who understands why the evidence belongs together. When do they call me? I asked. Soon. How soon? Walter didn't answer immediately. That told me enough. The television behind me changed tone. Cindy turned toward it first. Breaking news banner. No sound needed. I saw the words crawl across the bottom of the screen. Senate committee confirms emergency Meridian hearing. For the first time, national television said the name. Meridian. Not alleged logistics irregularities. Not offshore shell activity. Not customs manipulation. Meridian. The world had finally been given a word for the thing moving underneath it. Walter spoke once more. There it is, he said quietly. The line clicked dead. I lowered the receiver slowly. Cindy stared at the television, her face still, but her eyes moving fast across the banner. The anchor, the file footage now showing Pier 14 under snow from some archive shot taken months before anyone understood what the doc really meant. What did he say? She asked. I set the receiver back in place. Outside, one of the reporters across the street saw the same alert on his phone and started running toward the news van. The other one followed. Within seconds, the van door opened, lights came on, and the camera crew began moving with the kind of urgency that only happens when the story stops waiting for permission. He said the hearings need to fail. Cindy looked back at me. And? I picked up the Senate folder again and looked at my name sitting under pending review, like the system still believed it had the right to decide whether I mattered. And Olivia just forced them to begin. The television volume rose on its own when Cindy found the remote and turned it up. Breaking developments tonight as the Senate Commerce Committee, in coordination with members of the Intelligence Oversight Panel, confirms emergency hearings into what sources are now calling the Meridian infrastructure scandal. Infrastructure scandal. Still too small. But it was a start. The anchor kept speaking, voice tight beneath professional polish. Sources indicate witness testimony may include federal agents, state prosecutors, port officials, intelligence personnel, and private investigator Martin Keller, whose controversial involvement in related investigations has drawn scrutiny following events in Riverbend, Port Calusa, and Cape Town. There I was. Not a fragment anymore. A name on national television. A problem entering the record. Cindy turned the volume down but didn't shut it off. You're going to need protection. No, that wasn't a suggestion. I already had protection. It got people killed. Her jaw tightened. This is different. No, I said. This is December. She understood that. Maybe not the way I did, but close enough. A year ago, December sent Connie Mackland through my door with tears in her eyes and a story too clean to trust. A year ago, William Mackland's death looked like a murder case. A year ago, the city was asleep beneath snow and lies and systems that hummed along because nobody wanted to ask why they sounded wrong. Now the same snow was falling, same city, same office, same man standing in the middle of it. But the world had changed, or maybe it had only opened its eyes. I looked toward Pier 14 through the cracked blinds, past the reporters now scrambling below, past the headlights moving slow through winter streets, past the harbor cranes cutting black lines against the white sky. Meridian was awake now, too. That meant it would adapt. Burn layers, erase names, rewrite blame, sacrifice men who thought loyalty bought safety, turn every fragment against every other fragment until the public got tired of trying to understand the whole. That was the coming war. Not guns in alleys, not raids at docks, not another warehouse full of men with rifles and bad decisions. This one would happen under oath, in committee rooms, across news feeds, inside classified briefings, through sealed exhibits and redacted pages, and witnesses whose memories would be questioned by men paid to make truth look unstable. Cindy stepped beside me at the window. Neither of us said anything for a while. Below, the news crew aimed its camera toward my building as the red light blinked on. December had come back around. This time, it brought lights. Chapter 2. Case File. Meridian 012 0 2 0 0 2 6. The reporters stayed outside until almost 3 in the morning. I watched them rotate shifts from the office window while the city settled deeper into snow, and television networks recycled the same footage every 40 minutes, like repetition itself could substitute for understanding. Coderson Headquarters. Pier 14. Port Calusa Container Yards. Cape Town harbor cranes swinging over gray water beneath headlines that still sounded too small for the thing they were trying to describe. Infrastructure scandal. International trafficking allegations. Federal oversight failures. Words built to soften impact. Nobody on television wanted to admit the truth yet. Meridian wasn't a scandal. Scandals end. Scandals get prosecuted, sentenced, archived, and forgotten, once newer disasters arrive to replace them. Meridian was structural. That terrified institutions more than criminality ever could. Cindy finally left around 1:30 after 3 separate calls from the bureau, and one from Olivia Lopez that kept her standing near my desk with her jaw tight and her voice lowered just enough to tell me the conversation mattered. She didn't say much after hanging up. Just, they moved the hearing schedule. How far? 48 hours. That got my attention. Emergency acceleration? Looks that way. Why? Cindy gave me the kind of look people reserve for questions they think answer themselves. Because Artemis leaked another package. I asked what was in it. She said, Pier 14. Then she left before I could ask anything else. That was 6 hours ago. Now it was just me, cold coffee, and Riverbend, pretending it still understood the shape of itself. The office radiator rattled somewhere behind the wall while snow piled against the curb outside Mercer. The courthouse lights downtown still burned despite the hour. Federal vehicles lined Justice Way. Reporters camped beneath portable heaters. The city looked like it was preparing for a storm everyone already knew was coming, but hadn't agreed on a name for yet. I sat behind the desk with the second folder Cindy left open in front of me. Missing persons. That was the sanitized term. Not dead, not silenced, not removed. Missing. 7 names from the first list had become 11 overnight. 1 customs auditor, 2 freight coordinators, a shipping compliance attorney from Norfolk, another reporter, and 1 name that stopped me longer than the others, Veronica Cass. I leaned back slowly in the chair. That didn't fit. Veronica had survived too long inside Coderson to disappear accidentally. Front desk, executive routing, corporate scheduling, smiles polished sharp enough to hide razor wire underneath them. She knew how Meridian surface layers behaved because she spent years standing in the lobby, greeting people too important to write their own names into records. If Veronica disappeared now, one of 2 things happened. She talked, or Meridian believed she might. Neither option ended well for her. The television murmured again behind me. Sources close to the Senate Intelligence Oversight Panel suggest at least 3 federal agencies are disputing jurisdiction over portions of the Meridian inquiry. There it was, fragmentation. Exactly what Walter warned about. The hearing wasn't becoming a search for truth, it was becoming a struggle for ownership. FBI wanted organized crime authority. Treasury wanted financial oversight control. Homeland Security wanted port jurisdiction. CIA wanted compartment protection. DOJ wanted prosecutions. Congress wanted visibility. The media wanted blood. And somewhere underneath all of it, Meridian was adapting in real time. The office phone rang at 3:17 a.m., not the analog line this time. Cell phone, private number. I answered immediately. Keller. Static. Then breathing. Female. You're still in the office, Jessica Dawson. I sat up straighter without realizing it. Where are you? Not safe enough. That tracked. Jessica had spent too long inside Meridian's movement systems to ever fully believe safety existed anymore. You see the news? I asked. Yes. You calling to congratulate me? No. Her voice sounded tired. Not emotionally tired, operationally tired. Like somebody who'd spent too long surviving systems designed to consume people functionally instead of violently. That hearing is going to get people killed, she said quietly. It already has. You don't understand. No, I replied honestly. I probably don't. Silence moved between us for a moment. Then, they're panicking. Who? Everyone. That answer bothered me more than specifics would have. I stood and crossed back toward the window overlooking Mercer. The reporters were gone now. Only snow remained. Jessica. Another pause, long enough to matter. You remember what I told you in Cape Town? I did. Usable. Continuity. Function. Alignment. Meridian didn't see human beings emotionally. It categorized them operationally. You said the system protects itself first. Yes. And? And the hearing threatens continuity. There was that word again. Not reality. Not timelines. Not sci-fi nonsense. Operational continuity. Institutional stability. Movement. Meridian survived because modern systems depended on uninterrupted trust. Trust in manifests. Trust in cargo chains. Trust in financial routing. Trust that what arrived on a screen reflected what happened in the world. The hearing threatened that trust. How bad? I asked. Jessica exhaled softly through the line. You think Meridian's dangerous because it hides inside infrastructure? That's part of it. No, she said quietly. That's the small part. I waited. The dangerous part is how many legitimate systems built themselves around it after the fact. That landed harder than I wanted it to, because she was right. Ports adjusted around Meridian movement patterns. Shipping companies normalized corrupted routing. Banks profited from invisible liquidity. Agencies protected operations they only partially understood because those operations stabilized metrics. Somebody higher up wanted stabilized. Nobody built the machine intentionally from the beginning. It evolved. That's why they're scared of the hearings, Jessica continued. Not because of prison. Because exposure destabilizes confidence. The city outside looked colder suddenly. Confidence in what? Everything. I looked back toward the desk covered in manifests, insurance records, photographs, routing chains, names of dead contractors, shell company hierarchies. 1 year of evidence. 1 year of bodies. 1 year of systems pretending they were too complicated to question honestly. And now, Congress was preparing to drag fragments of all of it into the same room beneath national cameras. Jessica, I said carefully, why are you calling me? Another long silence. Then, because Veronica Cass is alive. That stopped me cold. You sure? Yes. Where? I don't know. That's helpful. She contacted someone in Johannesburg 2 hours ago through an old continuity route. That word again. Continuity route. Not mystical. Not abstract. A survival path. Backup movement channels. Emergency communication chains. Burn layer infrastructure. Meridian always planned 3 exits ahead. She's running? I asked.
No.
Jessica's answer came immediately. She's negotiating. Veronica Cass survived by understanding leverage. If she disappeared right before Senate hearings tied to Coderson infrastructure, she suddenly became valuable to DOJ, the Bureau, Meridian, journalists, political committees, anyone trying to prove or bury connective tissue. Did she say what she wants? No. Then how do you know she's negotiating? Jessica's voice lowered. Because she used a witness route. I closed my eyes briefly. Meridian had witness extraction routes. That made horrifying sense. Not for morality, for liability. Systems like Meridian don't survive decades without contingency pathways for frightened insiders. When did Meridian build witness channels? I asked. They didn't. That answer sharpened everything again. Then who did? Jessica hesitated, and for the first time since I met her, she sounded genuinely uncertain. I don't know anymore. That bothered me most, because Jessica Dawson used to speak about Meridian with the exhausted certainty of somebody who understood exactly how ugly the machine really was. Now even she sounded like pieces were moving outside her understanding. You need to be careful at the hearing, she said quietly. I've heard. No, she replied. You haven't. Snow dragged harder against the office window. You think they're going to kill me? I think they're going to redefine you. That sentence stayed in the room after she said it. Not kill, not silence. Redefine. Character assassination. Narrative inversion. Credibility destruction. Political contamination. That made more sense. A dead witness creates suspicion. A compromised witness destroys entire testimony chains. You still there? Jessica asked. Yeah. When the hearings begin, nobody's going to fight over truth. I looked toward the television again, where another panel argued about federal accountability beneath banners carrying the word Meridian, like the networks had finally decided. Saying the name out loud made them brave. They're going to fight over narrative, she said. Then the line disconnected. No goodbye. No warning. Just absence. I lowered the phone slowly and stood alone in the office while snow covered Riverbend, one quiet layer at a time. Narrative. That was the real battlefield now. Not ports, not warehouses, not freight corridors. Stories. Who controlled them? Who survived them? Who got buried underneath them once the cameras turned on? The television shifted suddenly to breaking coverage again. Another hearing update. Another leak. Another piece of Meridian surfacing where institutions could no longer pretend not to see it. I muted the screen and looked back out over Mercer Avenue while the city slept beneath winter and pressure. A year ago, I thought I was solving a murder. Now, Washington was preparing to put an entire system under oath, and Meridian, whatever it really was beneath all the shell companies and ports and dead men, was beginning to understand the world had finally started looking back at it. Chapter 3. Case File. Meridian. 012 03 0026. The hearing stopped being political theater around 9 the next morning. That was the exact moment the markets reacted, not the stock market. That came later after cable news figured out which executives to panic over publicly. The real reaction happened inside freight systems first. Insurance carriers started flagging maritime liabilities connected to Port Calusa. Customs brokers froze routing approvals tied to Coderson subsidiaries. 3 independent shipping firms suspended overnight movement through Riverbend, pending federal clarification. Clarification, another soft word for fear. By noon, 2 harbor unions announced temporary labor stoppages until investigators confirmed no active federal seizure orders existed against container groups processed through Pier 14 over the previous fiscal year. The machine was starting to seize against visibility, not collapse. Pressure. I sat at the diner across from the courthouse with cold eggs turning rubbery on the plate, while every television mounted above the counter carried some version of the same story. Meridian hearings accelerated. Multiple agencies subpoenaed. Federal conflicts emerge over jurisdiction. Nobody in Riverbend talked about anything else anymore. 2 construction workers near the register argued over whether the federal government created Meridian themselves. A woman near the window insisted the entire thing was political propaganda tied to election funding. 3 college kids in the back corner were building conspiracy charts on tablets like they were solving entertainment instead of watching institutional panic happen in real time. The waitress refilled my coffee without asking. "You gonna be on TV?" she asked casually. "That depends who hates me more by Thursday." She snorted once. "You should charge for interviews. Already paying enough." That got half a smile out of her before she moved toward another table. The bell above the diner door rang behind me. I didn't turn immediately. Didn't need to. The room shifted too subtly for coincidence. Conversations lowered just enough. Eyes moved toward the entrance. Riverbend had spent a year learning what federal posture looked like. Cindy slid into the booth across from me, still carrying snow on her coat sleeves and a stack of folders thick enough to qualify as structural reinforcement. "You picked the one diner in the city with 6 televisions," she said. "Hard to avoid myself otherwise." "That's healthy. You're carrying enough paper to indict Winter." "Working on it." She dropped the folders onto the table and signaled the waitress for coffee before opening the top file immediately. No small talk. No easing into pressure. That meant bad news. "Olivia's in D.C. already," she said. "Committee moved opening statements to tomorrow morning." That fast? They're afraid if they wait another week, the leaks spread beyond containment. Containment. Everyone used that word now. DOJ, FBI, Treasury, media analysts, port authorities. Nobody meant the same thing when they said it. I looked down at the first folder. Internal witness prep summaries. Federal transportation schedules. Closed-door session requests. Then one line highlighted in yellow. Keller, Martin. Compelled appearance authorized. "There it is," I muttered. "No more pending review. Guess I'm official. You're radioactive." Fair correction. The waitress dropped Cindy's coffee in front of her, while the television above the counter shifted to live footage outside the Senate building in Washington. Reporters everywhere. Satellite trucks. Federal security barricades. One network displayed photographs of Rupert Hawthorne entering a transport vehicle 3 months earlier, after sentencing hearings connected to offshore financial crimes. Another showed file footage of Port Calusa under floodlights, while anchors repeated phrases like international corruption network and institutional compromise. Still too small. Still describing pieces instead of structure. Cindy opened another folder. "This came in from Treasury at 6 this morning." I skimmed the pages. Insurance routing chains, offshore clearing accounts, life insurance payouts tied to dead dock workers and missing labor contractors. The same pattern November uncovered. Only bigger now. "How many deaths?" "Confirmed. 23. She lowered her voice slightly. "Potentially linked?" "North of 80. I leaned back slowly in the booth. 80. And those were only the ones paperwork could still find. The television volume jumped suddenly as a reporter outside the Senate building raised her voice over the crowd. Sources now confirm at least 4 federal agencies are disputing access to sealed Meridian-related evidence expected to be introduced during emergency hearings beginning tomorrow. Cindy looked at me carefully. You know what that means. Everybody's protecting themselves. No, she said quietly. Everybody's protecting jurisdiction. That was worse. Because jurisdiction meant ownership. Ownership meant liability. Liability meant blame. The hearing was becoming a battlefield before the first witness even sat down. I looked back toward the folders spread across the table. Any word from Vorn? No. Kessler's replacement? Stonewalling. Ajax? Cindy hesitated. Too long. How bad? He's coming to D.C. That wasn't the question. She wrapped both hands around the coffee mug before answering. He forgot where he parked yesterday. That hit harder than South Africa's gunfire ever did. Ajax Jackson used to remember everything. License plates, faces, routes, weapon positions, timing windows. The man walked through investigations like he was cataloging gravity itself. Now Meridian lived inside the gaps. He shouldn't testify, I said quietly. He insists. He thinks if he doesn't show up, Meridian wins. I stared out the diner window toward the courthouse, where reporters still stood beneath falling snow, waiting for somebody important enough to ruin. That's the problem with wars like this, I said. Cindy followed my gaze. Nobody knows what winning looks like anymore. The bell above the diner door rang again. This time, I looked up immediately. District Attorney Robert Collins stepped inside wearing a charcoal overcoat and the kind of expression politicians rehearse in mirrors before funerals. The entire diner recognized him at once, Riverbend's favorite prosecutor. Television-friendly. Calm under cameras. The man who tried turning me into the story before Meridian forced itself into the headlines instead. Collins spotted us immediately. He crossed the diner slowly while conversations lowered around him. You two mind if I sit? He asked. Yes, I said. No, Cindy answered simultaneously. Collins smiled thinly. Democracy in action. He slid into the booth beside me anyway. Up close, he looked worse than television hid. Tired eyes. Stress lines buried beneath controlled posture. The hearings were getting to him already. Good. You're popular this week, he said. I preferred obscurity. Too late now. The waitress approached carefully. Collins ordered black coffee without looking at the menu. Political people always order black coffee when they want to appear serious. What do you want? I asked. Conversation. That's never reassuring. Collins folded his hands together on the table while the televisions continued screaming Meridian into every corner of the diner. The hearings tomorrow are going to damage Riverbend permanently. There's the campaign slogan. His jaw tightened slightly. I'm serious. So am I. You think exposure fixes this? No, I replied. I think hiding it made it worse. That sat between us a moment. Collins glanced toward the folder marked Treasury and lowered his voice. You understand what happens if public confidence collapses around the ports? People stop trusting the system. Exactly. I almost laughed. Not because he was wrong, because now everyone suddenly cared about trust after spending years monetizing blind faith in systems nobody bothered auditing honestly. You know what nobody asked when William Macklin died? I said quietly. Collins didn't answer. Nobody asked why a successful executive with federal connections ended up dead after digging into offshore freight structures tied to his own company. I leaned forward slightly. Nobody asked why his widow got buried underneath suspicion before the investigation even stabilized. Nobody asked why evidence disappeared, witnesses folded, or financial records vanished across 3 states. The waitress returned with Collins' coffee. Nobody touched theirs. You're simplifying a complicated situation, Collins said. No, I replied. "I'm removing insulation." That one landed. Cindy stayed silent beside us, letting the conversation sharpen itself naturally. Colin stirred his coffee once before speaking again. "The hearings are going to turn this city into the national face of institutional corruption." "It already is. That matters politically." "There it is." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Meaning?" "Meaning you don't care about Meridian. You care about what Riverbend looks like afterward." "That's my job." "No," I said quietly. "Your job was protecting the city before the cameras arrived." Silence settled hard across the booth. The televisions kept talking. Snow kept falling. The diner kept pretending normalcy still existed. Collins finally leaned back. "You're testifying tomorrow." "Apparently." "Don't." Cindy's eyes moved instantly. I looked at him carefully. "That concern or threat?" "Reality." He nodded toward the television where reporters outside the Senate building looked hungry enough to eat careers alive. "Once you sit in that chair, Keller, you stop being a private investigator." He paused. "You become narrative." That word again, narrative. Jessica used it. Walter used it. Now Collins. Because everybody understood the same thing. The hearing wasn't about facts anymore. It was about who controlled meaning after the facts surfaced. Collins stood slowly from the booth and adjusted his coat. "For what it's worth," he said, "I do believe Meridian exists. That's progress. But I also believe this country survives because people trust institutions more than chaos." His eyes locked onto mine. "Be careful which one you feed tomorrow." Then he walked out into the snow without touching his coffee. I watched him disappear through the diner window, while reporters across the street swarmed another federal vehicle pulling toward the courthouse. Cindy waited until he was gone before speaking. "You think he's compromised?" "No." That sounded confident. It sounded tired. She considered that. "You think he's scared?" I looked toward the television again, where the word Meridian kept crawling beneath national headlines, like the country still hadn't decided whether it was exposing corruption or summoning it into public existence. "Yes," I said quietly. "I think everybody finally is." Chapter 4. Case file. Meridian 0 1 2 0 4 0 0 2 6. Washington looked cleaner on television. The real city smelled like wet concrete, overheated wiring, old coffee, and men trying to survive proximity to power without getting burned by it. Snow drifted between federal buildings, while black SUVs lined the streets around the Capitol complex 3 deep. Barricades blocked entire intersections. News crews crowded sidewalks beneath portable floodlights. Protesters held signs none of them fully understood. Half the country thought the hearings were about corruption. The other half thought they were about conspiracy. Both sides were still aiming too low. Cindy and I arrived just after 6 in the morning, beneath a gray sky heavy enough to threaten more snow. Federal security had locked down 3 surrounding blocks already. Senate Police, Capitol Police, DHS Tactical Response, FBI field teams pretending they weren't watching each other as closely as they watched the crowd. Fragmentation. Walter had been right about that. The machine was already turning inward. The hearing complex itself sat behind layered security screening and temporary press barriers, while reporters shouted questions at anyone wearing a suit, expensive enough to suggest proximity to classified information. Every camera in Washington seemed pointed toward the same set of doors. Meridian had finally become visible enough for the country to say its name out loud. That didn't mean the country understood what it was seeing. A young Senate staffer escorted us through the lower corridor beneath the hearing chamber. Nervous kid. Mid-20s. Tie too tight. Eyes moving too fast. He carried a clipboard, like it might stop bullets. "You'll be in holding room B until opening sequence," he said. "Opening sequence," I repeated. He nodded quickly. Chairwoman Mercer requested witness isolation protocols. Nobody wanted witnesses comparing stories before testimony started. The committee needed contradictions preserved naturally. Contradictions created uncertainty. Uncertainty gave politicians maneuvering room. The deeper we moved into the Capitol complex, the stranger the atmosphere became. Not fear, exactly. Pressure. Staffers walked faster. Security checkpoints doubled. Phones rang unanswered inside side offices. Men in agency suits stopped conversations when we passed. Everybody knew pieces. Nobody trusted anybody else's pieces. That was Meridian's final defense mechanism. The staffer stopped outside a secured conference room and opened the door for us. Holding room B looked less like witness preparation and more like temporary wartime command. Coffee trays, legal folders, security personnel. 3 muted televisions carrying live coverage from outside the building. Olivia Lopez stood near the far wall reviewing documents with 2 DOJ attorneys. She looked up immediately when we entered. No surprise, no hesitation, just exhaustion sharpened into purpose. Olivia crossed the room quickly and hugged Cindy first before stopping in front of me. "You look terrible," she said. "Washington's contagious. You haven't slept. Neither have you." Fair trade. She wore dark navy today, federal colors, clean lines, hair tied back tight enough to signal she came here to cut through people, not impress them. The DOJ attorneys drifted discreetly toward the coffee station, giving us space while pretending they weren't listening. Olivia handed me a sealed packet. "Your testimony sequence." I opened it carefully. Opening panel. Transportation oversight. Port authority review. Financial routing. Closed intelligence session. Then. Keller, Martin Committee, recall witness. I looked up immediately. "Recall witness?" Olivia nodded once. "They're bringing you back after the intelligence panel." That sounds dangerous. It is. Why? Because you're the only person connecting operational behavior across all 3 locations. Riverbend, Port, Calusa, Cape Town. She was right. Everybody else understood components. I understood patterns. That was exactly what Walter warned about. Cindy moved toward the television, where national coverage had already started live commentary outside the hearing chamber. Sources now indicate testimony may include evidence connected to offshore financial networks, compromised customs oversight, and what investigators are privately calling continuity manipulation within international freight systems. Continuity manipulation. Closer. Still sanitized. Still softened. But closer. The television shifted to footage of Rupert Hawthorne entering a federal transport vehicle months earlier. Another screen displayed file images from Coderson headquarters in Riverbend. The hearing hadn't even started, and the media was already building villains. That was fast. Too fast. Olivia lowered her voice slightly. Treasury's panicking. About what? The insurance chains. That tracked. Insurance fraud buried beneath logistics structures sounded manageable until somebody realized the payouts mapped directly against labor disappearances, container rerouting, and shell company dissolutions. "Any movement from the intelligence side?" I asked. Olivia hesitated. Bad sign. The CIA submitted emergency classification objections against 3 testimony segments. Which ones? Cape Town operations, South African port coordination, and Nadia Kessler. I felt Cindy go still beside me. Nadia's name still carried weight in every room connected to Meridian. Senior CIA case officer, operational command. Dead in August after the system started turning violent against exposure pressure. "Why object now?" Cindy asked quietly. "Because Kessler signed compartment access authorizations connected to 2 shipping entities under review." That landed ugly. "Compromised?" I asked. Olivia shook her head slowly. "That's the problem. Nobody knows." That was Meridian again. Never clear corruption. Never clean innocence. Just systems layered deeply enough that legitimate operations and criminal infrastructure started sharing oxygen. The door opened behind us. Every conversation in the room died instantly. Ajax Jackson stepped inside, moving slower than I'd ever seen him move in my life. Not weak. Never weak. Careful, that hurt worse somehow. He wore a dark federal overcoat over a charcoal suit instead of bureau tactical gear. The limp was slight, but real now. His left hand flexed unconsciously every few seconds, like the nerves still hadn't decided whether they belonged to him anymore. But it was his eyes that bothered me most. Ajax used to scan rooms like a man measuring exits before introductions. Now he paused halfway through the doorway, like the room itself needed a second to settle into focus. Cindy crossed to him immediately. "You okay?" "Depends who's asking." His voice still sounded like Ajax, dry, controlled, tired in the way operators get tired after surviving something they haven't emotionally unpacked yet. He looked toward me. "Keller, Jackson. Nice to see your disasters finally made Congress." "Nice to see you upright." That earned the smallest hint of a smile before it disappeared again. Ajax stepped farther into the room and nodded toward the packet in my hand. "Your recall witness too?" "Apparently." "Congratulations." He loosened his tie slightly. "Means they think you're useful and dangerous at the same time." "That from experience?" "That from federal architecture." Olivia moved toward him carefully. "You shouldn't be here if you're not ready." Ajax looked at her flatly. "If I wasn't ready, I'd be at home forgetting where I parked instead of sitting inside the Capitol." The room went quiet. Not because of the words, because of how casually he said them. "Like admitting damage cost less energy now than pretending it didn't exist." The television volume spiked suddenly, breaking coverage. Another leak. A reporter stood outside the hearing chamber speaking rapidly, while producers scrambled behind her. Unconfirmed reports indicate additional Meridian-related documents were released overnight to multiple international press organizations, including freight routing summaries tied to Port Calusa, Cape Town, and domestic East Coast shipping operations. Artemis. Again, Olivia closed her eyes briefly. "Jesus Christ." "That bad?" I asked. She looked toward the television. "He just internationalized the pressure." That was the strategy now, not prosecution, visibility. Too many journalists, too many countries, too many evidence mirrors. Meridian survived for years because fragments stayed isolated. Artemis was forcing them into collision. A Senate security officer entered the room abruptly. "We're starting early," he announced. "Chairwoman moved opening session ahead 30 minutes. "Why?" Olivia asked. The officer looked uncomfortable answering. "Because another witness disappeared." Nobody in the room spoke. The officer checked his notes. "Financial compliance auditor. Last seen leaving Reagan National approximately 2 hours ago." "Name?" I asked. He looked down again. "Daniel Mercer." Every instinct inside me tightened instantly. Mercer. Not coincidence. The same surname connected to the Senate chair overseeing the hearing. Ajax caught it too. "You sure?" The officer nodded once. Committee requested sealed handling. That meant panic. Real panic. Olivia looked toward me carefully. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" "Depends." That this hearing just became survival? No. It became worse. Because if witnesses connected to the committee itself were disappearing now, Meridian wasn't just protecting infrastructure anymore. It was protecting narrative pathways. The televisions outside the room continued screaming headlines, while staffers hurried through corridors, carrying sealed binders and classified packets like paper itself had become radioactive overnight. The security officer touched the earpiece at his collar, listened briefly, then looked back toward us. "They're ready for opening statements." Nobody moved immediately. Not me, not Cindy, not Ajax, not Olivia, because we all understood the same thing at the same moment. Once those chamber doors opened, this stopped being investigation and became history. Chapter 5. Case File. Meridian. 012-040-026. The hearing chamber looked smaller than it did on television. That surprised me. Power usually hides inside large rooms, courtrooms, boardrooms, federal atriums built with marble and distance so ordinary people feel insignificant before anyone important even speaks. But the Senate hearing chamber felt compressed, dense. Too many bodies carrying too much pressure inside a confined space, not designed for the amount of institutional panic gathering beneath its ceiling. Rows of cameras lined the rear wall behind press barricades. Staffers moved quickly between senators, carrying folders and handwritten notes. Capitol security stood near every entrance with the rigid posture of men warned something larger than protest might happen before the day ended. The public gallery was already full. Journalists, families, political operatives, activists, former port workers, men in expensive coats pretending not to recognize each other, everybody waiting for the machine to reveal itself. They still thought the hearing would provide clarity. That was optimistic. Cindy sat 2 seats to my left beside Bureau Counsel, while Olivia moved toward the witness table carrying enough documentation to make 3 agencies nervous simultaneously. Ajax remained near the back wall, speaking quietly with a Senate medical officer who looked 1 sentence away from recommending he leave the building. He wouldn't. Chairwoman Elaine Mercer entered the chamber precisely at 8:13. Mid-60s, controlled posture, silver hair cut short enough to signal efficiency over presentation. She moved like someone who spent decades surviving rooms where weakness became currency for other people. The room stood automatically when she took the center position. 3 senators settled beside her. Commerce Oversight, Homeland Security Liaison, Intelligence Review Chair. Interesting combination, not because they trusted each other, because none of them wanted another committee controlling the narrative alone. Mercer adjusted the microphone and surveyed the room before speaking. This emergency joint hearing of the Senate Commerce and Intelligence Oversight Committees will come to order. Her voice carried the kind of practiced calm politicians use when they know cameras matter more than truth during opening minutes. These proceedings concern allegations of coordinated criminal misconduct involving domestic and international freight infrastructure, offshore financial routing, federal oversight irregularities, and possible institutional compromise affecting multiple United States agencies and private sector entities. Still careful, still layered, nobody in Washington wanted to overstate Meridian publicly before understanding how deeply it touched their own systems. Mercer continued, "Let me be clear at the outset. This committee is not convened to validate speculation, encourage conspiracy narratives, or undermine public confidence in legitimate institutions. That line wasn't for the room. That line was for Wall Street, for ports, for banks, for federal continuity. Confidence. Always confidence." "But," Mercer said, her tone tightening slightly, "evidence provided to this committee over the previous 60 days suggests a level of coordinated concealment activity operating through international logistics and financial systems that requires immediate congressional review." There it was, concealment activity. Closer again. The cameras clicked constantly now. I watched senators pretending composure while aides whispered updates into their ears every few minutes. Nobody looked comfortable. Even the men projecting outrage looked nervous underneath it. Because everybody in that room understood the same thing. If Meridian proved real enough, every institution connected to it became vulnerable. Mercer introduced the first witness panel: port authorities, customs oversight, transportation auditors. The opening hour moved predictably. Careful language, measured denials, institutional distancing. Nobody lied outright. That was important. Real hearings rarely break through because of obvious lies. They break because fragmented truths stop aligning under pressure. A customs supervisor from Savannah testified regarding manifest irregularities connected to overnight freight reconciliation gaps. A Port Colusa logistics officer confirmed unusual routing variances tied to offshore shell subsidiaries connected to Coderson-linked entities. A Treasury compliance analyst admitted multiple insurance payout chains connected to maritime fatalities displayed statistically improbable synchronization. That phrase sat in the chamber a while. Statistically improbable synchronization. Meridian always sounded smaller when bureaucrats described it. Then Olivia Lopez took the witness chair. The room changed instantly, not loudly. Pressure rarely announces itself directly. But senators leaned forward. Staffers stopped whispering. Even the press gallery adjusted posture slightly. Olivia placed 3 binders on the witness table and spoke before anyone questioned her. "My name is Olivia Lopez, Assistant District Attorney assigned to the Port Colusa Special Maritime Review Task Force." Calm. Controlled. No wasted movement. "Over the previous 11 months," she continued, "our office, alongside multiple state and federal partners, uncovered evidence suggesting the existence of a compartmentalized logistics architecture operating through legitimate commercial infrastructure for the purpose of concealment, trafficking facilitation, financial laundering, and coordinated evidentiary suppression." The room went dead silent. No softened language, no political cushioning. Architecture, not organization. Exactly right. One senator leaned toward the microphone immediately. "Ms. Lopez, are you asserting the existence of a criminal enterprise operating inside domestic freight systems?" Olivia didn't blink. "I'm asserting the existence of a systemic concealment structure embedded across multiple legitimate systems simultaneously." Even Mercer looked more alert now. Olivia opened the first binder. "Over the course of this investigation, we identified recurring operational anomalies connected to maritime routing variances, Shell Corporation liquidity cycling, synchronized insurance payouts, missing freight manifests, customs timestamp discrepancies, and coordinated witness attrition events following exposure risk." Witness attrition, another sanitized phrase. The committee counsel requested the first exhibit. Screens throughout the chamber illuminated simultaneously. Pier 14, winter surveillance footage. Riverbend. My city. The room studied the frozen harbor image while Olivia continued speaking. "This dock appears repeatedly across independent investigations tied to Port Colusa, Cape Town freight synchronization, and offshore clearing structures connected to Coderson Group subsidiaries." Senator Mercer interrupted carefully. "You're suggesting Riverbend served as a coordination node?" "No," Olivia replied. Her eyes moved briefly toward me before returning to the committee. "I'm stating Riverbend became one." That distinction mattered. The room felt tighter suddenly, more dangerous. Because Olivia wasn't presenting Meridian as a centralized conspiracy. She was describing adaptive infrastructure, exactly the kind institutions fear most. Another senator leaned forward aggressively. "Ms. Lopez, with respect, much of this sounds circumstantial. There are 23 confirmed deaths connected to these routing chains," Olivia answered immediately. Circumstantial is no longer an operationally responsible characterization. That landed hard enough, the room stayed quiet afterward. The intelligence chair finally spoke for the first time. Ms. Lopez, your testimony repeatedly references a term appearing throughout committee materials. He adjusted his glasses slightly. Meridian. There it was. The word itself. Official now. No euphemism, no distancing language. Olivia folded her hands calmly on the table. Yes. The senator continued carefully. Can you define Meridian for the committee? The entire room waited. Press, staffers, security, senators, every camera. Even I wanted to hear how she answered it. Olivia thought for one measured second before speaking. Not completely, she said. Perfect answer. Because that was the truth. She continued before the senator could interrupt. No single witness appearing before this committee today possesses complete operational visibility regarding Meridian. She gestured toward the binders. That limitation is not accidental. The structure appears intentionally compartmentalized to prevent holistic understanding. Exactly. The senator frowned. Then how can this committee investigate something nobody fully understands? Olivia's expression never changed. The same way organized crime, intelligence failures, and systemic corruption are always investigated. Her voice lowered slightly. By connecting fragments, powerful institutions preferred remain separated. I saw several senators shift uncomfortably at that line. Good, because now the hearing was starting to expose the real threat, not Meridian itself. Institutional dependency on fragmentation. Olivia opened the second binder. This committee requested evidence regarding what multiple investigative teams internally referred to as the 1247 window. The chamber sharpened instantly. There it was again. The blackout minute. Not science fiction. Not reality collapse. A procedural blind spot. Olivia displayed the first timeline chart. Shipping records. Customs timestamps. Surveillance synchronization gaps. Repeatedly across multiple ports, she explained. System reconciliation events occurring at approximately 12:47 a.m. allowed brief routing discontinuities before manifest stabilization completed. The Homeland Security Senator frowned. You're describing delayed synchronization. Yes, and criminal actors exploited that delay. Olivia paused. Then, we believe infrastructure itself normalized the delay over time because correcting it became operationally expensive. That sentence hit the room like a hammer, not because it sounded dramatic, because it sounded plausible. That was Meridian's horror, plausibility. The intelligence chair leaned forward slowly. Ms. Lopez, are you suggesting institutions knowingly tolerated operational blind spots because removing them threatened system efficiency? Olivia looked directly at him. I'm suggesting nobody asks difficult questions when the ports keep moving. Silence followed. Heavy silence, the dangerous kind. The kind that settles over rooms when people begin recognizing themselves inside the problem. Then the rear chamber doors opened abruptly. Every head turned. A Senate security officer hurried toward Chairwoman Mercer carrying a sealed folder. Mercer opened it immediately. Read 2 lines. And for the first time since the hearing began, she lost composure. Only for a second. But I saw it. So did Cindy. So did Ajax. Mercer looked toward Olivia carefully, then toward me. The room hadn't noticed yet, but something had just changed. And whatever sat inside that folder, it scared Washington more than Meridian's name ever had. Chapter 6. Case File. Meridian. 1204-0026. Chairwoman Mercer recovered quickly. Politicians survive by mastering recovery. Most people in the chamber never noticed the shift at all. Cameras stayed trained on Olivia Lopez, while staffers continued scribbling notes and reporters typed, half-formed headlines into glowing screens across the rear gallery. But the people who'd spent the last year surviving Meridian recognized pressure when it entered a room. Mercer had just received bad news, real bad news. She closed the folder carefully and handed it back to the security officer without comment. The man leaned down, while she whispered something too low for the microphones to catch. His posture tightened immediately before he turned and exited through the side chamber doors at a near jog. Cindy looked toward me from across the hearing room. I gave the slightest shake of my head. No idea yet. Olivia continued testifying like nothing had happened. That impressed me. Most attorneys know how to control a courtroom. Olivia knew how to control narrative momentum. There's a difference. Courtrooms operate through procedure. Hearings operate through perception. She understood the room was finally listening. You stated infrastructure normalized the 1247 discrepancy over time, the Homeland Security Senator said carefully. Explain that. Olivia opened another binder section. Initially, investigators believed the recurring synchronization delays represented technical anomalies. Standard nightly reconciliation, temporary timestamp variance, delayed customs processing. She placed several documents onto the display monitors: internal memos, port authority notices, system maintenance advisories. Over time, she continued, multiple agencies adapted procedures around the discrepancy rather than correcting it. The senator frowned. Adapted how? By building tolerance into operational expectations. There it was again. Plausibility, no secret superweapon. No science fiction infrastructure. Just institutions becoming comfortable with procedural irregularities because correcting them threatened efficiency, cost projections, and shipping continuity. Olivia pointed toward the monitors. Shipping coordinators delayed reconciliation reports until after overnight manifest stabilization. Insurance carriers expanded timestamp tolerances. Customs supervisors normalized data lag windows. Port authorities adjusted staffing schedules around known synchronization delays. The intelligence chair leaned forward slowly. You're describing institutional accommodation. Yes, Olivia replied. That accommodation created operational concealment opportunities. Meridian didn't invent the blind spot. It industrialized it. That distinction mattered. The chamber doors opened again behind the committee staff. This time, 3 men entered quietly and took positions along the rear wall behind the senators. Dark suits, federal posture, intelligence community faces. Nobody introduced them. Nobody acknowledged them. Mercer noticed them immediately. So did Olivia. The hearing had just gained observers. That usually meant somebody important got nervous. A senator from the Commerce panel adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Ms. Lopez, are you alleging active federal complicity? The room sharpened instantly around the question. Olivia answered carefully. I'm alleging institutional dependency. Smart. Very smart. Not accusation. Not absolution. Dependency. The senator pressed harder. That sounds evasive. No, Olivia said calmly. It sounds precise. She gestured toward the screens again. Modern freight infrastructure relies on uninterrupted movement. Delays cost billions. Synchronization gaps became normalized because the system prioritized continuity over scrutiny. That line hit several senators harder than they wanted cameras to notice, because she was describing Washington itself now, not just Meridian. The hearing paused briefly while committee counsel reorganized exhibits. Senators whispered among themselves. Reporters moved in clusters near the back rows, feeding live updates to producers outside the chamber. The gallery noise rose half a level, then fell again the moment Chairwoman Mercer spoke. The committee will now address testimony connected to witness suppression and post-exposure operational behavior. That shifted the air completely. Until now, the hearing still carried procedural distance. Now it moved toward blood. Olivia remained composed. Over the previous 90 days, she said, multiple individuals connected to Meridian-adjacent investigations experienced disappearance events, fatal incidents, financial coercion, or coordinated reputational attacks following exposure risk. A reporter near the gallery entrance physically leaned forward. Everybody wanted names. Olivia gave them. A shipping auditor from Savannah, 2 customs supervisors, a Norfolk compliance attorney, 3 dock contractors, Daniel Smith, Antoine Diaz, several others still under federal seal. Then, Nadia Kessler. The room changed instantly. Even the senators reacted to that one. CIA deaths carry weight differently in Washington. Everybody understands what they imply, even when nobody says it aloud. The intelligence chair interrupted immediately. Ms. Lopez, portions of the Kessler matter remain classified. Olivia didn't look toward him. Yes, she replied. Conveniently. Several reporters started typing furiously. The intelligence senator's expression tightened. Are you suggesting this committee is withholding material? I'm suggesting multiple agencies spent 11 months deciding which parts of Meridian were politically survivable. That one detonated quietly. No shouting, no outrage, just silence, heavy enough to feel structural. Mercer intervened before the room destabilized further. Ms. Lopez, this committee will not entertain unsupported allegations regarding federal misconduct. Olivia finally looked directly at her. With respect, Senator, the entire purpose of this hearing is federal misconduct. The room froze. Nobody breathed for a second. Even the cameras seemed quieter afterward. Mercer's expression hardened slightly, but she didn't push back immediately. Because Olivia wasn't wrong. The hearing existed precisely because systems failed, not just criminally, institutionally. A Senate aide hurried toward Mercer again, this time whispering directly into her ear instead of passing paper. I watched the color drain subtly from her face before she masked it again. Second disruption, worse than the first. Mercer stood abruptly. The committee will recess for 15 minutes. Immediate chaos followed. Reporters surged toward exits trying to beat one another to live feeds. Staffers clustered around senators. Security personnel moved faster now. The 3 intelligence men near the rear wall immediately approached committee counsel without identifying themselves. Pressure rising, fragmentation accelerating. Olivia stepped away from the witness table and moved directly toward us, while Capitol Security tried restoring order around the chamber. What happened? Cindy asked quietly. Olivia looked toward Mercer first to confirm distance before answering. Another leak. Artemis? I asked. No. That got my attention. Then who? Olivia lowered her voice. Someone released sealed transportation logs connected to congressional travel. I frowned. Meaning several senators on this committee had indirect movement overlap with Meridian-linked freight contractors over the previous 3 years. That landed hard. Not corruption necessarily. Worse, association. The kind that destroys hearings before facts even stabilize. Cindy exhaled softly. Jesus, exactly. Olivia rubbed her temple briefly before continuing. The intelligence side thinks someone's trying to contaminate the committee itself. They're probably right. That's not the terrifying part, she replied. I looked at her carefully. The terrifying part is nobody knows whether Meridian leaked the files or someone inside Washington did it independently. There it was again. The core horror. Nobody understood the whole machine anymore. Not the Bureau, not DOJ. Not Congress, not intelligence agencies, not even the people fighting Meridian directly. Fragmentation had become self-sustaining, Ajax finally crossed toward us from the rear wall, moving carefully but faster than earlier. His eyes tracked the room constantly now. "You see Mercer?" "Yeah," I said. "She's rattled." "She should be." He nodded subtly toward the side corridor where the intelligence observers had disappeared moments earlier. "They just sealed 2 committee rooms and blocked external staff access." Olivia frowned. "Why?" Ajax looked directly at her. "Because somebody thinks the hearing itself is compromised." No one spoke immediately. Because we'd all already considered it. The possibility that Meridian wasn't just reacting to the hearing, it was already inside it. The chamber televisions continued replaying Olivia's testimony, while commentators outside struggled to explain terms like continuity manipulation and institutional accommodation without accidentally admitting how fragile public confidence really was. The country still thought this was about corruption. It wasn't. It was about trust. And Washington was beginning to realize just how much of that trust had been rented instead of earned. Chapter 7. Case File. Meridian O. 1-204-0026. The 15-minute recess stretched into 43. Nobody officially explained why. That was another thing Washington specialized in. Delays without ownership. Movement without transparency. Entire systems built around the idea that if enough people kept talking confidently, nobody would notice the structure underneath them changing shape in real time. Inside the witness-holding corridor, federal staffers moved with increasing urgency while pretending everything remained procedural. Phones rang unanswered. Security checkpoints doubled. 3 separate committee aides walked past, carrying sealed binders stamped with temporary classification overlays I'd never seen before. Not normal congressional procedure, emergency containment. The hearing was beginning to scare the people running it. Cindy stood beside the hallway coffee station, scanning through updated witness schedules on a bureau tablet, while Olivia argued quietly with committee counsel 20 feet away. Ajax leaned against the wall near the secured doors, arms folded, conserving energy the way injured men learn to do after pain stops being temporary. I watched Washington panic one corridor at a time. A reporter somewhere beyond the chamber doors shouted a question about intelligence oversight failures. Another voice yelled something about offshore election donations tied to Coderson-linked shell companies. Security pushed them back immediately. The pressure outside was growing. Inside, too. Walter's warning kept replaying in my head. The hearing will not produce truth. It will produce competing survivals. That was exactly what this had become. Not investigation. Positioning. The FBI wanted organized criminal framing. Treasury wanted financial corruption framing. Homeland Security wanted infrastructure vulnerability framing. The intelligence community wanted compartment isolation. Congress wanted accountability without institutional collapse. The media wanted a singular villain, because audiences digest monsters easier than systems. And Meridian. Meridian survived precisely because none of those explanations were individually wrong. Cindy looked up from the tablet. "You moved." "What?" "3 spots higher." I frowned. "On what?" "The witness order." She turned the screen toward me. Keller, Martin, priority panel reassignment. That sounds unhealthy. It sounds political. Same thing in Washington. Ajax pushed off the wall slowly and crossed toward us. "They're accelerating testimony." "Why?" "Because they're losing control of the room." That tracked. The hearing started with institutional confidence, careful language, controlled framing, manageable corruption. Then Olivia used the word architecture. Everything shifted after that. Systems can prosecute criminals. Systems panic when confronted by structures. A committee aide hurried down the corridor toward Olivia, carrying another sealed folder. She opened it immediately, scanned the contents, and closed her eyes for half a second before regaining composure. Bad news again. She walked toward us quickly. "You're up next." That got my attention. I thought there were 2 panels before mine. There were. What changed? Olivia handed me the folder. Inside sat 3 pages of updated hearing directives. Emergency witness acceleration authorized. Closed intelligence review postponed. Supplemental testimony reassigned. Then the line that mattered. Committee requests testimony. Regarding Riverbend operational overlap. Port. Calusa. Continuity structures. Witness attrition patterns. Offshore routing. Normalization. 1247 synchronization exploitation. They wanted the connective tissue now, not later. Now. Mercer approved this? I asked. No. That sharpened everything immediately. Then who did? Olivia looked toward the secured committee doors before answering quietly. Intelligence Council. Ajax swore under his breath. Cindy looked between all of us. Why would intelligence push Keller forward? Because somebody thinks we're running out of time, Ajax said. Nobody argued with him. The hallway television mounted above the security desk suddenly shifted to breaking coverage again. Another damn leak. This time, the screen displayed transportation routing charts connected to congressional travel reimbursements and private freight contractors operating through Virginia, Maryland, and Florida. No direct corruption visible. No smoking gun. Just overlap. Connections, enough to poison confidence. A commentator on screen looked visibly overwhelmed, trying to explain the implications. While there is currently no evidence suggesting criminal involvement by members of Congress, the appearance of routing proximity between federally contracted transportation vendors and entities under Meridian review raises additional questions regarding institutional oversight. Questions. Everything was questions now. That was the real damage Meridian caused once exposed. Not immediate collapse, erosion. Confidence leaking out of systems one hearing at a time. A Capitol security officer approached us directly. "Mr. Keller?" His posture looked wrong, too rigid. "You're being moved to the primary witness corridor." "Already?" "Yes, sir." Olivia stepped closer immediately. "Who authorized that?" "Committee directive." "Which committee?" The officer hesitated. Tiny pause. Real pause. "Intelligence review." Ajax noticed it too. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You verify that order personally?" The officer's jaw tightened. "No, sir." Ajax took one slow step forward. "Then verify it now." The hallway atmosphere shifted instantly. Not dramatic, professional. The security officer's posture changed half an inch. Enough. Enough for men like Ajax to notice. The officer repeated himself carefully. "The directive came through secured channels." "That's not what I asked," Ajax said. The man's eyes moved once toward the corridor exit behind us. Instinct. Bad instinct. Cindy saw it immediately and moved before the rest of us fully processed why. "Stop." The officer turned sharply. Too sharply. His right hand disappeared beneath the front of his jacket. Ajax hit him before the weapon cleared fabric. Fast. Still fast. Even injured. The officer crashed sideways into the corridor wall, while Ajax drove his forearm across the man's throat, hard enough to crack plaster behind him. The handgun clattered across the floor beneath the security desk. Suppressed. Not Capitol issue. Everything exploded afterward. Actual Capitol security drew weapons instantly. Staffers screamed. Reporters beyond the chamber doors started surging toward the noise. Cindy kicked the pistol away while 2 Senate officers restrained the man against the wall. Ajax stepped backward, breathing harder than he should have been. Pain flashed across his face briefly before he buried it again. I looked down at the weapon on the floor. Black polymer. threaded suppressor. No serial markings. Professional, not random. Olivia stared at the restrained officer in disbelief. He had committee credentials. "That's the problem," Ajax replied. The officer said nothing while security searched him. Then one of the Senate officers froze. "What?" The officer pulled a folded credential wallet from inside the suspect's coat. DHS credentials. Another pocket. Contract security authorization. Another. Temporary Senate access clearance. Layered access. Fragmented oversight. Exactly how Meridian moved. The restrained man finally looked up at me directly. No panic. No desperation. Just calculation. "You should have stayed local, Keller." One of the Senate officers shoved him harder against the wall. "Who are you working for?" The man smiled slightly through the pressure against his throat. Wrong question, even now, because that was the entire problem with Meridian. Everybody kept looking for a hierarchy when the real answer was infrastructure. The hallway televisions continued replaying Olivia's testimony, while reporters pushed against security barricades, trying to understand why armed Capitol officers were suddenly flooding the witness corridor. The hearing chamber doors opened again. Chairwoman Mercer herself stepped into the hallway, surrounded by staff and intelligence counsel. She took one look at the restrained officer, then at the gun on the floor, then directly at me. And in that moment, I realized the hearing had crossed an invisible line. Before this, Washington believed Meridian was something to investigate. Now Washington understood Meridian was willing to enter the Capitol to protect itself. Mercer walked toward us slowly. The hallway fell silent around her. "What happened?" she asked. Ajax answered first. "Your witness corridor was compromised." Mercer looked at the restrained officer again. The intelligence counsel beside her leaned close and whispered something into her ear. Her face hardened immediately afterward. Not shock. Recognition. That bothered me more. Mercer turned toward me. "Mr. Keller, Senator, you're testifying now. Not request. Not schedule adjustment. Decision." Because somewhere between Olivia's testimony and a suppressed pistol inside a secured Senate corridor, Washington had finally started believing Meridian was real. Chapter 8. Case File, Meridian 012-04-0-0-2-6. The chamber sounded different when I walked back into it. Louder, sharper, less controlled. News of the hallway incident spread before we even reached the witness table. Reporters leaned forward behind the gallery barriers, while senators whispered openly among themselves instead of pretending composure for the cameras anymore. Security presence doubled near every entrance. Capitol officers now stood inside the chamber itself with visible sidearms and the kind of posture that told everyone watching this had stopped being ordinary political theater. The hearing wasn't stabilizing. It was escalating. Chairwoman Mercer resumed her position at the center dais, while committee staff rushed updated packets between senators. The three intelligence observers remained near the rear wall, speaking quietly with Senate counsel and avoiding the cameras whenever possible. Too late for that. Everything was on camera now. The committee clerk read my name formally into the record, while I took the witness chair beneath enough lights to make the room feel surgical. State your name and occupation for the committee. Martin Keller, licensed private investigator. Riverbend, Pennsylvania. The title sounded smaller than it used to. Mercer adjusted her glasses and looked directly at me. Mr. Keller, your name has appeared repeatedly across testimony, investigative materials, and federal reports connected to Meridian-related activities over the previous year. She paused briefly. For the record, explain your involvement. Straight to it. No soft opening, no procedural warm-up. Washington was nervous now. I leaned slightly toward the microphone. A year ago, I investigated the death of William Mackland in Riverbend. The room quieted immediately, not because they didn't know the name, because now they were hearing where this started from the man who walked through all of it afterward. Mackland was connected to Coderson Holdings through offshore logistics consultation work, I continued. At the time, his death looked domestic. Wealthy executive found dead inside his residence. Clean scene. Convenient narrative. I looked briefly toward the senators. Too convenient. Several reporters started typing immediately. During the course of that investigation, I said, I uncovered irregularities connected to shell corporations, shipping manifests, insurance routing structures, and port activity tied to Riverbend, Port Calusa, and eventually Cape Town. The intelligence chair interrupted carefully. Mr. Keller, are you formally trained in logistics infrastructure analysis? No. Financial forensics? No. International intelligence operations? No. There it was. First credibility strike. Expected. The senator folded his hands together. Then why should this committee consider your conclusions reliable? Because I survived long enough to see the pattern. I didn't say that out loud. Instead, because everybody else only saw the piece directly in front of them. That sharpened the room slightly. I continued before he interrupted again. Port officials saw freight anomalies. Auditors saw shell companies. Federal agencies saw compartmented operations. Insurance investigators saw statistically improbable deaths. Intelligence personnel saw overlapping jurisdictions. I looked across the chamber slowly. Meridian survived because nobody connected those pieces together institutionally. The intelligence senator leaned back slightly. You're describing pattern recognition, not proof. Correct. That answer caught him off balance for half a second. I don't possess a master document explaining Meridian, I continued. Nobody does. That's the point. The room stayed very still now. Meridian appears intentionally structured to prevent holistic understanding. Fragmented operational visibility protects the larger architecture. Olivia watched from the side witness table without moving. Good. She knew where this needed to go. The Homeland Security Senator leaned toward his microphone. Mr. Keller, define Meridian for the committee. There was that question again, and still nobody liked the answer. I took a second before responding. Meridian isn't a company. Murmurs moved through the gallery immediately. It's not a cartel, not a federal program, not a single hierarchy. I paused. It's an adaptive concealment architecture operating through legitimate systems. That phrase landed hard enough several senators looked down to write it manually. Adaptive concealment architecture. Exactly what it was. I continued. It survives inside. Logistics normalization. Bureaucratic fragmentation. Offshore financial layering. Procedural blind spots. Jurisdictional overlap. And institutional reluctance to examine systems considered operationally essential. The intelligence chair frowned. You make it sound organic. That's because it became organic. That drew silence again, because the room understood the implication immediately. Meridian wasn't fully designed. It evolved. Like corruption always does when institutions prioritize continuity over scrutiny. Chairwoman Mercer spoke carefully. You testified that Meridian exploited procedural blind spots. Explain the 1247 window. The chamber sharpened instantly again. The blackout minute had become symbolic now. Reporters loved it because it sounded cinematic. Senators hated it because it sounded believable. Most large freight systems perform overnight reconciliation processes, I said. Manifest synchronization, customs verification, routing updates, timestamp correction. Mercer nodded slightly. Standard infrastructure maintenance? Yes. I folded my hands together on the table. Meridian identified recurring tolerance gaps during those reconciliation windows and built movement structures around them. The Homeland Security Senator frowned. Movement structures meaning trafficking? Among other things. That answer bothered him. Good. Because Meridian's worst crimes weren't always the loudest ones. Containers moved during delayed synchronization periods, I continued. Manifest updates normalized afterward. Surveillance review often lagged behind reconciliation completion. By morning, systems appeared stable again. The intelligence chair leaned forward slowly. And institutions accepted this? Institutions adapted to it. Important distinction. The room felt heavier now, not because I was exposing something shocking, because I was describing systems behaving exactly the way systems behave under pressure. Protecting continuity first. A senator from Commerce adjusted papers in front of him. Mr. Keller, are you alleging the federal government knowingly tolerated criminal exploitation of freight infrastructure? No, I paused. I'm alleging efficiency became more important than scrutiny. That sentence settled deep. Nobody in Washington wanted to challenge it because everybody inside Washington recognized it. The hearing screens illuminated suddenly behind me. Committee staff displaying supporting exhibits. Port Calusa shipping routes. Riverbend freight schedules. Cape Town manifests. Insurance chains. Shell company ownership overlaps. The connective tissue. For the first time since this started, the fragments were occupying the same room simultaneously. And the room was beginning to understand what that meant. One reporter in the gallery actually lowered his laptop slowly, like he'd just realized the story was larger than he originally thought. The intelligence senator broke the silence first. Mr. Keller, throughout your testimony you continue referring to Meridian as infrastructure rather than organization. Yes. Why? Because organizations can be arrested. Infrastructure has to be confronted. I looked directly at him. Because organizations end when leadership disappears. Then I gestured toward the screens. Infrastructure survives by becoming necessary. That one hit the chamber harder than anything else I'd said, not because it sounded dramatic, because everyone in the room suddenly realized Meridian's real defense wasn't secrecy. It was integration. The committee counsel hurried toward Mercer again, carrying another note. Third interruption. Mercer read it quickly. This time, she didn't hide the reaction at all. Her eyes moved immediately toward the intelligence observers near the rear wall. One of them gave the smallest possible nod. Mercer looked back at me. Mr. Keller, she said carefully, the committee has just received confirmation of another coordinated data release. Of course it had. Artemis was still moving. What kind of release? The Homeland Security Senator asked sharply. Mercer hesitated before answering. Internal federal communications. The room detonated into noise instantly. Senators talking over one another, reporters standing, staffers rushing between desks. Federal communications. That changed everything. Because leaks tied to ports and shell companies suggested corruption. Leaks tied to federal internal messaging suggested institutional awareness. And if Washington started believing agencies knew more than they admitted, the hearing would stop being about Meridian and become about the government itself. Chapter 9. Case File, Meridian 012 04 0 0 2 6. The hearing lost control after that. Not publicly at first. Washington never collapses honestly. It fractures in layers, while men in suits keep pretending procedure still exists. Senators shouted over one another, beneath muted microphones, while committee counsel rushed between desks, carrying printouts that hadn't existed 10 minutes earlier. Capitol Security pushed reporters backward as the press gallery erupted into motion. Internal federal communications. That phrase alone was enough to poison the room. Chairwoman Mercer struck the gavel 3 times before anyone started listening again. "This committee will come to order." Nobody fully obeyed. The intelligence chair leaned toward Mercer immediately, while one of the observers from the rear wall approached the dais, carrying a sealed packet. The man whispered something that made the Homeland Security senator physically stiffen in his seat. Interesting. Not because of fear, recognition. I stayed where I was at the witness table while the chamber destabilized around me. Cindy stood near the side corridor, now speaking urgently into her phone. Olivia remained perfectly still beside committee counsel, watching the senators instead of the reporters. Smart again. The press reacts emotionally. Institutions react structurally. That was where the real story always lived. Mercer finally regained partial control of the room. The committee has received unauthorized dissemination of internal communications materials, allegedly originating from multiple federal agencies connected to ongoing Meridian-related reviews. Allegedly. Still careful. Still protecting the perimeter. A Commerce senator interrupted immediately. "Have those communications been authenticated?" One of the intelligence observers answered before Mercer could. "Preliminary review suggests at least partial legitimacy." That detonated the room again. Partial legitimacy was Washington language for, "We're already scared it's real." Reporters surged toward the barricades hard enough. Capitol security had to physically hold the line. I watched the chamber carefully while the noise built. Not chaos, pressure. Different thing entirely. Pressure reveals loyalties. The Homeland Security senator leaned toward his microphone. What exactly was contained in these communications? Mercer hesitated too long before answering. That told me the answer mattered. Interagency discussions regarding operational sensitivity connected to maritime continuity vulnerabilities. There it was again. Continuity. The country was about to learn how many institutions already knew the 1247 blind spots existed long before the hearings began. A younger senator from the Commerce panel looked genuinely stunned. "You're saying agencies discussed these vulnerabilities internally before the public became aware of Meridian?" No one answered immediately, because every answer available carried damage. Finally, the intelligence observer spoke again. "Multiple agencies routinely review infrastructure irregularities without evidence of criminal conspiracy." Technically true. Also strategically evasive. Olivia stood suddenly from the side witness table. With respect, that characterization omits context. The room shifted toward her immediately. Mercer looked irritated now. "Ms. Lopez, you are not currently under questioning." "No," Olivia replied calmly. "But the committee is allowing a dangerously incomplete narrative to stabilize publicly." That line landed hard. Narrative again. Everything was narrative now. Mercer studied her carefully. "Proceed." Olivia stepped closer to the primary witness microphone. "The issue is not whether agencies observed irregularities." She gestured toward the scattered documents across the dais. "The issue is that repeated operational anomalies became normalized institutionally because confronting them threatened economic continuity." No one interrupted her this time. Good, because she was finally forcing the room toward the real problem. Ports prioritized uninterrupted movement. Federal oversight prioritized jurisdictional stability. Financial institutions prioritized transaction continuity. Insurance carriers prioritized market confidence. She looked directly at the senators. And every layer adapted around known discrepancies instead of asking why those discrepancies kept recurring. The chamber went very still again. Not because Olivia sounded radical, because she sounded correct. That was Meridian's real horror, plausibility. The intelligence chair adjusted his glasses slowly. "Ms. Lopez, are you alleging deliberate concealment?" "I'm alleging institutional convenience. Even worse, deliberate corruption can be prosecuted. Institutional convenience implicates everybody. One of the committee aides hurried toward Mercer again, carrying fresh printouts from the leak package. Mercer scanned the first page, and her expression hardened instantly. She passed the documents to the intelligence chair. His face changed, too. Then he looked directly at me. That bothered me immediately. "Mr. Keller," he said carefully, "did you have prior knowledge of these communications?" "No." "You deny involvement in the release?" "Yes." That part was true. Artemis never told me timing, only outcomes. The senator held up one printed page carefully. "These communications reference an independent investigative source repeatedly identified as MK. I almost laughed. Of course they did. Meridian had spent a year trying to decide whether I was a witness, a threat, or a contamination event. Somewhere along the way, federal agencies apparently started doing the same thing. "What kind of references?" Olivia asked sharply. The senator ignored her. "Mr. Keller, are you aware multiple agencies discussed the possibility that your investigations represented a destabilization risk to ongoing federal operations?" That one changed the room. Reporters practically climbed over each other, reaching for phones. Destabilization risk. There it was. The shift. Not. Keller investigating corruption. Keller threatening continuity. I leaned toward the microphone slowly. Depends what they considered stable. The intelligence chair's expression tightened. These communications suggest concerns that public exposure of unresolved freight synchronization vulnerabilities could trigger market instability, international shipping disruption, insurance panic, and loss of confidence in federal oversight systems. Exactly what Jessica warned about. Exactly what Walter warned about. Exactly what Collins feared. The hearing wasn't just exposing Meridian anymore. It was exposing how deeply modern systems depended on pretending certain blind spots were acceptable. I looked around the chamber, at the senators, the cameras, the reporters, the intelligence observers standing along the rear wall trying desperately not to become part of the story themselves. Then I answered carefully. A year ago, William Macklin died because he looked too closely at something institutions preferred, remain fragmented. I paused. Every person sitting in this room today inherited the consequences of that choice. No one interrupted, so I kept going. "You want to know what Meridian really is?" I asked quietly. "It's what happens when systems become more afraid of interruption than corruption." That one hit. Hard. Because suddenly, the hearing wasn't about hidden criminal masterminds anymore. It was about institutional compromise through convenience. Much uglier. Much more believable. The Homeland Security Senator looked genuinely unsettled now. "Mr. Keller, are you suggesting Meridian survived because legitimate institutions needed the efficiencies it created?" Yes. The words sat there naked in the chamber. Simple, direct, damaging. A reporter near the gallery actually whispered, "Jesus Christ." Exactly. Mercer stepped in quickly before the room spiraled further. "This committee will refrain from speculative institutional conclusions until evidence review is complete." Too late. The room had already crossed that line. One of the rear chamber televisions switched suddenly to live national coverage outside the Capitol. Markets reacting. Shipping delays increasing. Commentators openly questioning federal awareness timelines. Then another breaking banner appeared beneath the live feed. Additional leaks. Tie port contractors to federal oversight discussions. The pressure was accelerating faster now. Not because of me, not because of Olivia, because Artemis understood something Washington didn't yet. The hearing itself had become part of the exposure architecture. Every denial created contradiction. Every contradiction generated scrutiny. every scrutiny event pulled more fragments into public view. The intelligence observer near the rear wall moved toward Mercer quickly and handed her another note. Fourth interruption. This time she didn't even try hiding the reaction. Her eyes went directly to me again, then to Olivia, then toward the chamber doors where Capitol security had suddenly tripled. Mercer spoke carefully into the microphone. The committee has just been informed that additional witnesses connected to Meridian-related investigations have requested emergency federal protection. Murmurs exploded through the chamber. Names? A senator demanded. Mercer hesitated. Then, Veronica Cass among them. That changed everything again. Because Veronica Cass wasn't just another witness. She was Coderson. Front-facing, administrative, operational proximity without executive insulation. If Veronica was coming forward, Meridian wasn't just leaking anymore. It was cracking internally. Chapter 10. Case File. Meridian. 012-040-0-26. The room forgot how to breathe after Veronica Cass's name entered the record, not because the public recognized it. Most of the reporters in the gallery had probably never heard her name before today. Veronica didn't exist in headlines. She existed in elevators, reception areas, executive schedules, sealed routing lists, and private phone transfers. She was the kind of person systems depend on specifically because nobody notices them standing in the room. But the people who understood Coderson really understood. It knew exactly what Veronica represented. Proximity, not theory, not analysis, not interpretation. Proximity. Chairwoman Mercer adjusted the papers in front of her slowly, while the chamber noise rose around her in uneven waves. Order, she said sharply. Nobody listened the first time. She struck the gavel harder. Order. That worked better. Reporters settled just enough to keep hearing clearly, while committee aides rushed messages between senators, like battlefield couriers, pretending paper still controlled events. Mercer looked toward committee counsel. Clarify the witness status. The counsel stood carefully. Young, nervous, already sweating through the collar. At approximately 11:17 this morning, he said, federal contacts received indirect communication indicating Veronica Cass is requesting conditional protective negotiation in exchange for testimony related to Coderson operational structures. Conditional. Everything in Washington came with conditions. The Homeland Security Senator leaned forward immediately. Where is she? We don't currently know. You're telling this committee a potentially critical witness made contact and vanished again. Yes, Senator. The room destabilized all over again, because now Meridian wasn't just something being investigated. It was something bleeding insiders. Mercer looked toward Olivia first. Ms. Lopez, were you aware of this development? No. That answer sounded honest. Good. It needed to. Mercer shifted toward me next. Mr. Keller? No, another truth. Veronica never trusted me enough to call directly. Smart woman. The intelligence chair removed his glasses slowly and rubbed the bridge of his nose like the hearing itself was giving him a migraine. If Ms. Cass possessed operational knowledge tied to Coderson infrastructure, he said carefully, her testimony could materially alter the scope of this inquiry. That was one way to phrase it. Another would have been, Veronica could connect rooms nobody wanted connected publicly. The Commerce Senator flipped through notes aggressively. What exactly was her position inside Coderson? I answered before Olivia could. She managed visibility. Several senators looked toward me immediately. Clarify, Mercer said. People think receptionists answer phones, I replied. Executive reception personnel manage access, meetings, scheduling, routing, visitor visibility, internal movement. Who gets delayed? Who gets redirected? Who gets documented? I leaned slightly toward the microphone. People like Veronica see organizational behavior patterns. Executives assume nobody notices. The Homeland Security Senator frowned. You're suggesting a receptionist understood Meridian. No, I said. I'm suggesting she understood who acted differently when Meridian mattered. Important distinction. Nobody below the top fully understood Meridian. That was the architecture's strength. But behavior leaves fingerprints everywhere. Mercer tapped her pen once against the desk. If Ms. Cass testifies, what would she realistically provide this committee? I thought about Veronica standing behind polished desks in tailored business attire, while executives passed through Coderson like they owned the world. Maybe they did for a while. Movement, I answered. The chamber quieted again. Patterns. Priority visitors. After-hours meetings. Unscheduled routing changes. Emergency access behavior. Who panicked after leaks? Who disappeared after audits? Which names caused silence? The intelligence chair studied me carefully now. You seem unusually confident regarding her value. No, I replied. I'm realistic about systems. That was the whole story now. Not criminal masterminds, not hidden bunkers. Systems. The rear chamber doors opened again, and another intelligence staffer entered quickly carrying updated printouts from the leak packages now flooding every network in the country. One sheet landed in front of Mercer, another in front of Homeland Security, another directly beside the intelligence chair. The room shifted immediately afterward. Bad shift. Mercer looked toward committee counsel. These communications are verified? Preliminary authentication suggests internal origin consistency. Again, Washington language for, we're in trouble. Mercer exhaled slowly before speaking into the microphone. The committee has now received communications indicating multiple federal agencies discussed maintaining operational discretion regarding known freight synchronization irregularities prior to the emergence of the Meridian inquiry. There it was. Not conspiracy. Awareness. The distinction mattered legally, not publicly. Publicly, those words translated into something much simpler. They knew. The reporters in the gallery exploded into motion again. Questions shouted across the chamber. Phones raised. Live updates firing out into the world in real time. The hearing was no longer containing Meridian. It was accelerating exposure. Olivia leaned toward the microphone calmly. Madam Chair, the committee needs to understand something clearly. Mercer nodded once. Olivia continued. Knowing irregularities existed is not the same as understanding Meridian. That slowed the room slightly. Good, because it was true. Most agencies encountered fragments, Olivia said. A routing variance here, insurance discrepancies there, manifest synchronization delays elsewhere. Nobody possessed centralized visibility. The intelligence chair looked unconvinced, yet somehow Meridian operated for years. Yes, Olivia replied, because fragmentation protected it. I watched several senators absorb that quietly, not because the statement sounded shocking, because Washington itself operated through fragmentation, compartmentalization, jurisdiction, limited visibility, need-to-know structures. Meridian didn't oppose institutional architecture. It mirrored it. That was why it survived so long. A senator from Commerce spoke carefully. Mr. Keller, throughout your testimony, you've repeatedly described Meridian as adaptive infrastructure, rather than traditional criminal organization. Yes. Then answer this directly. He leaned forward slightly. Who was in charge? Wrong question. Always the wrong question. I looked at him for a moment before answering. Depends what part you're asking about. The senator frowned immediately. That sounds evasive. No, I said. That sounds operational. I gestured toward the screens displaying shell company maps and shipping overlays. Coderson handled corporate abstraction. Running Harpoon managed freight normalization. Offshore entities handled financial laundering. Local contractors handled movement. Compartmented intelligence relationships protected visibility gaps. I paused. But Meridian itself? I shook my head slightly. Nobody sat in a room controlling all of it. The Homeland Security Senator looked skeptical. You expect this committee to believe an operation of this scale lacked centralized leadership? I expect this committee to understand systems evolve. That line settled hard, because real corruption rarely looks cinematic. It looks procedural. The intelligence chair finally asked the question the room had been orbiting around for hours. Then what exactly was Meridian? I looked toward the gallery, the cameras, the senators, the staffers scrambling to preserve institutional dignity, while the hearing slowly dismantled confidence one testimony at a time. Then I answered honestly. Meridian was what happened when enough powerful systems decided uninterrupted movement mattered more than scrutiny. Nobody moved afterward, not even the reporters, because for the first time all day the room understood the accusation wasn't aimed at one company. It was aimed at the culture that allowed Meridian to become necessary. A Capitol security officer entered quietly through the side chamber and approached Mercer with another note. 5th interruption. This time Mercer read it and closed her eyes briefly before regaining composure. Then she looked directly at me. Mr. Keller, she said carefully, we've just received confirmation that Veronica Cass is willing to testify. The room froze. Mercer continued. She's requesting immediate federal protection before appearing publicly. The Homeland Security Senator spoke first. Where is she now? Mercer looked down at the note one final time, then back up. Riverbend. Chapter 11. Case File. Meridian. 012-04-0-0-26. The hearing recessed again at 1:42 in the afternoon. Officially, the committee blamed operational coordination concerns tied to witness protection activity in Riverbend. Unofficially, Washington needed time to panic privately. The chamber emptied in layers. Senators disappeared into secured conference rooms with intelligence counsel and legal advisors. Reporters flooded the Capitol hallways, chasing fragments fast enough to outrun verification. Staffers moved through corridors carrying phones instead of folders now, because information was spreading quicker than paperwork could contain it. Meridian had escaped procedure. That was dangerous for everyone. I stood near the rear corridor outside the chamber, while Capitol Police restricted movement between committee sections. The building itself felt tighter now. More officers, more checkpoints, more men with earpieces pretending the country wasn't watching institutional fragmentation happen live on national television. Cindy approached carrying 2 coffees and a face that told me the Bureau was having a very bad day. One of those for me? Depends. That serious? She handed me the cup. Worse. We moved farther down the corridor away from the cameras and committee traffic before she spoke again. FBI Tactical just arrived in Riverbend. And they found 3 different federal teams already operating around Mercer. That tracked exactly with what I expected. Any IDs? Some. She lowered her voice slightly. None of them aligned cleanly. Fragmentation, still spreading. One group flashed DHS. One carried temporary Senate credentials. One had contract security identifiers tied to a private federal vendor operating out of Virginia. I almost laughed. That's not a response team, that's a custody fight. Exactly. The coffee tasted burned and overbrewed. Washington coffee always does. Too many important people drinking too much of it while pretending exhaustion counts as leadership. What about Veronica? I asked. No confirmed visual yet. Meaning someone's moving faster than official channels. That meant Artemis, or Meridian, or both. Hard to tell anymore. A cluster of reporters surged toward the opposite corridor entrance the moment Olivia Lopez emerged from a secured committee room alongside 2 DOJ attorneys. Questions flew immediately. Ms. Lopez, is the government losing control of the investigation? Did agencies know about Meridian before the public? Are congressional members implicated? Is Veronica Cass cooperating with prosecutors? Olivia ignored all of them without breaking stride. Professional. But I noticed something most reporters didn't. She looked angry now, not pressured, not nervous. Angry. That usually meant someone inside DOJ had started prioritizing containment over exposure. The Capitol hallway televisions switched to split-screen coverage, Riverbend live feeds, Senate analysis, stock market reaction. Port, Calusa freight delays. The commentators still sounded lost. One anchor kept repeating, institutional oversight failure. Still too small. The problem wasn't oversight. The problem was normalization. Nobody wanted to admit modern infrastructure quietly adapted around corruption because correcting it threatened operational continuity. A familiar voice interrupted my thoughts behind me. Keller. I turned. Walter stood near the far corridor wall, wearing the same dark overcoat from county lockup weeks earlier. Calm posture, hands in pockets. Face impossible to place politically or institutionally. No credentials visible. Men like Walter never carried visible credentials. Cindy saw him immediately and stiffened. You're not cleared back here. Walter ignored her completely. Mr. Keller, walk with me. That sounds like a terrible idea. Yes, Walter replied. It probably is. Cindy stepped slightly between us. Who exactly are you? Walter looked at her politely. If I answer honestly, Agent O'Donnell spends the next 6 months inside closed-door review panels trying to explain why she heard it. Not CIA, not FBI, something worse, or older. Cindy's jaw tightened. That's not an answer. No, Walter agreed. It's mercy. I should have walked away. Instead, what do you want? Walter glanced toward the hallway televisions, where Riverbend coverage continued rolling beneath breaking news banners. The hearing has entered acceleration. That obvious? You don't understand. He lowered his voice slightly. The architecture is destabilizing faster than anticipated. There was that word again, architecture. Not conspiracy, not organization, structure. Cindy crossed her arms. You keep talking like Meridian's a government program. Walter looked at her carefully. It became adjacent to government because modern infrastructure became dependent on uninterrupted continuity. That answer irritated her immediately. Continuity of what? Movement. Simple. Accurate. Terrifying. Walter looked back toward me. The hearing was supposed to expose Meridian incrementally. Tell Artemis that. Walter almost smiled. Artemis Bozeman understands pressure better than anyone else currently involved in this. That got my attention. You know Artemis personally? No, Walter said. But I understand his methodology. Meaning, controlled destabilization. Force too many fragments into visibility simultaneously, and institutions lose the ability to isolate narrative damage. That was exactly what was happening now. What aren't you saying? I asked. Walter studied me for a moment before answering. Veronica Cass isn't running from Meridian. The hallway noise around us suddenly felt farther away. Then who's she running from? Walter's expression didn't change. The people trying to preserve institutional survivability after Meridian. That landed hard. Not because it sounded sinister, because it sounded believable. The hearing had reached the stage where exposure itself became dangerous to systems beyond Meridian. Banks, ports, insurance carriers, federal oversight bodies, international shipping agreements. Everybody suddenly had reasons to control narrative velocity. Cindy shook her head. You're saying legitimate agencies are now part of the threat environment. Walter looked directly at her. Agent O'Donnell, the Second Congress publicly acknowledged Meridian existed. The threat environment expanded beyond criminal exposure. No dramatic tone, no conspiracy whispering, just operational reality. The television shifted again. Live feed from outside my office building. Federal vehicles everywhere now. Riverbend police. Reporters. Crowds gathering behind barriers. Then another banner appeared beneath the footage. Unconfirmed reports suggest Veronica Cass may have attempted contact with private investigator Martin Keller prior to hearing. Cindy swore softly. Where the hell did they get that? Walter answered immediately. Someone wanted your office flooded. Pressure, visibility, chaos. Same playbook Meridian always used once systems became overloaded. Except now, multiple factions were using it simultaneously. A Capitol security team moved quickly through the corridor toward us. The lead officer looked directly at me. Mr. Keller, Chairwoman Mercer requests immediate presence in Committee Room 3. Walter stepped backward immediately. Smart man. The officer never even looked at him. Interesting. Either Walter was invisible professionally or expected. Neither possibility felt good. I looked toward Walter one last time. You still haven't told me what you are. No, he said calmly. I haven't. Why? Because once people start assigning names to systems like mine, he replied quietly, they stop noticing the systems operating directly in front of them. Then he walked away down the Capitol corridor without anyone stopping him. Cindy watched him disappear. I really hate that guy. Get in line. The security officer motioned again. Mr. Keller? Yeah. I handed Cindy the untouched coffee cup and followed the officer deeper into the Capitol while televisions continued broadcasting Riverbend into every hallway in America. Committee Room 3 sat 2 corridors beneath the main hearing chamber, behind layered security checkpoints and temporary Senate intelligence restrictions. No reporters, no cameras, no public access. Different atmosphere entirely. This was where Washington talked honestly, or tried to. Inside the room waited Chairwoman Mercer, Olivia Lopez. The intelligence chair. 2 unidentified federal counsel. Ajax Jackson. Ajax looked worse than an hour earlier. Paler. Tired. Headache brewing behind the eyes, but still sharp enough to notice everything. Mercer gestured toward the empty chair at the center table. Sit down, Mr. Keller. Nobody spoke for several seconds after I did. Then Mercer slid a classified folder across the table toward me. 20 minutes ago, she said carefully, Veronica Cass made direct contact with a secured Senate intermediary. I opened the folder slowly. Inside sat a single printed message. No greeting, no signature, just one sentence. He doesn't understand what Riverbend really is. I looked up immediately. Mercer's expression stayed unreadable. What does that mean? Nobody answered, because nobody in the room knew yet. And that. More than anything else so far. Finally scared Washington. Chapter 12. Case file. Meridian. 012 0 4 0 0 2 6. Nobody spoke for several seconds after I read the message. He doesn't understand what Riverbend really is. The words sat in the middle of Committee Room 3 like evidence nobody wanted to touch directly. Chairwoman Mercer remained standing near the far end of the conference table, with both hands braced against the polished wood, while the Intelligence Council quietly closed the security door behind us. The room felt different from the public chamber upstairs. Smaller, colder, honest in the way federal rooms become honest once cameras disappear. Ajax leaned back carefully in his chair and rubbed at the side of his temple again. Headache, probably worse than he was admitting. Cindy stood near the wall beside Olivia, with her arms folded tight across her chest like she was physically holding herself together through bureau instinct alone. Mercer looked toward me first. What does it mean? I don't know yet. That's not good enough anymore, Keller. Pressure strips formality before anything else. I looked back down at the paper. Veronica Cass always chose words carefully. People underestimated administrative professionals because they assumed quiet jobs produced passive people. Veronica survived Coderson by understanding observation, timing, behavioral shifts, silence. If she wrote, "He doesn't understand what Riverbend really is," then she meant something specific. Olivia stepped closer to the table. She's trying to redirect the investigation. Or warn us, Cindy said. Same thing sometimes, Ajax muttered. Nobody argued with him. The Intelligence Council finally spoke for the first time since we entered the room. Ms. Cass claims Riverbend was identified internally as a successful continuity environment. There was that word again. Continuity. Not reality. Not science fiction. Infrastructure continuity. Movement. Stability. Normalization. What's a continuity environment? Mercer asked. The council opened another folder and slid several documents across the table. Internal memorandums, port authority analyses, economic impact reviews. Preliminary interpretation suggests certain cities were evaluated based on infrastructure adaptability, he said carefully. Freight tolerance, customs flexibility, insurance normalization, law enforcement fragmentation, political insulation. I stared at the pages. Riverbend, Norfolk, Savannah, Port Calusa, test environments. Not experiments, normalization zones. That's why she said I don't understand Riverbend, I said quietly. Mercer looked toward me immediately. Explain. I leaned back slowly. A year ago, I thought Riverbend mattered because Meridian operated there. The realization felt uglier the longer I spoke it aloud. But Riverbend mattered because it adapted there. The room stayed silent. I continued. Medium-sized city. Active freight movement. Political overlap. Economic dependency on uninterrupted shipping. I gestured toward the papers. Enough infrastructure to hide inside. Not enough scrutiny to trigger national review. Ajax nodded once from the far side of the table. Proof of concept. Exactly. Not headquarters. Not command center. Demonstration. Meridian didn't choose Riverbend because it was special. It chose Riverbend because it was ordinary enough to reproduce. That was the horror. Olivia picked up one of the memorandums and scanned the highlighted section. Jesus. Mercer looked toward her. What? Olivia slid the document across the table. Internal shipping review notes. 3 years old. The highlighted sentence read, Continuity losses remain within acceptable operational tolerance. No mention of trafficking. No mention of Meridian. Just tolerance. I felt something cold settle underneath my ribs. Who wrote this? Cindy asked. The Intelligence Council answered carefully. Interagency Freight Stabilization Review Group. That sounds fake. It's real. Of course it was. That was always the problem. The ugliest systems usually hide inside the most bureaucratic language imaginable. Acceptable operational tolerance. People disappeared underneath phrases like that. Mercer removed her glasses slowly. You're telling me federal agencies discussed these vulnerabilities years before the hearings? The counsel hesitated. Wrong hesitation. Yes. Olivia's expression hardened immediately. And nobody escalated? Escalation risked infrastructure destabilization. There it was, the entire philosophy underneath Meridian compressed into one sentence. Stability over scrutiny. Ajax laughed quietly from across the room. Not humor, damage. You know what the problem is? He asked. Nobody answered. Everybody in this city keeps talking like Meridian infiltrated the system. He looked around the room slowly. But what if the system just adapted around it because adaptation was easier? Nobody spoke after that, because he was right. Meridian didn't survive through perfect secrecy. It survived because modern institutions quietly normalize profitable irregularities faster than they confront them. The hallway television outside the secured room suddenly erupted with raised voices. Another breaking news cycle. Mercer motioned toward the security officer near the door. Turn it on! The officer opened the door halfway. Audio flooded into the room immediately. Additional leaked communications appear to show federal discussions regarding acceptable continuity, loss thresholds, connected to freight synchronization. Irregularities dating back several years. Too fast. The leaks were moving faster than containment now. A commentator continued speaking over split-screen footage of Riverbend and the Capitol. While no evidence currently suggests direct government involvement in Meridian operations, questions are mounting regarding institutional awareness and oversight failures tied to infrastructure normalization. Again, oversight failure. Still too small. This wasn't failure, it was accommodation. Cindy checked her phone and swore softly. What? Riverbend's reacting. She turned the screen toward us. Videos flooding social media. Crowds outside Coderson. Protesters near the harbor. Police barriers at Pier 14. Local workers demanding answers. Freight stoppages beginning downtown. The city was waking up now, publicly. Mercer looked genuinely disturbed. How bad? Ports are slowing, Cindy answered. Insurance carriers are freezing reviews pending federal clarification. Clarification? Ajax muttered. That'll fix everything. The Intelligence Council closed his folder carefully. There's more. Nobody liked the sound of that. He slid another page toward Mercer. She read it once, then again slower. What is it? Olivia asked. Mercer looked up. Veronica claims Riverbend was never intended to remain local. The room sharpened instantly. Meaning, I said. Mercer read directly from the page now. Riverbend proved normalization could scale if continuity pressure remained economically favorable. Nobody spoke, because everybody in that room understood exactly how horrifying that sentence really was. Not trafficking, not murder. Scalability. Meridian became dangerous the moment systems realized operational blind spots could coexist with profitability. The hearing room upstairs suddenly exploded into noise again as reporters picked up the latest leak package in real time. The Capitol itself felt unstable now. Phones ringing, footsteps moving faster, staffers arguing openly in hallways. Washington was beginning to understand the hearings weren't exposing isolated corruption. They were exposing dependency. Mercer looked directly at me. Keller, when did you realize this wasn't about one company anymore? I thought about William Macklin dead on expensive carpet, Connie trying to survive afterward, Port Calusa, Cape Town, the men buried beneath shell companies, and manifests and continuity reports written by people who probably never thought they were protecting anything evil. Then I answered honestly, Cape Town. Ajax nodded slightly. That tracked for him too. South Africa changed everything because it proved Meridian wasn't domestic corruption. It was infrastructure behavior. Olivia stepped toward the table again. If Veronica testifies publicly, the hearings move beyond criminal exposure. Mercer looked toward her carefully. Into what? Olivia didn't hesitate. Into institutional liability. That sentence chilled the room more than any mention of murder ever had. Because liability meant lawsuits, collapsed trust, international review, economic panic, oversight collapse, political fallout, not just prison. The security officer at the door touched his earpiece suddenly, listened, then stiffened. Mercer noticed immediately. What? The officer looked toward her carefully. Ma'am, Veronica Cass just made another request. The room went still. What request? The officer swallowed once. She'll only come in if Martin Keller retrieves her personally. Silence. Then Ajax said exactly what everyone else in the room was thinking. That's either the worst idea I've heard today. He looked directly at me. Or the point where this whole thing finally stops pretending it's under control. Chapter 13. Case file. Meridian, O. 1, 2. 04. 26. Nobody in committee room 3 liked Veronica's condition. That usually meant it was important. Mercer stood near the head of the table with both hands pressed against the folder in front of her, while the intelligence counsel whispered, with Capitol Security near the wall. Cindy stared at me like she was already preparing arguments before anyone officially made the decision. Olivia looked irritated in the specific way prosecutors get irritated when witnesses stop behaving like evidence and start behaving like people. Ajax just looked tired, not physically, structurally. The kind of exhaustion that comes from watching institutions spend too long pretending they still control events. Mercer broke the silence first. No. The intelligence counsel immediately nodded in agreement. Absolutely not. Olivia exhaled through her nose once. Veronica's not asking for logic. She's asking for trust. Then she's already unreasonable, Mercer replied. Not necessarily, I said. Every eye in the room shifted toward me. Mercer's expression hardened. Mr. Keller, with respect, you are now a publicly identified witness connected to an active congressional investigation involving compromised federal infrastructure. That sounds expensive. This is serious. I know. No, she replied sharply. I don't think you do. That almost got a laugh out of me. Almost, because a year ago she would have been right. A year ago I was a private investigator stumbling through dead ends and shell companies, while Riverbend kept pretending William Mackland died in isolation. Now the Senate was holding emergency hearings because the entire system had started recognizing itself inside the evidence. I looked toward the television outside the room where Riverbend coverage continued rolling beneath endless breaking news banners. You know what Veronica's actually asking for, I said quietly. Mercer crossed her arms. Enlighten us. She wants somebody who still understands this thing structurally instead of politically. The intelligence counsel frowned immediately. That's an irresponsible distinction. No, Ajax said from the far side of the room. It's accurate. Interesting moment. The room noticed it too. Ajax Jackson spent his entire career trusting federal architecture. If he was now siding against institutional handling reflexively, the damage Meridian caused ran deeper than physical injuries. Mercer looked toward him carefully. Agent Jackson. Senator, Ajax interrupted quietly. The second these hearings started, every agency in Washington began protecting survivability before transparency. Nobody contradicted him, because nobody could. The hearing exposed Meridian. Now the system was exposing itself. Olivia stepped toward the table again. Veronica doesn't trust witness protection. She should, the Intelligence Council replied immediately. That got an actual laugh out of Cindy this time. Not pleasant. The council looked irritated. Something amusing, Agent O'Donnell? Yes, Cindy said flatly. You saying that with a straight face? The room tightened instantly. Mercer rubbed at her temple briefly. Enough. But the damage was already there. Nobody trusted anybody anymore. Not fully. That was Meridian's final contamination effect. Fragmentation became cultural. The security officer near the door touched his earpiece again, listened briefly, then approached Mercer with another update packet. 7th interruption. The hearing was starting to feel less like government oversight and more like emergency triage. Mercer opened the packet immediately. Her expression darkened. What now? Olivia asked. Mercer looked up slowly. Port Calusa just suspended outbound overnight freight processing pending federal review. The room went silent. Not because of criminal implications, economic implications. Port Calusa slowing movement meant shipping delays. Insurance spikes. Supply chain disruption. Market reaction. Labor pressure. Pressure spreading outward. Exactly what Walter warned about. What about Savannah? Ajax asked quietly. Mercer looked back at the report. Monitoring. Norfolk? Reviewing synchronization procedures. Cape Town. The Intelligence Council answered that one. South African authorities just announced temporary customs recalibration audits. There it was. Global reaction. Not because Meridian controlled everything, because systems connected to Meridian suddenly feared exposure contamination. Olivia folded her arms tightly. The machine's shedding skin. Exactly right. Not collapsing. Adapting. That realization settled heavily into the room. A year ago, everyone still imagined Meridian like a criminal hierarchy. Now the truth was worse. Meridian survived because modern systems quietly built themselves around tolerated irregularities. And now those systems were panicking because removing the irregularities threatened continuity itself. Mercer looked back toward me. Even if we entertained this reckless idea, she said carefully, why would Veronica trust you specifically? I thought about Veronica standing behind Coterson's reception desk for years, watching executives move through polished hallways, while the real work happened underneath schedules and redirected calls and after-hours meetings nobody officially documented. She knows I'm not trying to save the system. That answer changed the room slightly, because it was true. DOJ wanted prosecution. Congress wanted stability. Agencies wanted survivability. I just wanted visibility. Olivia looked toward me carefully. And what if she's setting a trap? She probably is. Cindy immediately shook her head. Marty. No, I continued calmly. That doesn't mean it's Meridian's trap. Ajax nodded once from the far wall. He understood. Veronica operated through leverage. Always had. This wasn't necessarily about assassination. It was about control of narrative positioning before testimony began. The Intelligence Council closed his folder sharply. This discussion is absurd. We have federal tactical response teams available. That's exactly why Veronica won't surface for them, I replied. Why? Because she knows the second she enters formal custody, she stops being a witness and becomes managed information. Nobody in the room answered. Again, because it was true. The television outside the conference room shifted suddenly to live footage from Riverbend Harbor. Crowds gathering, union workers shouting at reporters, police barricades expanding around Pier 14. Then another headline appeared beneath the feed. Leaked documents suggest federal agencies discussed acceptable continuity losses. Mercer closed her eyes briefly. Too late now. The language escaped containment. The public had started seeing the architecture underneath the architecture. Cindy's phone buzzed sharply in her hand. She checked the screen and immediately straightened. What? Riverbend PD. Good news doesn't travel through local police, Ajax muttered. Cindy ignored him and answered quickly. Agent O'Donnell. Pause. Then, slow down. Her expression changed instantly afterward. Bad. What happened? I asked. Cindy looked directly at me. Someone hit the Coderson building. The room sharpened violently. How bad? Vehicle through the lobby entrance. Fire bombs after impact. Jesus Christ. Mercer stood immediately. Casualties. Unknown. The television shifted again moments later as national networks scrambled to new footage from downtown Riverbend. Smoke pouring from the front of Coderson headquarters. Emergency vehicles everywhere. Crowds behind barricades filming the building with phones raised high, like the country had confused collapse with spectacle. The anchor spoke rapidly over the footage. We are receiving unconfirmed reports of an apparent attack against Coderson Group headquarters in Riverbend, following explosive public reaction to the Meridian hearings. There it was. The next stage. Public destabilization. Not coordinated, not organized, emotional. The Intelligence Council looked genuinely alarmed now. This is exactly what we warned about. No, Olivia said sharply. This is what happens when systems spend years treating exposure as more dangerous than corruption. Mercer looked toward the burning building on the screen, then toward me, then back toward the message from Veronica still sitting open on the table. He doesn't understand what Riverbend really is. Maybe I finally did now. Riverbend wasn't just a node, or a proof of concept. It was a mirror. An ordinary American city that normalized irregularity because normal life depended on uninterrupted movement more than uncomfortable truth. And now that truth had reached the surface, the city was starting to break apart around it. The security officer approached again. Senator. Mercer never took her eyes off the television. What? We received location instructions from Veronica Cass. That pulled every eye in the room back toward him. Where? I asked. The officer checked the message carefully. Jerry's Diner. Same city, same diner, same winter. A year ago, Connie Mackland walked into my office carrying the first crack in Meridian's foundation. Now, Veronica Cass wanted to meet at the same intersection where the entire thing began unraveling. Ajax looked toward me carefully. You realize this has bad idea written all over it. Yeah. You still going? I looked toward the television where smoke continued rising above Riverbend, while anchors tried desperately to explain to the country why infrastructure panic suddenly looked like civil unrest. Then I looked back toward the message. Jerry's Diner. Riverbend always circled back to itself eventually. That's the problem with December, I said quietly. Nobody spoke, because everybody in the room already understood. December doesn't let things stay buried. Chapter 14. Case File Meridian 01204 0026. The Gulf Stream landed outside Riverbend under freezing rain just after 7 that night. Washington disappeared behind us, beneath layers of cloud and static, while cable networks continued feeding the country 24-hour panic, disguised as analysis. By the time we crossed into Pennsylvania airspace, Every major network in America carried a permanent Meridian banner beneath their broadcasts. Ports slowing, hearings expanding, federal communications leaking, Coderson burning. The country was awake now, not informed, not unified. Awake. There's a difference. The airport looked tense the second we touched down. State police vehicles lined the private terminal entrance. Riverbend PD units sat near the perimeter fencing, with lights flashing against sleet-covered pavement. Federal SUVs occupied half the lot beneath temporary floodlights, while men in heavy coats argued beside transport vans, carrying different agency seals. Fragmentation had followed us home. I stepped off the jet behind Cindy and Ajax, while cold rain hit hard enough to sting. Winter in Riverbend always felt wetter than it should. Like the city never fully froze, because the river kept breathing underneath it. A Bureau transport team waited near the runway. 3 agents, 2 SUVs, 1 nervous supervisor. The supervisor approached Cindy first, Agent O'Donnell. "What's the situation?" "Downtown's unstable." Polite wording for a city starting to come apart at the seams. The man handed her a tablet showing live city feeds, protests outside Coderson, Pier 14 shutdowns, union demonstrations near Harborfront Logistics, police barricades around Mercer, local businesses closing early. The city looked frightened, not violent yet. Frightened. Fear spreads differently, slower at first, then all at once. "What about Jerry's?" I asked. The supervisor looked toward me cautiously. "Area's under observation." "By who?" Small hesitation, not good. "Multiple agencies." Ajax exhaled beside me. "You people really learned nothing today." Nobody answered him, because they hadn't. The convoy pulled away from the airport 10 minutes later, beneath freezing rain and low visibility, while Riverbend drifted past outside the windows, looking smaller than it had from Washington. Or maybe I'd changed again. The closer we moved downtown, the worse the atmosphere became. Traffic backed up near Monroe, police checkpoints at Justice Way, crowds outside the courthouse carrying signs nobody fully understood. Some blamed Meridian, corporations, and billionaires. Some blamed Washington, conspiracy theories, and immigrants. That was the danger of fragmented exposure. People fill gaps with whatever fear already lives inside them. The city radios crackled constantly from the SUV dashboard, while officers responded to vandalism, protest fights, suspicious packages, traffic gridlock, and false federal impersonation reports. Meridian wasn't collapsing Riverbend. Pressure was. Cindy sat beside me in the rear SUV, reviewing operational updates from the Bureau, while her jaw tightened more every few minutes. "What? FBI lost track of 2 witness retrieval teams." That sounds catastrophic. It sounds intentional. Important distinction. Ajax rode in the lead vehicle with tactical support, because nobody trusted him not to physically involve himself if things went bad. Fair concern. The radio crackled again. "All units advised additional demonstrators moving toward Harborfront." The driver muted it immediately. Nobody wanted more noise. We passed Coderson headquarters 3 blocks later, or what remained of it. Fire crews still worked the lobby, while shattered glass covered half the intersection, beneath rotating emergency lights. The front entrance looked blown inward by the vehicle impact. Smoke stains climbed 6 stories above the executive-level windows. Crowds stood behind barricades filming everything. People record collapse now like documentation somehow counts as understanding. I watched the building disappear behind us, through rain-covered glass. A year ago, Coderson looked untouchable. Now it looked mortal. That mattered. Not because Meridian was dying, because visibility changes public psychology faster than evidence ever does. Jerry's diner sat exactly where it always had. Corner of Mercer and Franklin. Neon sign buzzing weakly through the rain. Half the parking lot blocked by police barriers. Only now federal vehicles surrounded the block from 3 separate directions. Unmarked SUVs, DHS response units, bureau sedans, local PD. Too many people trying to control the same situation. The convoy stopped half a block away, while agents secured intersections that already looked secured enough to invade a small country. Cindy turned toward me immediately. "You don't go inside alone. That's probably what Veronica's expecting." "I don't care." "I know." She grabbed my arm before I opened the SUV door. "Marty!" Not Keller now. Marty. Personal. That meant fear. "You think she's coming to testify," Cindy said quietly. "I think she's trying to survive. She can do both. Not in this city tonight." She wasn't wrong. Riverbend felt unstable now in ways it never had before. Not criminal instability, structural instability. The city was beginning to realize its normal life had been built beside systems nobody understood. That changes people. Ajax stepped back from the lead SUV and approached through the rain, coat collar pulled high against the cold. "You got eyes on the diner?" he asked the tactical supervisor. "Perimeter only." "Meaning?" "No confirmed visual." Ajax looked toward the diner windows. Warm light, moving shadows, ordinary customers still inside despite the federal circus outside. The world always keeps eating pancakes while systems collapse. Ajax looked toward me carefully. "You remember Cape Town?" "Unfortunately." "That feeling before the warehouse raid?" He paused. "Feels like that." I understood immediately. Not fear. Compression. The sense that multiple moving parts had already entered motion before anyone realized the operation actually started. "Veronica chose this place intentionally," I said. Ajax nodded once. "Yeah." Because Jerry's wasn't just familiar, it was symbolic now. The same diner where Macklin discussions happened. Police briefings unfolded. Olivia met us. Artemis built theories. Cindy started trusting me. Ajax started doubting institutions. Meridian slowly surfaced one fragment at a time. Everything circled back here, eventually. A Riverbend patrol officer hurried toward the tactical line carrying a soaked evidence bag. "Found this in the alley behind the diner." The supervisor opened it carefully. Inside sat a burner phone, a waitress apron, a folded note sealed in plastic. The supervisor unfolded the note slowly, then looked directly at me. "What?" He handed it over. 3 words. Too many eyes. "Veronica." Ajax swore quietly beside me. Cindy looked toward the diner immediately. "She spotted surveillance?" "No," I said. Everybody looked at me. "She expected surveillance." I folded the note carefully. "This is something else." The tactical supervisor frowned. "Meaning?" "Meaning she saw somebody she didn't trust." Rain hammered harder against the street, while red and blue lights reflected across wet pavement and diner windows. Too many agencies, too much pressure, too much visibility. Exactly the kind of environment Meridian manipulated best. A television inside Jerry's flickered through the front window, hearing coverage still running. Mercer speaking live. The word Meridian crawling endlessly beneath the screen. The whole city was watching itself unravel in real time now. Then Cindy's phone rang again. She answered immediately, listened. Then her expression changed completely. Bad, very bad. "What happened?" Ajax asked. Cindy lowered the phone slowly. "Veronica Cass just triggered a federal financial deadman release." The rain suddenly felt colder. "What kind of release?" I asked quietly. Cindy looked directly at me. "Banking routes." That hit instantly. Not because of money. Because banking routes meant shell layering. Offshore movement. institutional overlap. Political exposure, continuity financing. The hidden bloodstream underneath Meridian. And if Veronica just released it publicly, then the hearing upstairs in Washington was about to become the least stable thing in America. Chapter 15. Case File, Meridian. 01-2-04-00-26. Nobody moved for a second after Cindy said banking routes. Rain hammered against the SUVs while emergency lights washed red and blue across the wet pavement outside Jerry's diner. The television inside the restaurant still carried hearing coverage from Washington beneath endless breaking banners about federal leaks, shipping disruptions, and emergency oversight reviews. But banking routes. That changed the scale again, because freight systems move cargo. Banking systems move trust. And if Veronica Cass had just released financial routing structures tied to Meridian into the public bloodstream, then every institution connected to those structures was about to start protecting itself simultaneously. That was where systems became dangerous, not when they got exposed, when they got cornered. Ajax looked toward Cindy carefully. How broad? She checked the phone again. Offshore clearing chains. Insurance stabilization accounts. Shell company liquidity corridors. Political consulting transfers. The tactical supervisor swore under his breath. Good instinct, because once money surfaces, people stop debating whether corruption exists and start calculating whether they touched it accidentally. The supervisor keyed his radio immediately. All units maintain perimeter lockdown. Nobody enters or exits the diner without confirmation. Wrong move. I saw it instantly. So did Ajax. She's gone, he said flatly. The supervisor looked toward him. Excuse me? Veronica already moved. How the hell would you know that? Ajax pointed toward the diner windows. Because she survived Meridian longer than any of us did. Exactly. Veronica Cass didn't trigger a financial dead man release and then sit inside a public diner surrounded by federal vehicles waiting politely for extraction. That wasn't survival behavior. That was suicide. The supervisor still looked unconvinced. We haven't confirmed movement. You haven't confirmed presence either, Cindy replied sharply. That shut him up. I stepped out of the SUV into freezing rain before anybody could stop me. Keller. I ignored the shout behind me and crossed toward the diner, while tactical teams scrambled to adjust around movement they should have anticipated already. Cold rain soaked through the pea coat immediately. Riverbend smelled like wet pavement, diesel exhaust, and electrical smoke drifting down from the Coterson fire 3 blocks away. The city felt strained, like something structural underneath it had started cracking. 2 bureau agents opened the diner entrance for me, while customers inside turned nervously toward the federal activity outside. Same old booths, same coffee smell, same cracked tile floor. But the room felt wrong tonight. Too alert. People weren't eating anymore. They were watching. The waitress behind the counter recognized me instantly. Marty, you see Veronica Cass? Fear crossed her face immediately. Not confusion. Fear. When? About 20 minutes ago. Alone. The waitress hesitated. That answered enough already. Who was she with? I don't know, her voice lowered. Man in a gray coat. Walter. Had to be. Where'd they go? She left through the kitchen exit. Ajax entered behind me with Cindy and 2 tactical agents, while local customers started pulling out phones, despite repeated requests not to. The waitress looked overwhelmed now. She told me to give you this if you showed up. She handed over a folded receipt slip damp from nervous fingers. I opened it immediately. 2nd floor. Harbor View. Storage. No signature needed. Harborview Storage sat 4 blocks from Pier 14. Close enough to smell the river, Ajax read over my shoulder. That's either extremely bad or extremely obvious, Cindy finished. The tactical supervisor stepped inside moments later, already talking into 2 radios at once. We've got movement near Harborfront. What kind? Unconfirmed armed personnel. Of course, everything always circled back toward the harbor eventually. I looked toward the rain-streaked diner windows, where federal lights continued flashing across Mercer Avenue, while Riverbend watched itself unravel live on national television. The waitress touched my arm carefully before I moved away. Marty. What? She looked scared. That bothered me more than the tactical chatter outside. Veronica Cass didn't scare easily. People like Veronica survive systems by becoming emotionally invisible inside them. Calm, observant, adaptable. If she looked scared. Then somebody besides Meridian had entered the board. I stepped back into the rain with Ajax beside me. You think Walter got to her first? Maybe. You trust him? No? That's healthy. Cindy exited behind us, adjusting her jacket against the weather. Washington just escalated the hearings again. Define escalated. They're moving into closed intelligence testimony tonight. That was fast. Too fast. The hearings were accelerating beyond political pacing now. Pressure had overtaken process completely. What triggered it? Ajax asked. Cindy looked directly at me. The banking routes. Makes sense. Money collapses institutional patience faster than bodies ever do. The tactical convoy reorganized quickly around us, while additional sirens echoed across downtown Riverbend, from somewhere near the waterfront. Harbor View Storage. Of course, Veronica picked somewhere near the harbor. Meridian always lived closest to movement. The lead SUV pulled away from Jerry's first, while the rest of the convoy followed through rain and worsening traffic conditions. Protesters still crowded portions of Mercer now, screaming at police barricades and news cameras while helicopters circled low overhead. The entire city looked overstimulated. Like Riverbend itself, no longer knew whether it was witnessing justice or collapse. Nobody trusted the answers anymore. Halfway to Harborview, Cindy's phone rang again. This time her face changed before she even answered. What? Artemis. That got everybody's attention instantly. She answered immediately. Where the hell are you? Pause. Then, no, that's not good enough anymore. Longer pause. I watched the city slide past outside the rain-covered windows while Cindy listened silently. Then finally, you did what? Ajax looked toward her sharply. She lowered the phone slowly after the call ended. Nobody's going to like this. Story of the year, Ajax muttered. What happened? I asked. Cindy looked between both of us carefully. Artemis didn't just leak the banking routes. The SUV felt smaller suddenly. What else? He mirrored the entire financial structure package internationally. Jesus Christ. Not just exposure now, redundancy, replication. Exactly what you'd do if you believed systems were about to start deleting evidence permanently. Where? London, Berlin, Johannesburg, Singapore. Ajax leaned back slowly against the seat. He just made containment impossible. No, worse than impossible. He made Meridian global public infrastructure. Once enough countries started reviewing the same routing chains, no single government could bury the architecture cleanly anymore. That was the real detonation Walter warned about. Not one hearing. Distributed exposure. The SUV slowed suddenly near Harborfront. Roadblock ahead. State police. Local PD. Federal tactical units. Too many vehicles. Too much noise. The supervisor's radio exploded with overlapping chatter. Shots fired near Pier 14. Everybody in the SUV looked up instantly. Repeat. multiple unidentified personnel exchanging fire near Harborview storage. Ajax closed his eyes briefly. There it is. Not surprise, recognition. Because eventually, pressure stopped staying procedural. The convoy accelerated again as officers scrambled toward the harbor through freezing rain and reflected emergency lights. Outside, Riverbend kept collapsing one frightened layer at a time, while helicopters circled overhead, broadcasting the whole thing live across the country. And somewhere near Pier 14, Veronica Cass had finally become important enough for people to start shooting over her. Chapter 16, Case File, Meridian, 01204-0026. The convoy reached Harborfront in under 4 minutes. Felt longer. Rain hammered the windshield hard enough to blur the harbor lights into streaks of red, white, and amber, while sirens echoed across the waterfront from 3 different directions. Riverbend Harbor looked half industrial and half military now. Police barricades blocked entire intersections. Freight trucks sat abandoned near loading lanes. Protesters crowded the outer streets, shouting at cameras and federal officers, like anyone still believed somebody in authority understood what was happening. The radio chatter inside the SUV sounded fractured. Local PD requesting perimeter control. State police demanding clarification. Federal tactical units overriding traffic access. Harbor security feeding conflicting reports. Nobody owned the scene. That was becoming a pattern. The lead SUV stopped hard outside Harborview Storage, a 6-story brick warehouse sitting 3 blocks east of Pier 14, with rusted external stairwells and broken floodlights facing the river. The second-floor windows were dark except for one flickering fluorescent light near the western corner. Gunfire cracked somewhere behind the building. Short burst. Then silence. The tactical supervisor immediately opened his door. All units establish perimeter containment. Ajax grabbed his arm before he fully stepped out. Containment against who? The supervisor looked irritated already. Armed suspects. That's not an answer. Ajax pointed toward the warehouse. You don't even know which agencies are shooting at each other yet. That shut him up fast, because it was true. By now, federal contractors, DHS response teams, Bureau retrieval units, local law enforcement, private security assets, were all moving through Riverbend simultaneously. Meridian didn't need to infiltrate the response anymore. The response had already fragmented itself. Another burst of gunfire echoed from somewhere near the river loading docks. Closer this time. The tactical supervisor keyed his radio. Visual confirmation? Static answered first. Then, unidentified personnel moving northbound along dock access. Federal? Unknown. Exactly the problem. I stepped out into freezing rain beside Ajax, while officers scrambled toward defensive positions around the storage building. The harbor smelled like diesel fuel, river water, smoke, and wet steel. Riverbend's bloodstream. Cindy exited the SUV behind us while speaking rapidly into her phone. No, listen to me. I don't care what DC authorized. I need positive identification on every tactical unit operating south of Franklin. Pause. Then pull them back. She hung up hard enough to crack plastic. Bureau lost operational visibility. Ajax nodded once. Figured? Not dramatic. Matter of fact. Like losing visibility inside a federal response zone now counted as routine. A Riverbend officer approached carrying a flashlight and looking terrified. Second floor east side, he said. Somebody's barricaded inside. Veronica? I asked. The officer shook his head quickly. Couldn't confirm. Another sharp crack echoed from behind the warehouse. Single shot this time. Professional distance fire. Ajax looked toward the dock lines immediately. That's not panic shooting. No, it wasn't. Too controlled. The tactical supervisor motioned toward the warehouse entrance. We move now before whoever's inside relocates. Bad idea, Ajax said immediately. You got a better one? Yeah. Figure out who's shooting first. The supervisor ignored him and started assembling entry teams anyway. Typical. Pressure makes institutions default toward action even when information collapses. I looked up toward the second floor flickering light, while rain rolled down the side of the building in dirty streaks. Harborview storage used to hold commercial fishing equipment before shipping swallowed half the waterfront economy. Now it mostly handled overflow freight staging and temporary customs storage. Perfect Meridian territory. Ordinary. Forgettable. Operational. A black SUV suddenly accelerated around the corner near the western dock lane. Too fast. Every tactical weapon on the street swung toward it instantly. The SUV skidded sideways across wet pavement before stopping hard near the warehouse entrance. Nobody fired. Not yet. The driver's side door opened slowly. Walter stepped out into the rain wearing the same gray overcoat, like the entire country wasn't collapsing around him. Ajax visibly tensed beside me. You've got to be kidding me. Walter ignored the weapons aimed at him and looked directly at me. You're late. The tactical supervisor stepped forward immediately. Identify yourself. Walter didn't even acknowledge him. Veronica's upstairs. That sharpened everything instantly. Alive? I asked. For the moment. The supervisor raised his weapon higher. Sir, step away from the vehicle now. Walter finally looked toward him. The poor guy actually took half a step backward without meaning to. Not intimidation exactly. Authority. The unsettling kind that comes from somebody who's spent too long inside rooms where normal people don't ask questions. You don't have operational control here, Walter said calmly. Yes, I do. No, Walter replied. You really don't. That line landed harder than it should have, because everyone standing there already suspected it was true. The supervisor's radio erupted again. Shots fired near Eastern Loading Corridor. Officer down. Everything accelerated immediately afterward. Tactical teams peeled away toward the docks. Sirens shifted direction. Commands overlapped into noise. Fragmentation again. Pressure pulling systems apart in real time. Walter stepped closer to me, while everyone else reorganized around new chaos. Veronica triggered the banking release early. I heard. She wasn't supposed to. That got my attention immediately. Supposed to according to who? Walter looked toward the harbor instead of answering directly. The original sequence. There it was again. The sense that multiple exposure plans were unfolding simultaneously now. Artemis, Veronica, Washington, federal agencies, maybe Meridian itself. Too many moving pieces. Cindy stepped between us sharply. What original sequence? Walter looked at her carefully. The one designed to prevent public panic. Ajax laughed quietly beside me. That didn't work out. No, Walter admitted. It didn't. Another shot cracked somewhere inside the warehouse itself this time. Closer. Immediate. Everybody on the street reacted at once. The tactical supervisor shouted toward the entry teams, "Move!" Walter grabbed my arm before I followed them, not aggressively, urgently. If you go upstairs with federal teams, Veronica disappears into custody architecture. What's that supposed to mean? It means she stops being a witness and starts becoming negotiated liability. That sounded exactly believable enough to worry me. Cindy heard it too. You think agencies are going to bury her? I think systems protect survivability first. Not entirely wrong. That was the dangerous part about Walter. Most of what he said tracked. The warehouse entrance exploded open suddenly. One of the tactical agents stumbled backward, clutching his shoulder, while two others dragged him behind cover. "Contact inside!" The harbor erupted into motion again. Weapons raised, officers shouting, floodlights swinging toward second-floor windows. And above all of it, the constant pulse of helicopters overhead broadcasting Riverbend's collapse live across the country. I looked up toward the flickering second-floor window. Then I saw her. Veronica Cass, just for a second, standing behind rain-streaked glass, looking down at the chaos below, like she'd finally realized the system she spent years surviving had started eating itself publicly. Then the light behind her vanished. Darkness swallowed the window. And somewhere inside Harborview storage, someone started screaming. Chapter 17. Case file, Meridian, 01204-0026. Chapter 17. Case file, Harborview. Storage/Riverbend Harbor, April 12th, 2026. The scream cut through the harbor sharp enough to freeze everyone for half a second. Then the gunfire started again. Not sustained. Controlled. 2 shots from inside the warehouse. One returned from somewhere near the loading docks. Then silence heavy enough to make the rain sound louder. The tactical supervisor shouted into his radio, while agents dragged the wounded officer behind an SUV. "Second floor east side. Move now!" Too much movement. Too many voices. Nobody actually in control. I looked toward Walter. "You knew this was happening?" "No," he replied calmly. "I knew pressure would accelerate." Not the same thing. Close enough to be dangerous. Ajax stepped beside me with one hand pressed briefly against his ribs before he buried the pain again. "You're not going in alone." I wasn't planning to. That's reassuring for exactly nobody. Another flash moved behind the second-floor windows. Not muzzle flash. Flashlight sweep. Searching. Cindy approached from the tactical line carrying a bureau sidearm she definitely wasn't supposed to hand me under Senate witness protocol. She handed it over anyway. Try not to become a congressional incident. No promises. Walter watched the exchange carefully. "You still trust him?" Cindy looked at Walter like she wanted to shoot him herself. "No," she said. "I just trust the rest of you less." Fair answer. The tactical supervisor motioned toward the warehouse entrance, where 2 entry teams stacked near the loading bay. "We breach east stairwell and clear upward." Ajax shook his head immediately. "Too slow." The supervisor snapped back. "Then you lead it." Ajax looked toward the external fire escape running along the western wall. "No," he said quietly. "Keller does." Everybody looked at him, including me. Ajax pointed toward the building. If Veronica wanted extraction, she would have surrendered already. He looked directly at me. "She wants contact." That tracked. Veronica wasn't trapped. She was positioning. The tactical supervisor hated every second of this. "Absolutely not." "Then lose her," Ajax replied. The supervisor looked toward Cindy for support. Didn't get it. "She won't talk to a stack of federal rifles," Cindy said. "She might not talk at all." "Then let Keller fail naturally." The rain intensified around us while harbor lights reflected off wet pavement and river water beyond the docks. Helicopters still circled overhead, feeding the entire mess into national broadcasts, while Riverbend kept sliding deeper into panic, one frightened hour at a time. The supervisor finally pointed toward 2 agents near the fire escape. "You get 10 minutes." Ajax muttered quietly beside me. "Generous." I crossed toward the western side of Harborview storage beneath freezing rain, while the tactical teams repositioned around the main entrance. The fire escape looked ancient. Rusted bolts, wet steel stairs, industrial rot eating through the joints, perfect Riverbend construction. Walter appeared beside me again somehow without anyone noticing him move. You really need to stop doing that. You should understand something before you go upstairs. That sentence never ends well. Walter ignored the comment. Veronica isn't trying to expose Meridian anymore. I stopped at the base of the fire escape. Then what's she doing? She's trying to survive what exposure created. That landed harder than I wanted it to, because he was probably right. The hearing changed everything, not just for Meridian, for every institution connected to it. Witnesses weren't valuable now because they knew truth. They were valuable because they could damage survivability. "Who's upstairs?" I asked quietly. Walter looked toward the darkened second-floor windows. "That depends which system reached her first. Not helpful. Probably intentional." I started climbing before the conversation got worse. The metal stairs groaned beneath my boots, while rain soaked through the peacoat, and harbor wind cut sideways between the buildings. Below me, tactical teams continued repositioning around the perimeter, while red and blue emergency lights painted the entire waterfront like a crime scene too large to process. Halfway up, the city opened behind me. Riverbend under rain and panic, police barricades, news helicopters, smoke still rising from Coterson downtown. A year ago, none of this existed. A dead executive, a frightened widow. One small case. That was all it took. The second-floor landing door sat partially open when I reached it. Bad sign. I drew the sidearm Cindy gave me and pushed through slowly into darkness, broken only by weak emergency lighting near the far hallway. Storage units lined both sides, old freight cages, shipping pallets, dust and river dampness. The building smelled like wet cardboard and old machinery. Then I saw the blood. Fresh. Dragged across concrete toward the eastern corridor. Not much. Enough. Voices echoed faintly somewhere deeper inside the floor. One male. One female. Arguing. I moved slowly past the first row of storage cages while rain hammered against broken windows overhead. The female voice sharpened first. "You said this wouldn't happen." "Veronica." The male voice answered lower. "It was always going to happen." "Walter?" "No. Different cadence. Older. Colder." I edged closer through the shadows until the corridor opened into an old loading office overlooking the harbor side of the building. Veronica Cass stood near the broken windows, wearing a dark raincoat over civilian clothes, with a handgun hanging loosely at her side. Her hair was soaked. Her expression looked exhausted in ways television cameras never capture correctly. Across from her stood a man in a dark overcoat I'd never seen before. Late 60s, clean posture, government face, not local, not bureau, not military, institutional. The kind of man built entirely from controlled language in private rooms. Neither noticed me immediately. Veronica looked furious. "You told us continuity mattered more than visibility." The older man answered calmly. "It did. People died." "Yes." No emotion. No apology. Just acknowledgement. That chilled the room worse than shouting would have. Veronica laughed once without humor. "You people really think systems excuse everything." The man adjusted his cuff slightly. "No. Systems explain everything." That sentence sat wrong immediately. Not because it sounded evil, because it sounded believed. Veronica saw me first. Her expression shifted instantly. Relief? Fear? Hard to tell. "Keller." The older man turned toward me slowly. No surprise there either. Interesting. "You took your time," he said calmly. "Who are you?" The man studied me carefully before answering. The wrong question after a year like this. I kept the pistol steady. "Try me anyway." He glanced briefly toward Veronica, then back toward me. "My name isn't important." "Another one of you. Yes, he replied evenly. Unfortunately. Below us, the tactical teams finally breached the eastern side of the building. Shouting echoed upward through the warehouse. Time shrinking fast now. Veronica looked toward the noise and then back at me. You need to get me out before they reach this floor. Why? Because the hearing already stopped being about Meridian. I looked between her and the older man. Then what's it about? The old man answered before she could. Containment. And somewhere below us. Automatic gunfire suddenly erupted inside Harborview storage. Chapter 18. Case file. Meridian 01 2 04 026. The automatic gunfire below us changed the entire building. Not just the noise, the atmosphere. Harborview storage stopped feeling like a witness retrieval site and started feeling like systems colliding in real time. Shouting echoed up the stairwells beneath bursts of rifle fire, while tactical teams screamed conflicting commands through overlapping radios that no longer sounded connected to the same operation. Fragmentation again, only now it had rifles attached to it. Veronica flinched toward the hallway instinctively, while the older man beside the windows remained completely calm. That bothered me immediately. Men who stay calm during uncontrolled gunfire usually fall into one of two categories: professionals or architects. I kept the pistol trained between them. What the hell is happening downstairs? The older man answered first. Competing retrieval priorities. Jesus Christ. Not Meridian operators. Not terrorists. Federal fragmentation with live ammunition. The gunfire intensified below us. Closer now. Muzzle flashes flickered against the stairwell entrance at the far end of the corridor. Veronica stepped toward me quickly. Keller, listen carefully. The older man interrupted calmly. She doesn't actually know the full structure either. Veronica snapped toward him. No one did. There's the first honest thing said tonight. The man's tone never changed. Controlled. Clinical. Like the entire harbor outside was just another systems briefing that escalated beyond projection. I looked directly at him. You from intelligence? Adjacent. Everybody says that now. Because direct answers create liability. Exactly the kind of sentence a man like this would believe counted as wisdom. Another burst of gunfire echoed below us, followed by screaming somewhere near the loading floor. Not tactical yelling this time. Pain. Veronica's face tightened. They're already collapsing into each other. I looked toward her. Who's they? Everybody. That tracked too well? Washington, DHS, FBI, private contractors, oversight divisions, continuity structures. Pressure had finally exceeded coordination. The older man adjusted his coat slightly and looked toward the harbor through the broken windows. You should leave now, Mr. Keller. No, you misunderstand me. He finally looked directly at me again. This building is no longer operationally recoverable. Operationally recoverable. More institutional language. I was getting tired of hearing systems describe human disasters like software failures. What are you really here for? The man considered the question carefully. Then, to prevent irreversible destabilization. There it was, the real mission statement. Not justice, not exposure, stability. Always stability. Veronica stepped closer to me, lowering her voice. They're trying to compartmentalize the hearings again. How? The banking routes triggered international review structures too early. I frowned. Too early according to who? Everyone. That answer landed heavier than expected, because it was probably true. Artemis detonated the financial architecture globally before institutions could prepare controlled disclosures. That meant Markets reacting unpredictably. Ports freezing movement. Governments panicking independently. Agencies protecting themselves separately. The machine wasn't collapsing cleanly. It was destabilizing sideways. Another radio burst echoed from downstairs. Multiple unidentified federal credentials. Hold your fire. Shots fired, shots fired. Then more automatic fire cut the transmission completely. The older man didn't react at all. Veronica noticed that too. You knew this would happen. No, he replied calmly. I knew systems under pressure prioritize survivability. People are dying downstairs. Yes. Again, no hesitation, no remorse, just acknowledgement. That was the terrifying part about men like him. They weren't monsters. They were administrators of acceptable damage. I moved closer. You keep talking like Meridian wasn't criminal. The older man shook his head slightly. Oh, Meridian was absolutely criminal. He paused. But criminality wasn't what made it dangerous. That quieted the room despite the gunfire below us. He continued. Modern infrastructure depends on uninterrupted continuity. Meridian exploited that dependency more efficiently than governments understood. Veronica looked sick hearing it spoken aloud that cleanly. You normalized it, she said quietly. No, the man corrected. The system normalized it. We merely observed adaptation occurring faster than intervention. That sentence belonged in a graveyard. Somewhere below us, a flashbang detonated hard enough to shake dust from the ceiling beams. The tactical teams had reached the second floor. Time was almost gone. Veronica grabbed my sleeve suddenly. Keller, they're going to turn this into compartment failure. What does that mean? It means they'll isolate Meridian into manageable corruption. Of course they would. That was how systems survived exposure. Reduce architecture into scandal. Reduce scandal into prosecution. Reduce prosecution into closure. Clean narrative. Contained damage. Continuity preserved. The older man spoke again. She's correct. Interesting. You agree with her. I agree with reality. The tactical shouting outside the office grew louder now. Federal commands, bureau identifiers, conflicting authorization challenges. Nobody trusted anyone entering the floor anymore. I looked toward Veronica. Why me? Her expression shifted slightly, because unlike the others, she looked tired enough to tell the truth. Because you still think this matters morally. That hit harder than I expected. Doesn't it? Veronica looked toward the harbor lights through the broken windows. Morality stopped steering this thing months ago. The older man nodded faintly. Another honest sentence. I was beginning to hate both of them. The hallway outside erupted with movement. Bootsteps, weapons, voices overlapping. The older man stepped back from the window slightly. You're out of time. Who are you really? For the first time all night. He almost looked tired, not physically, historically. Mr. Keller, he said quietly, the hardest truth you're going to learn is that Meridian wasn't hidden from institutions. He looked toward the shouting hallway. It was hidden inside them. The office door exploded inward immediately afterward. Federal tactical teams flooded the room from two directions simultaneously, with rifles raised and lights blinding across concrete walls. Federal agents, drop the weapon! On the ground! Too many voices, too many agencies, and for one fractured second. Everybody aimed at everybody else. Veronica froze beside me. The older man didn't move at all. I kept the pistol lowered but visible. Then someone near the hallway shouted, "That's not our team!" Gunfire erupted instantly. The room detonated into muzzle flashes and shattered glass, while federal operators fired at one another through overlapping identifiers nobody trusted anymore. I hit the floor hard beside Veronica as bullets tore through the office windows facing the harbor. The older man disappeared into the chaos. Not ran, not fled, disappeared. Exactly the kind of thing men like him do. Smoke and screaming filled the office, while tactical operators dragged wounded personnel toward cover behind storage crates and overturned desks. Somebody kept yelling, "Cease fire!" Nobody listened, because nobody knew who controlled the scene anymore. And underneath the deafening gunfire and collapsing command structure, I realized the hearings had finally reached their inevitable conclusion. The system wasn't fighting Meridian anymore. The system was fighting itself. Chapter 19. Case File, Meridian, 0120400026. The gunfire inside Harborview storage lasted maybe 12 seconds. Felt like 12 years. Then silence crashed into the building so hard my ears rang underneath it. Smoke drifted through the shattered office, while tactical lights cut across broken windows and overturned desks in violent white beams. Somebody groaned near the hallway. Another voice kept shouting for a medic from somewhere below the stairwell. The room smelled like cordite, wet concrete, and blood. Federal agents pointed rifles at one another through the haze while trying desperately to decide who still counted as friendly. Nobody trusted the answer anymore. I pushed myself upright beside Veronica, while shattered glass crunched beneath my boots. The office looked destroyed, bullet holes stitched through the walls facing the harbor. One overturned desk smoldered near the windows, where rounds hit electrical wiring behind the plaster. 2 operators lay wounded near the entrance. 1 bureau, 1 knot. The knot bothered everybody most. No visible agency markings, no clear identifiers, just tactical gear and a dead radio still crackling fragments across the floor. "Hold your fire!" somebody shouted again. Too late for that. Ajax appeared through the smoke, carrying a rifle low against his shoulder, while 2 Riverbend officers secured the hallway behind him. He looked furious. Good sign, meant he was still functional. "You alive?" "Currently." That's becoming annoying. His eyes moved immediately toward Veronica. "You her?" "Yes. You picked a hell of a meeting place." Veronica looked past him toward the hallway. "Where is he?" Ajax frowned. "Who?" "The old man." Nobody answered immediately, because nobody saw him leave. 1 second, he stood beside the harbor windows, talking about systems and survivability. The next, gone. Not magic, not sci-fi, just practiced disappearance inside chaos. Exactly the kind of man Meridian architecture would produce naturally. Cindy entered moments later with bureau agents behind her and stopped dead at the sight of the room. "What the hell happened?" Ajax answered first. "Federal teams started identifying each other." That dark humor landed exactly nowhere. Cindy looked toward the wounded operators. "Who fired first?" Nobody knew. That was the problem. The hearing created an environment where fragmented authority became operationally dangerous. Too many overlapping retrieval structures, too many sealed objectives, too many agencies protecting different versions of survivability. Eventually, somebody twitched. Then systems started bleeding. A medic team pushed into the office behind Cindy, while officers secured the second floor room by room. The tactical supervisor entered. Last, looking pale enough to finally understand the situation, had escaped protocol entirely. "What agency were they?" he demanded, pointing toward the unidentified wounded operator. Nobody answered him. The man himself looked barely conscious beneath a shoulder wound, spreading dark through his tactical vest. Cindy crouched beside him. "Who are you with?" The operator stared at her through pain and smoke, then laughed weakly. Not because anything was funny, because the question itself no longer mattered. "Too late," he muttered. Then he passed out. The supervisor looked ready to lose control completely. "I want credentials checked on every damn person in this building." Ajax nodded toward the hallway. "Start upstairs. Half your perimeter teams aren't talking to each other." Again. Not even surprising anymore. Veronica moved carefully toward the broken windows overlooking the harbor, while medics worked behind us. Rain blew sideways through the shattered glass, carrying freezing air into the room. Riverbend spread beyond the docks beneath emergency lights and helicopter beams, police lines, crowds, burning reflections from Coterson still staining the clouds downtown. The city looked wounded. Veronica stared at it quietly. This is what they were afraid of. I stepped beside her. The hearings? No. She shook her head slightly. Visibility. That word again, always visibility. Because once people see systems clearly, they stop trusting normalcy the same way. "What did the old man mean?" I asked, "about Meridian being hidden inside institutions?" Veronica looked tired now. Really tired. "The same thing I've been trying to tell you since Washington." She folded her arms against the cold. Meridian wasn't one conspiracy. Then what? It was adaptation. Simple answer. Ugly answer. Below us, the tactical response outside Harborview kept growing. More lights, more vehicles, more federal presence trying to contain a situation nobody fully understood anymore. Veronica watched them carefully. Ports adapted. Banks adapted. Insurance systems adapted. Political structures adapted. She finally looked toward me. And once enough adaptation happens. She paused. Nobody can tell where corruption ends and infrastructure begins. That hit harder than most gunfire tonight, because it was true. Cindy approached slowly beside us. Washington's locking down. What kind of lockdown? Committee sessions moved fully classified. Treasury emergency review panels activated. International partners requesting infrastructure clarification. Clarification? Ajax muttered from behind us. That word's doing a lot of work lately. Cindy ignored him. Markets open in 11 hours, she continued. If Artemis really mirrored the banking routes globally? He did, Veronica interrupted quietly. Everybody looked toward her immediately. You know that for certain? Yes. How? Because I gave them to him. That changed the room. Not dramatically. Worse? Calmly. Ajax stepped closer. You and Artemis coordinated this. No, Veronica corrected. We aligned. Interesting distinction. You trusted him. I trusted redundancy. Exactly the kind of answer somebody surviving Meridian would give. The tactical supervisor approached again, looking increasingly overwhelmed by the number of federal entities now arriving outside. We've got another problem. Nobody sounded surprised anymore. What now? Cindy asked. Media intercepted police scanner traffic. Jesus Christ. The supervisor rubbed rainwater from his forehead. Networks are reporting federal teams exchanged fire over a Meridian witness. There it was. The line nobody in Washington wanted crossed publicly. Not just corruption. Not just hearings. Federal fragmentation becoming visible. The television mounted near the far office wall flickered through static before stabilizing on a live national feed. The anchor looked stunned. Unconfirmed reports now suggest armed federal personnel may have exchanged gunfire during an attempted witness retrieval operation connected to the Meridian hearings. The room watched silently. Sources close to the investigation indicate severe interagency coordination failures following escalating revelations regarding banking routes and infrastructure oversight. Failures. Still calling them failures. But this wasn't malfunction anymore. This was systems protecting themselves independently under pressure. The anchor continued speaking while footage rolled behind her. Harbor view floodlights, helicopters over Riverbend, tactical teams moving through rain, smoke over downtown. The whole country was watching Riverbend become symbolic in real time. Not because the city was unique, because it wasn't. That was the nightmare. Any city could have adapted this way. Veronica looked toward the television with hollow eyes. They're going to reduce this into manageable scandal. I looked toward her. What? The hearings. She nodded toward the screen. Watch what happens next. The anchor shifted tone already. While federal officials stress there is no evidence of widespread institutional compromise, there it was. Containment language. Immediate, automatic, predictable. Veronica almost smiled. See, Ajax said something under his breath, because he saw it too. The architecture was already adapting publicly, reducing Meridian from systemic exposure into isolated oversight failures before the country fully understood what it was seeing. A bureau agent hurried into the office carrying a fresh tablet for Cindy. Agent O'Donnell. She took it immediately, read 2 lines, then looked up slowly. What? Cindy's expression tightened. Chairwoman Mercer just suspended the public hearings. The room went still. Why? I asked. Cindy turned the screen toward us. Official statement. Temporary suspension. Necessary pending national security review of active infrastructure vulnerabilities. National security. There it was. The moment the system officially moved from exposure to survivability. Veronica looked out across the harbor one more time while helicopters circled above Riverbend like predators, refusing to leave a wounded animal behind. Then she said the thing none of us wanted to hear. They're awake now. I looked toward the city, toward the ports, the smoke, the flashing lights, the frightened crowds filling the streets beneath winter rain. Who? Veronica answered quietly. The Systems, Chapter 20. Case file, Meridian. 0, 1, 2, 0, 5, 0, 0, 2, 6. The rain finally started turning into wet snow around 2 in the morning. Riverbend looked different under snow. Cleaner from a distance, more honest up close. Harborview storage had become a federal containment zone by then. Tactical lights flooded the loading yards, while agencies argued jurisdiction beneath temporary command tents set up along the dock access roads. Medics moved wounded operators through processing stations, while helicopters continued circling overhead, despite worsening weather. Nobody upstairs in Washington wanted the country seeing how unstable the harbor really was. Too late for that. The media already had the story. Federal teams exchanging fire over a Meridian witness, while emergency Senate hearings collapsed into classified review. The public didn't understand the architecture underneath it yet, but they understood panic. That was enough. I sat inside the second-floor office beside a rusted freight desk while Cindy coordinated with bureau leadership near the hallway, and Ajax argued quietly with 2 federal supervisors about perimeter authority nobody actually possessed anymore. Veronica stood near the broken harbor windows, wrapped in a borrowed bureau jacket 2 sizes too large for her. She looked exhausted, not frightened anymore, past frightened. Like somebody who spent too many years surviving inside systems, finally realized exposure doesn't free you from architecture. It just changes who wants control of it. I watched her for a while before speaking. How long? Veronica didn't turn around. How long? What? You and Artemis! That finally pulled her eyes away from the harbor. There wasn't a me and Artemis. That's not an answer. No, she said quietly. It's context. I lit a lucky strike before Cindy could yell at me from across the room. The first drag tasted terrible. Good. Maybe I deserved that. You gave him the banking routes. Yes. When? After Cape Town. That got my attention immediately. Cape Town changed everybody differently. For me, it was the moment Meridian stopped feeling local. For Ajax, it shattered institutional certainty. For Cindy, it turned investigation into survival. For Veronica, apparently, it became proof the system was bigger than Coderson. You contacted him directly? No. Then how? Veronica looked toward the shattered windows again before answering. I found him first. That sounded exactly like Artemis. The guy spent years building layers around himself while somehow leaving just enough breadcrumbs for the right people to reach him intentionally. He knew who you were. He knew I mattered. Same thing to Artemis. I leaned back slowly in the chair. So why keep me in the dark? Veronica laughed softly. Not humor. Fatigue. Keller. Artemis didn't trust anyone with the full structure. That includes me now. That especially included you. That landed harder than I expected, probably because it tracked. Artemis always understood something about me I hated admitting. I still approached cases morally. Systems like Meridian punish that eventually. You think I would have stopped him? No, Veronica replied. I think you would have tried controlling exposure. She wasn't wrong either. That was the ugly part. I looked toward the hallway where federal personnel continued moving past broken walls and blood-stained concrete, while agencies reorganized around a city none of them fully controlled anymore. What exactly were you two planning? Veronica crossed the room slowly and sat opposite me near the freight desk. Artemis believed Meridian could only be exposed through distributed visibility. Meaning? Redundancy. Of course, the same answer she gave earlier. He said systems survive because information becomes containable. She folded her hands together tightly against the cold. One witness disappears. One server gets wiped. One hearing gets classified. One agency takes control. I thought about Mercer suspending the hearings under National Security Authority. Containment already happening. So Artemis mirrored everything internationally. Yes, without telling me. Yes. I stared at the cigarette smoke drifting through broken office light. Why? This time, Veronica answered immediately. Because you still believed exposure and accountability were connected. That sentence sat between us for a while. Below the office floor, forklifts and tactical boots echoed through Harborview, while snow mixed with rain outside the shattered windows overlooking the docks. Finally, I asked, and they're not. Veronica's expression softened slightly for the first time all night. Keller, accountability requires stable institutions. There it was, the real fracture line underneath the entire hearing arc. Not truth versus lies. Exposure versus survivability. Artemis understood it first. He wasn't trying to win inside the system anymore. He was trying to prevent the system from burying Meridian cleanly once panic started. You know where he is? No. I studied her carefully. She meant that. Mostly. But you know how he thinks. Yes. That was probably more dangerous. What changed after Cape Town? Veronica looked down at her hands before answering. The ports. I waited. In Riverbend, Coderson still looked compartmentalized. Executive offices, shipping lanes, shell companies. She shook her head slightly. Cape Town destroyed that illusion. How? Because the same behavioral patterns existed there too. Exactly. Not identical operations. Identical adaptation. Ports tolerating discrepancies. Financial systems normalizing irregularities. Authorities protecting continuity over scrutiny. Meridian wasn't a master blueprint. It was scalable behavior. Veronica continued quietly. Artemis realized something before the rest of us. She looked toward me carefully. The system wasn't hiding Meridian anymore. What was it doing? Absorbing it? That one hurt, because it explained everything. The hearings, the language shifts, the oversight reviews, the national security framing. The system's first instinct wasn't justice, it was integration management. I crushed the cigarette into an old coffee cup beside the desk. So all this time, Artemis was building parallel exposure structures behind my back. Veronica nodded once. He thought if you knew everything, you'd eventually try protecting people instead of detonating the architecture. Maybe I still would. I know. No accusation. No anger. Just truth. The office went quiet except for distant harbor noise and the low static hum of tactical generators outside. Then I asked the question that had been bothering me since Washington. The old man tonight. Veronica's posture changed immediately. Careful now. What about him? You know who he is? Yes. You gonna tell me? No. I almost laughed. Of course not. He's not Meridian. Then what? He's what comes after Meridian. That sentence chilled the room harder than the winter air pouring through broken glass. I leaned forward slowly. Explain. Veronica looked genuinely conflicted for the first time since Harborview started collapsing. After the hearings began, multiple continuity review structures activated. There's that word again. Because it matters. She lowered her voice instinctively despite nobody standing close enough to overhear. Keller, there are people whose entire careers exist to prevent institutional panic during systemic exposure events. Government crisis management? No, she shook her head. Deeper than public administration, infrastructure continuity, economic stabilization, interagency survivability. I stared at her. You're telling me there are entire systems built around preserving operational trust? Yes. And they knew about Meridian. They knew about vulnerabilities. Important distinction to her. Not the whole architecture. Maybe true, maybe not. Hard to tell anymore. Outside the office, Cindy finally finished arguing with Bureau Command and walked toward us, carrying a fresh update folder. She looked exhausted too. Washington just issued temporary financial stabilization guidance. Veronica closed her eyes briefly. There it is. What? They're already adapting publicly. Cindy handed me the folder. Emergency federal recommendations. Maintain banking confidence. Avoid speculative infrastructure claims. Preserve freight continuity. Discourage public panic narratives. Same machine. New language. I looked back toward Veronica. You know what Artemis never understood? What? People still get crushed underneath exposure. Her eyes drifted toward the harbor again. I think, she said quietly, that's exactly what Artemis understood. Snow drifted sideways through the shattered office windows, while Harborview storage groaned beneath generators, radios, and federal movement spreading through the building below us. Riverbend sounded different after midnight, quieter, more dangerous. The panic downtown had settled into something colder now. Protest crowds thinning into scattered groups around police barricades. News helicopters still circling overhead. Freight horns echoing somewhere out on the river, where stalled ships sat waiting for systems to decide whether movement still mattered more than scrutiny. Veronica sat across from me beneath flickering emergency lights, while Cindy reviewed federal stabilization directives near the hallway. Ajax finally stopped arguing with tactical supervisors long enough to collapse into a metal chair near the office entrance. He looked terrible now, pale, exhausted, fighting through pain the same way stubborn men always do when they don't trust anyone else to stay standing. I looked back toward Veronica. What about Joey Walsh? That changed her expression immediately. Subtle, but real. Not fear. Recognition. He had a role to play with Coderson and Meridian. Veronica stayed quiet for several seconds before answering. Joey wasn't Meridian. Interesting answer. Didn't ask that. No, she replied softly, but the distinction matters. Maybe, maybe not. Joey Walsh still ended up dead because of the architecture surrounding Meridian, whether he understood the whole thing or not. He worked operational pressure, Veronica continued. Collection, intimidation, debt leverage, union coercion, contractor compliance. That tracked perfectly. Joey always felt adjacent to the machine instead of central to it, the kind of man systems use because he creates movement without needing strategic visibility. Who handled him? I asked. Different people at different times. Of course, fragmentation again. Nobody fully owns assets inside systems like Meridian. They circulate through compartments, depending on operational need. He reported through Coderson? Sometimes. Meaning Joey worked where pressure existed. That sounded exactly like him. I thought back to October, the confrontations, the escalating violence, Walsh circling closer every chapter, like Meridian finally deciding Riverbend required local correction instead of passive observation. He came after me personally. Yes. Why? Veronica's eyes lowered briefly. Because by October, you stopped looking like an investigator. I waited. You started looking like disruption. That sat heavily between us. Not investigator, disruption. That was probably the moment Meridian changed its internal assessment of me. Early on, I was noise, a nuisance, local interference. By October, I threatened continuity. What was Joey told about me? Veronica leaned back slowly. Not much at first. Just that you were destabilizing containment structures connected to Riverbend. Containment structures. Everything eventually reduced to systems language. But later, I asked. He heard about Cape Town. Ajax looked up from the doorway at that. Everybody heard about Cape Town. Not wrong. Cape Town became the point where Meridian stopped feeling theoretical internally. Too many agencies, too many dead operators, too much exposure velocity. Veronica nodded slowly. After Cape Town, people inside Coderson started realizing Meridian wasn't compartmentalized anymore. Meaning Riverbend could no longer isolate itself from the larger architecture. Exactly. That was the real reason October became violent. Not because Meridian suddenly noticed Keller, because the system realized the walls between nodes were collapsing publicly. I lit another lucky strike despite the freezing air already wrecking the office atmosphere. Cindy looked annoyed. Didn't stop me. Good sign she was tired too. What was Joey's actual assignment? Veronica answered carefully now. To pressure uncertainty. That phrase sounded intentionally constructed. What does that mean? He wasn't sent to kill you. Ajax muttered quietly. Comforting. He was sent to destabilize you emotionally, Veronica continued. Surveillance pressure, escalation, unpredictability, physical intimidation. That tracked even worse, because it sounded professional, not assassination, destabilization. Make the investigator paranoid enough to break his own pattern recognition. I thought about Joey showing up repeatedly through October, applying pressure, watching movement, forcing mistakes, escalating tension. Not random violence, behavioral warfare. He knew about Meridian. He knew enough. Enough for what? To understand continuity mattered more than legality. There was the thesis again. Everything inside Meridian eventually reduced toward continuity. Movement protected, exposure minimized, pressure redirected. What changed? I asked quietly. Why'd he escalate physically? Veronica looked toward the harbor windows before answering. Because you stopped backing away. Simple answer. True answer. The office fell quiet again while snow drifted through broken glass, and helicopters continued circling above Riverbend, like the city itself had become evidence too large to process. Finally, Ajax spoke from the doorway. You know what keeps bothering me? Nobody answered immediately. He rubbed at the side of his head before continuing. Everybody keeps talking about Meridian like it evolved naturally. Veronica looked toward him carefully. But pressure systems don't stabilize themselves accidentally. Ajax looked around the room slowly. Somebody somewhere recognized the architecture was useful. That changed the air again, because it was the question underneath the whole series now. At what point does tolerated corruption become strategic dependency? Veronica didn't answer immediately. Interesting, Ajax noticed too. You know something. I know enough. Then say it. She looked genuinely exhausted now. Meridian survived because too many institutions benefited from continuity. She paused. But eventually, some people started viewing the architecture itself as necessary. Nobody in the room moved. Necessary. That word was worse than criminal, because necessary systems get protected even when everyone knows they're compromised. I looked toward Veronica carefully. Joey Walsh understood that? No. Veronica shook her head immediately. Joey understood pressure and survival. He wasn't strategic. Then her expression darkened slightly. But he did understand one thing better than most. What? That once systems start protecting themselves, Veronica looked directly at me. They stop caring who gets buried underneath stabilization. That sounded exactly like Joey's world. Disposable men protecting disposable systems until the architecture eventually consumed them too. I thought about Walsh dead in October. Blunt force trauma. Violence escalating faster than anybody intended. Not a mastermind. Collateral. Another body underneath continuity. Cindy stepped closer, holding the stabilization folder tighter now. Washington just issued media guidance. Ajax laughed quietly without humor. What kind? I asked. Cindy looked uncomfortable reading it aloud. Recommended language adjustments. Avoid terms suggesting systemic compromise. Emphasize isolated oversight failures. Discourage infrastructure panic narratives. Reaffirm institutional stability. There it was again. Adaptation. The machine already rebuilding itself publicly through language management. Veronica almost smiled. See? I crushed the cigarette into the overflowing coffee cup beside the desk. No, I said quietly. I see exactly what Artemis was afraid of now. Nobody answered, because everybody in the room already understood the terrifying part. Meridian wasn't disappearing. It was learning how to survive exposure. Chapter 22. Case File. Meridian 01-205-0026. By morning, the country had already started choosing sides. That happened faster than truth ever does. The snow stopped just before dawn, leaving Riverbend buried beneath dirty gray slush and flashing emergency lights, while national media transformed the Meridian hearings into whatever version of reality best matched their audience demographics. Some networks called it government corruption. Others, infrastructure oversight failure. Others, economic sabotage. Others, conspiracy hysteria amplified by unstable witnesses and leaked intelligence materials. Nobody agreed on the shape of the problem anymore. That was exactly how systems survive exposure. They fracture interpretation faster than facts can stabilize. I stood near the broken windows of Harborview Storage, watching tugboats move slowly through the river fog, while federal recovery teams continued processing the aftermath downstairs. 3 wounded agents, 1 dead contractor still unidentified, dozens of conflicting jurisdiction reports. Washington was already burying the details beneath classification language. Containment had begun. Veronica sat asleep against the office wall wrapped in a bureau blanket, while Cindy coordinated with DOJ and Ajax fought through another migraine near the hallway. The guy looked like hell. Eyes bloodshot, hands unsteady when he thought nobody was looking. Cape Town never left him. Neither did Meridian. "You should sit down," I told him. "You should quit smoking." "Fair." Ajax pressed fingers against his temple again. "You know what really pisses me off? That list changes hourly." He almost smiled at that. Then the expression disappeared. "I spent 20 years believing systems broke because bad people corrupted them. I waited. Now I'm starting to think systems break because everybody gets too comfortable adapting around damage." That sounded like Meridian distilled into one sentence. The office television mounted near the shattered windows flickered through another panel discussion featuring retired intelligence analysts arguing over whether the hearings represented legitimate exposure or coordinated destabilization activity. One analyst actually used the phrase, "acceptable continuity losses," publicly. That changed the room immediately. Cindy looked up from her phone. Ajax stopped moving. Even Veronica opened her eyes slowly from across the office. There it was. The language escaped containment. The anchor interrupted the panel abruptly. "We're now receiving reports that multiple international banking authorities have frozen transaction reviews connected to shell structures named in the Meridian leaks." Artemis, still detonating pressure points globally. The analyst on screen continued speaking. "While federal officials maintain there is no evidence of systemic institutional compromise." Ajax laughed quietly. Not humor. Recognition. "Listen to that wording," he muttered. "Because we all heard it now. No evidence of systemic compromise. No systemic compromise." The architecture was adapting linguistically already. Veronica stood slowly and crossed toward the television. "They're narrowing the exposure field." "What does that mean?" Cindy asked. "It means Washington realized the hearings threatened confidence more than corruption." "Exactly. Once institutions fear instability, truth becomes negotiable." Veronica looked toward me. "This is the part Artemis expected." "The shutdown." "No," she shook her head slightly. "The reframing." That tracked too well. The public hearing phase exposed Meridian. Now institutions would attempt converting it into manageable scandal before systemic panic spread further. The television shifted to footage from outside the Capitol, press crowds, barricades, federal vehicles. Then Chairwoman Mercer appeared via live behind a podium, surrounded by committee counsel and Homeland Security officials. She looked older than she had yesterday. Pressure ages people quickly in Washington. Mercer adjusted the microphone. "Effective immediately, portions of the Meridian oversight proceedings will continue under classified national security review protocols." There it was, officially. The hearing had crossed into containment architecture. Reporters immediately shouted questions over one another. "Senator Mercer, are the hearings being suspended? Did federal agencies know about Meridian? Are there additional witnesses? Was Harborview a failed federal operation?" Mercer ignored most of them. The American public should understand that current infrastructure systems remain stable and operational. That line mattered more than every other sentence combined. Stability first. "Always," Mercer continued carefully. "While oversight failures and criminal activity remain under active investigation, there is currently no evidence suggesting widespread institutional compromise." Again, same language. The room inside Harborview storage felt colder suddenly. Because we were watching adaptation happen in real time. Not denial, not cover-up, normalization. Veronica folded her arms tightly. They're trying to preserve continuity before markets open fully. Cindy looked toward her sharply. You say that like it's wrong. Veronica met her eyes evenly. I say it like it's inevitable. That was the real philosophical fracture now. Not, is Meridian real? But, what happens after exposure? The office television shifted again to financial coverage. Freight slowdowns. Insurance volatility. Shipping delays. International customs reviews. Pressure spreading. The machine wounded, but still moving. Ajax walked toward the broken windows overlooking the harbor. You know what nobody upstairs understands yet? What? I asked. They think this is still containable. He stared out toward the river fog. But systems don't go back to sleep once they see themselves clearly. That line stayed with me, because Riverbend already felt different. Not healed, not awake completely. Aware. The city now understood something lived underneath normal life all along. And once people recognize the architecture beneath routine never feels safe again. A bureau agent entered the office carrying a fresh briefing packet for Cindy. Agent O'Donnell. She took it immediately, read 3 pages, then looked toward Veronica. Washington wants her moved. Where? Undisclosed federal site. Veronica laughed softly, not because it was funny, because of course they did. They're already trying to compartmentalize witness visibility. The bureau agent looked uncomfortable standing in the middle of that sentence. Orders came from joint review. Meaning nobody wants ownership, Ajax muttered. The agent left without arguing. Good survival instinct. I looked toward Veronica carefully. You going? No. That answer came too fast. Veronica. If I disappear into federal custody right now, I become sealed testimony. Not wrong. Washington would bury her beneath classified review panels until the architecture stabilized publicly. The hearings would continue. Reports would be issued. A few executives prosecuted. Some agencies embarrassed. Then the system would recover. Same machine, different names. You think Artemis knew this would happen? Yes. And he still pushed the leaks globally. Veronica nodded once. Because once international review begins, no single government controls exposure velocity anymore. Exactly. Distributed pressure. That was the real strategy. Not proving Meridian existed. Preventing institutions from quietly absorbing the damage afterward. The office went quiet again, except for harbor generators and distant helicopter noise drifting through the broken windows. Then Cindy's phone rang. She answered immediately. Listened, and for the first time since Washington. She looked genuinely frightened. What happened? I asked. Cindy lowered the phone slowly. Artemis just released another package. Nobody in the room moved. What kind of package? Cindy looked directly at me. Continuity memorandums. That phrase landed like a bomb. Because banking routes exposed movement. Continuity memorandums exposed awareness. How bad? Ajax asked quietly. Cindy swallowed once before answering. They're signed. Chapter 23. Case file. Meridian 012050026. The signed memorandums detonated the country before noon. Not because they proved Meridian existed. That part already escaped containment. The memorandums proved something worse. People inside legitimate institutions understood enough about the vulnerabilities to discuss them privately years before the hearings ever began. Awareness changes everything. By 10:30 in the morning, Every network in America had stopped debating whether Meridian was real and started asking how long systems' new adaptation was happening underneath them. The wording spread everywhere. Acceptable continuity losses. Nobody could bury the phrase anymore. It sounded exactly like what it was. Bureaucratic language wrapped around human damage. Harborview storage remained under federal lockdown, while Washington scrambled to contain the political blast radius. Outside the warehouse, Riverbend looked exhausted now. The anger from the night before had cooled into suspicion. Crowds still gathered around barricades downtown, but people weren't shouting as much anymore. They were listening, watching, trying to decide whether the systems they trusted were incompetent or complicit. Most hadn't realized those things could overlap. I sat near the shattered office windows with cold coffee and another lucky strike, while Cindy coordinated with bureau leadership 2 rooms away. Ajax slept finally, or pretended to. Hard to tell anymore. The guy sat slumped against the wall beneath a tactical floodlight, with his coat pulled tight around him, and one hand still resting near the pistol at his side, like his body forgot how to stand down completely after Cape Town. Veronica stood near the television, mounted above the office doorway, while another panel of former intelligence officials tried desperately to narrow the public interpretation of the hearings into something survivable. Important to remember, these memorandums discuss infrastructure vulnerabilities, not coordinated criminal conspiracy. There it was again. Language management. Reduce architecture into oversight. Reduce oversight into review. Reduce review into stability. Veronica folded her arms. They're already rebuilding narrative control. I looked toward her. You expected otherwise? No. She shook her head slightly. I just hoped the hearings bought more time before adaptation started. That line stayed with me. Bought more time. Not victory. Not exposure. Time. That was what Artemis really understood. Not how to destroy Meridian. How to slow the system's ability to absorb exposure before public awareness stabilized. The office television shifted suddenly to live footage from outside the Capitol again. Chairwoman Mercer stood at another podium, surrounded by reporters and Homeland Security escorts, while the ticker beneath the screen read, "Emergency Oversight Review Expands. Following continuity leaks." Mercer looked exhausted, not politically tired, morally tired. The kind of exhaustion that comes from realizing systems you spent a lifetime believing and adapted around damage instead of confronting it. A reporter shouted first. "Senator Mercer, did federal agencies knowingly tolerate Meridian-related vulnerabilities?" Mercer answered carefully. "Current evidence suggests multiple institutions became aware of operational irregularities over time. Operational irregularities, still softening the edges." Another reporter pressed harder. "Were those institutions protecting economic continuity over public accountability?" That question changed the atmosphere immediately. Mercer hesitated. Too long. Everybody watching noticed it. Then, modern infrastructure systems involve complex stability considerations. Ajax laughed from the wall without opening his eyes. There it is. Because we all heard it now. The pivot, not justice, stability. The reporter interrupted Mercer again. "Senator, were people harmed because systems chose continuity over scrutiny?" Mercer stopped speaking entirely for a moment. The camera stayed locked on her face, and for the first time since the hearings began, she looked trapped between truth and survivability. Finally, she answered quietly. "Yes." Silence followed, not just in Washington, in Harborview too, because nobody expected honesty anymore. Mercer continued before the reporters recovered. "But this committee also recognizes that destabilizing public confidence recklessly could create additional harm." There it was, the balancing act. Truth versus survivability. Exposure versus panic. The architecture adapting publicly in real time. Veronica muted the television. She's already losing. How? She's trying to preserve institutions while exposing them. Not compatible goals anymore. I looked toward the harbor through the broken windows, where stalled freight ships still sat motionless beneath low winter clouds. Maybe institutions deserve preserving. Veronica studied me carefully. That's still the investigator in you talking. Meaning, you still think systems and people are separable? That bothered me because I wasn't sure she was wrong. Cindy re-entered the office carrying a fresh stack of printed directives from Washington. You're both going to hate this. That's becoming routine, Ajax muttered. Cindy dropped the papers onto the freight desk. DOJ and Homeland Security just formed a joint continuity stabilization task force. The room went still. Even Veronica looked disturbed by that. What exactly does that mean? I asked. Cindy scanned the pages. Public messaging coordination. Infrastructure confidence review. Economic continuity protection. Controlled disclosure guidance. Ajax opened his eyes finally. That's not investigation. No, Veronica said quietly. It's adaptation. Exactly. The system had officially moved from exposure response to survivability management. I picked up one of the directives from the desk. The language felt familiar already. Avoid destabilizing terminology. Preserve public confidence. Maintain operational continuity. Discourage speculative systemic narratives. The same machine. Cleaner wording. I looked toward Veronica. This is what the old man meant, isn't it? Her expression tightened slightly. Yes. Containment. No. She shook her head slowly. Transition. That word hit differently, because containment implies temporary pressure. Transition implies evolution. The office fell quiet again, while snow drifted across the harbor outside, and generators hummed beneath the floorboards. Then Cindy's phone buzzed sharply in her hand.
She checked the screen.
And immediately looked toward me. What? Artemis. That got everybody's attention now. She answered immediately. Where are you? Long pause. Then, no. You don't get to disappear after this. Another pause. I watched her face tighten harder every few seconds. Finally, you released what? Ajax sat upright instantly. Cindy lowered the phone slowly after the call ended. What did he do? I asked. Her voice came out quieter than before. He just released the internal continuity participant list. Nobody in the room moved, because everybody understood the implications immediately. Not theories now, not memorandums. Names, institutions, advisors, contractors, review officials, financial coordinators, the human architecture behind survivability management. Ajax stood fully now despite the pain written all over him. How many? Cindy looked down at the phone again. Hundreds. Jesus Christ. Not a conspiracy. A culture. The television above the doorway erupted back to life moments later as networks interrupted regular coverage with emergency updates. We are now receiving reports that an additional leak may identify individuals connected to federal continuity review structures. Veronica looked toward the screen with something close to horror now. Not because Artemis exposed Meridian, because he just exposed the adaptation layer forming afterward. And somewhere deep underneath the panic spreading through Washington, Riverbend, and every port tied to the architecture. The system was beginning to realize Artemis Bozeman had stopped trying to win. He was trying to make sure nobody could ever put Meridian back to sleep again. Chapter 24, Case File, Meridian 01, 2050026. The first resignation hit Washington at 2:13 a.m. Nobody important at first. Deputy Infrastructure Liaison attached to a Federal Maritime Oversight Committee. Long title. Small body. But the timing mattered, because people don't resign in the middle of the night unless someone told them morning was going to hurt worse. I sat inside Strike King lanes watching cable networks stumble over themselves, trying to explain what Artemis had just released into the bloodstream of the country, not the public files. Those were already catastrophic enough. The continuity participant list changed the rhythm entirely. Now reporters weren't asking, did Meridian exist? Now they were asking, who helped it survive? Very different question. Rain hammered the roof above the bowling alley, while muted broadcasts rolled across 6 separate monitors. Treasury officials refusing comment. Homeland Security denying operational compromise. Senators demanding emergency hearings they privately prayed would never happen. And underneath all of it, fear. Real fear. Not public fear. Institutional fear. The dangerous kind. Artemis stood near the center workstation with one hand resting against the edge of the table, while encrypted feeds continued updating across the screens. Shipping freezes, corporate withdrawals, federal review notices, asset dissolutions. Pressure expanding faster than containment could stabilize it. "You just detonated half the East Coast compliance sector," I said. "No," Artemis replied calmly. "I destabilized confidence in it." Important distinction to him, probably correct. Cindy sat 2 stations over wearing an FBI windbreaker. She looked too exhausted to care about anymore. Half-drunk coffee rested beside an open tablet, displaying internal bureau traffic, moving faster than procedure normally allowed. "That participant list triggered internal panic," she said quietly. "How bad?" She looked up at me. "Worse than they'll admit publicly." Fair. One monitor shifted to live footage outside a federal building in D.C. Media everywhere. Barricades. Security teams pushing reporters backward through rain and flashing lights. Another resignation banner crawled across the bottom of the screen. Then another. Artemis barely reacted. That worried me more than if he had smiled. "You already expected this," I said. "Yes. How many more names?" "A few tonight." He paused. "More tomorrow." Cindy stared at him carefully. "You staged this in waves." "Yes." "Why?" Artemis adjusted one of the feeds before answering. "Because institutions recover from singular impact." His eyes stayed on the monitors. "They struggle against sustained uncertainty." The room fell quiet again. Not because he was wrong, because he sounded too much like Meridian when he said it. I saw Cindy recognize that too. Her expression tightened slightly before she looked back down at the bureau traffic. Outside, thunder rolled across Riverbend, hard enough to shake the old windows lining the bowling alley walls. The city itself felt different tonight. Not calmer, not safer, aware. That was new. For 11 months, Meridian existed like structural gravity, invisible until something collapsed underneath it. Now people could finally feel it pressing against the walls around them. A soft alert chimed from one of Artemis's terminals. He frowned immediately. "What?" He enlarged the feed. "Internal DOJ memorandum. Leaked. Unofficial." Subject: Emergency Continuity Containment Recommendations. I stared at the screen. Even Cindy went pale reading it. The memorandum outlined coordinated stabilization procedures between federal transportation, Treasury, Homeland Security, private insurance groups, port authorities, and contracted logistics firms. Not investigation, containment. Maintain shipping confidence. Prevent civilian panic. Preserve economic continuity. Limit public attribution exposure. The wording looked horrifyingly familiar, because it matched Meridian logic almost perfectly. "They're trying to protect the economy," Cindy said quietly. "No," Artemis corrected. "They're trying to protect dependency." That hit harder. Because it was true. One section near the bottom carried a highlighted recommendation. Limit further disclosure events until structural exposure. Risk can be assessed. I read it twice, then looked toward Artemis. They're asking for silence. They're asking for survival. Same thing now. Cindy rubbed one hand across her face slowly. My God. Nobody answered her. The television shifted again. Live Senate hearing footage. A senator from New York speaking aggressively into a microphone while reporters crowded behind security barriers. "We are dealing with a potentially compromised international logistics framework operating beneath federal oversight structures." The feed cut abruptly, static, then replaced by studio commentary. Artemis noticed immediately. So did I. "That wasn't accidental," I said. "No." Cindy stared at the monitor. "You think they killed the feed intentionally?" Artemis looked toward her calmly. "I think systems protect themselves reflexively once survival thresholds activate." Nobody spoke after that, because we'd all spent too long watching Meridian do exactly the same thing. The difference now? The behavior wasn't isolated anymore. It was spreading upward, across agencies, across governments, across institutions terrified of interruption. A requiem doesn't begin when bodies fall. It begins the moment systems realize survival may require admitting what they helped ignore. And somewhere beyond Riverbend, beyond Washington, beyond Port Calusa, new routes were already forming quietly beneath the panic. Meridian adapting again. Just slower now, more careful. For the first time since December. The machine was afraid too. Chapter 25. Case file. Meridian. 01 2 1 2 0 0 2 6. The first markets opened in Europe 3 hours later. That was when Washington finally understood how large the blast radius really was. Not during the hearings, not during Harborview, not even during Artemis's leaks. Money makes systems honest, faster than morality ever does. I sat inside Strike King lanes, watching international financial feeds bleed red across Artemis's monitors, while winter light slowly crawled through the frosted front windows, facing the empty parking lot outside. Shipping insurance firms froze corridor reviews. Freight stabilization indexes dropped. 3 offshore logistics companies suspended operations before sunrise. Port authorities across Europe initiated emergency continuity audits tied to Meridian routing structures. The architecture wasn't hidden anymore. It was measurable. That terrified governments more than corruption ever could. Artemis stood near the rear workstation quietly drinking black coffee, while encrypted traffic flooded across 6 separate screens, faster than even he could categorize in real time. He looked exhausted, not physically, mathematically. Like a man trying to calculate how many systems break once enough pressure enters the same equation simultaneously. Cindy hadn't slept. Neither had Ajax. The guy sat near the bowling lanes holding an ice pack against the side of his head, while a muted television overhead replayed footage from the Senate hearings beneath another endless banner. Meridian exposure crisis continues. Even the language changed now. Not investigation, not scandal. Crisis. That mattered. Because crises activate survivability. And survivability rewrites priorities faster than justice ever can. Veronica stood near the windows, overlooking the parking lot, with Artemis's oversized hoodie pulled tight around her, while snow drifted softly across Riverbend outside. The city looked calm from a distance. Cities always do. Another resignation, Cindy said quietly from the workstation beside Artemis. Who? Deputy Treasury Continuity Advisor. Ajax laughed once. Hell of a job title. Nobody disagreed, because we all understood now those titles weren't accidental bureaucracy anymore. They represented an entire hidden layer of institutional behavior most people never realized existed. Continuity, stabilization, infrastructure preservation, systems built to survive panic. The television shifted to another emergency press conference outside the Capitol. Chairwoman Mercer again. Smaller crowd now, more security, less confidence. Washington looked exhausted already. Mercer stepped to the podium while reporters shouted questions over one another. Senator Mercer, are additional agencies implicated? Has the administration authorized emergency stabilization protocols? Are continuity memorandums authentic? Is Meridian still operational? Mercer waited too long before answering the last one. That hesitation told the country more than any statement afterward. We believe significant portions of the criminal architecture associated with Meridian have been disrupted. Associated with? Another language shift. The architecture was already distancing itself from the name. Mercer continued carefully. However, infrastructure continuity remains a matter of national concern, while federal and international reviews continue. There it was again. Continuity first. Always. Artemis muted the television. She's trying to slow acceleration. You say that like it's impossible, Cindy replied. Artemis looked toward her calmly. It is impossible. That chilled the room more than the winter outside, because he believed it completely. I watched him carefully. You planned for this? Yes. You planned for Washington adapting? Yes. You planned for Meridian surviving exposure? Artemis finally looked directly at me. Keller, systems don't disappear because people finally notice them. No arrogance, no emotion, just certainty. That bothered me more. I lit another lucky strike despite Cindy's glare from across the room. The cigarette tasted stale. Appropriate. Outside, Riverbend traffic moved slowly through snow and police checkpoints, while reporters continued circling downtown, waiting for another institutional collapse to film live. The city had become symbolic now, not because Riverbend was unique, because it wasn't. That was the nightmare underneath the whole thing. Any city could adapt this way under enough pressure. A soft chime interrupted the room again. Another encrypted feed. Artemis frowned immediately. Not surprise this time. Concern. What? He enlarged the message silently. Internal review. Structures activated. Exposure no longer containable. Transition phase commencing. No signature. No identifiers. Just language. But Veronica went pale anyway. They've started reorganizing. Ajax looked up sharply from the booth. Who? Veronica swallowed once before answering. The survivability layer. That phrase sat heavy in the room. Not Meridian. Not government. Something worse. The adaptation phase after exposure. I looked toward Artemis. You know what that means? Yes. Explain. Artemis leaned back slowly against the workstation. It means systems have officially stopped trying to prevent exposure. He paused. Now they're trying to survive it. Exactly the transition Walter and the old man kept hinting toward. The hearings exposed Meridian. Now the architecture underneath modern infrastructure was attempting to evolve around the damage publicly. Cindy rubbed both hands across her face. My God. No, Veronica said quietly while staring at the message on screen. This is the part they prepared for. Nobody spoke after that, because for the first time since William Macklin died on expensive carpet back in Riverbend, The investigation finally understood the real scale of what Meridian actually was. Not a conspiracy, not a company, not even an organization. A behavioral architecture modern systems quietly learned to depend on. And now those systems were trying to learn how to survive without admitting how badly they needed it in the first place. Chapter 26. Case File, Meridian, 0120500026. The president addressed the country at noon, not from the Oval Office. That mattered immediately. He stood instead inside the White House Situation Room briefing chamber, flanked by Homeland Security, Treasury, Transportation, and 2 military advisors, nobody officially identified during the broadcast. Continuity optics. The administration wanted the country seeing stability through structure instead of politics through personality. Smart move. Probably too late. Strike King lanes fell silent the second the broadcast started. Even Artemis stopped moving between terminals long enough to watch. The president looked exhausted, not weak, worn down, like someone who spent the last 12 hours learning how many systems depended on things nobody ever wanted publicly examined. My fellow Americans, he began carefully, recent disclosures connected to the ongoing Meridian investigations have understandably created concern regarding federal oversight, infrastructure stability, and international logistics operations. Concern, another soft word wrapped around panic. The television ticker beneath the broadcast already carried market alerts. Shipping declines. Emergency banking reviews. Halted customs processing. Insurance volatility warnings. The country was bleeding confidence, one institution at a time. The president continued. While criminal misconduct and operational failures remain under active investigation, the American people should understand that essential infrastructure systems remain functional and secure. Ajax laughed quietly from the bowling lane seating area. Translation: "Nobody panic while we figure out how bad this really is," Cindy answered. Accurate. The president shifted tone slightly. We must also recognize that reckless dissemination of sensitive continuity materials may create additional vulnerabilities, affecting both national and international economic stability. There it was. The pivot. Artemis. Not named directly. Didn't need to be. The system was beginning to publicly classify exposure itself as a threat vector. Veronica noticed it too. They're transitioning from investigation to damage control. No, Artemis said quietly from behind the monitors. They're transitioning from damage control to narrative preservation. Important distinction. The president continued speaking, while graphics behind him displayed freight movement charts and infrastructure maps carefully designed to reassure people who suddenly realized how much invisible architecture their lives depended on daily. America's institutional framework remains resilient. That line almost made me light another cigarette. Resilient. Maybe. But resilience and honesty rarely survive together long term. The broadcast ended 12 minutes later, with promises of bipartisan review panels, international coordination, and temporary continuity oversight reforms. Not justice, not accountability. Stabilization. The television immediately shifted into analyst commentary. One former intelligence director spoke first. The public needs to understand that modern infrastructure systems involve operational tolerances most civilians simply aren't familiar with. There it was again. Tolerance. Everything always reduced toward acceptable levels of damage. Cindy muted the television before the guy could keep talking. Can't listen to this anymore. Nobody blamed her. Outside, snow continued falling softly over Riverbend, while National Guard vehicles rolled slowly through downtown intersections, beneath federal floodlights and media helicopters. The city looked quieter today, Not safer. Suppressed. Like everybody understood the wrong thing might push the whole atmosphere sideways again. Artemis finally stepped away from the terminals carrying a tablet loaded with financial movement maps and international routing structures. You need to see this. Never good words anymore. He spread the tablet across the old bowling alley table where me, Cindy, Ajax, Veronica, all leaned in beneath the low fluorescent lighting. The map showed dozens of freight and financial nodes shifting in real time. Ports rerouting, insurance carriers restructuring, holding companies dissolving overnight, new entities forming almost immediately afterward. I stared at the screen. They're rebuilding already. Yes, no hesitation. Veronica pointed toward 3 highlighted nodes appearing across the Atlantic routes. Different names, different routing structures, same continuity logic. That was the terrifying part. Meridian wasn't surviving because people refused to stop it. It was surviving because modern systems reflexively recreated its behavior under enough pressure. Ajax leaned back slowly. So what the hell did we actually expose? Nobody answered immediately, because none of us liked the answer. Finally, Artemis did. Dependency. The bowling alley went quiet again. Not corruption, not conspiracy. Dependency. That was the true architecture underneath Meridian. Governments depended on uninterrupted freight movement. Banks depended on continuity confidence. Ports depended on operational flexibility. Insurance firms depended on controlled tolerances. And once enough systems adapted around those dependencies, Meridian stopped being foreign contamination. It became structural behavior. Cindy looked physically sick, realizing it aloud. So, what now? Artemis looked toward the snowfall outside the front windows. Now the system decides how much truth it can survive. That sentence hung in the room while television analysts upstairs in Washington continued debating oversight language and infrastructure stabilization, like the last 12 months hadn't buried bodies across 3 continents. My phone buzzed suddenly in my coat pocket. Unknown number. Everybody noticed immediately, I answered carefully. Keller. Static first, then a familiar voice. Walter. You need to leave Riverbend. Straight to it. Why? Because transition structures are activating faster than projected. Projected. The guy always talked like civilization itself ran on spreadsheets. What does that mean? It means you are now being classified as a destabilization variable instead of an investigative witness. That got Cindy's attention immediately. I stood and moved farther from the others instinctively. By who? People who no longer care whether Meridian survives. Cold settled into my stomach. What do they care about? Continuity after Meridian? There it was again, the next phase. Not preventing exposure anymore. Managing the world afterward. Walter lowered his voice slightly. You think the hearings frightened Washington? I looked toward the television where analysts continued discussing stabilization frameworks beneath the words, National Continuity Response. No, Walter continued quietly. The hearings frightened the systems underneath Washington. Then the line went dead. I stood there for several seconds, staring at the phone, while snow drifted beyond the windows, and Strike King lanes hummed softly around me, like the last quiet place left in Riverbend. Cindy approached first. What happened? I looked back toward Artemis, Veronica, Ajax. The maps. The screens. The architecture rebuilding itself live in real time, then finally answered. We were wrong about something. Nobody spoke, because they all knew it too. Meridian wasn't the final stage of the machine. It was the prototype that taught the world how much instability it was willing to tolerate in exchange for uninterrupted movement. Chapter 27. Case File, Meridian 01-212-0-0-2-6. By mid-afternoon, Riverbend stopped feeling like a city and started feeling like a monitored zone. The National Guard presence expanded quietly first. Additional checkpoints near Harborfront, temporary flood towers along Mercer, federal transport vehicles outside the courthouse and municipal buildings. No declaration. No emergency announcement. Just infrastructure tightening around itself while the country watched hearings, market reports, and analyst panels trying desperately to reassure everyone that systems remained stable. That word again, stable. People say stable when they're terrified something underneath them already broke. Strike King Lanes had become the closest thing we had to neutral ground left in Riverbend. Artemis sealed the old bowling alley tighter every hour. New encrypted layers, internal cameras, signal masking, backup power redundancy. The guy wasn't preparing for a raid anymore. He was preparing for disappearance. I watched him work from the front counter while muted television coverage rolled across the overhead monitors. Another resignation. Another oversight panel. Another continuity statement from Washington. The architecture adapting publicly, one polished sentence at a time. Ajax stood near the entrance windows, looking out toward the parking lot where snow drifted across abandoned lanes and darkened storefronts. You know what this reminds me of? Cape Town? No. He shook his head slowly. The week before, a storm makes landfall. That tracked, not impact. Preparation. Systems boarding windows before anybody officially admits the hurricane changed direction. Cindy entered from the rear office carrying printed bureau traffic reports, thick enough to pass for phone books. Internal fractures are getting worse. How bad? She dropped the stack onto the counter. 3 regional field offices refused continuity coordination requests this morning. Why? Because nobody trusts the review structures anymore. Makes sense. The hearings exposed more than Meridian. They exposed how quickly institutions prioritize survivability once pressure threatens continuity. Veronica sat alone near Lane 7 with a cup of untouched coffee between her hands, while snowlight filtered through the bowling alley windows behind her. She looked exhausted now in ways sleep wouldn't fix. "You okay?" I asked. "No." Honest answer. Probably the first healthy thing anybody said all day. She stared down into the coffee. You know what the worst part is? Lot of competition there. The system learned the wrong lesson from Meridian. I leaned against the lane divider beside her. What lesson? That continuity matters more than transparency. There it was again. The central infection underneath everything. Not greed, not corruption. Fear of interruption. A television overhead shifted suddenly into breaking coverage from Washington. The banner underneath the broadcast read, "Emergency Continuity Stabilization. Session underway." A Senate correspondent spoke rapidly outside a secured Capitol entrance. Multiple federal agencies are now reportedly participating in closed-door infrastructure survivability discussions, following escalating international pressure tied to the Meridian disclosures. Survivability discussions. The language kept evolving. Not investigations anymore. Adaptation meetings. Artemis muted the television immediately. They're consolidating. How? By redefining the threat. I looked toward him carefully. And what's the threat now? Artemis met my eyes directly. Instability. That word landed hard because it explained everything happening since Harborview. The hearings mattered less now than the reaction to the hearings. Not what Meridian did, but what exposure might do to systems depending on continuity. The front door buzzer sounded suddenly. Everybody in the bowling alley froze. Nobody was supposed to know we were here. Ajax moved first, weapon already drawn, body tense instantly despite the headaches wrecking him physically. Cindy killed the front lights, while Artemis pulled camera feeds onto the monitors near the counter. One figure outside, male, long dark coat, no visible weapon, Walter. Of course, Ajax swore under his breath. I'm really starting to hate his timing. Artemis studied the monitor carefully. Interesting reaction again. Not fear, recognition. You've met him before, I said. No. Lie. Small one. But there. Walter stood motionless outside beneath drifting snow, while National Guard vehicles rolled through the distant intersection behind him. The guy always looked like he belonged slightly outside the same reality as everybody else around him. Not mystical. Not cinematic. Institutional. Like he came from rooms ordinary people never realize exist. Cindy looked toward me. We don't open that door. Walter spoke through the external intercom before anyone touched it. If I wanted you compromised, Strike King would already be dark. Silence followed, because everybody inside immediately believed him. Artemis finally nodded once toward the rear lock system. Let him in. That surprised everyone except Walter. The door buzzed open. Cold air followed him inside as he stepped into the bowling alley, carrying snow across the faded carpet floors, beneath fluorescent lights and muted television coverage. He looked around slowly at Artemis, Veronica, Ajax, Cindy. The monitors. The maps. Then finally toward me. You're behind schedule. I didn't realize civilization had a calendar reminder. Walter ignored that. The transition phase accelerated overnight. There's that phrase again. Because you still don't understand the architecture correctly. Artemis stepped forward from the workstation. No, he said quietly. He understands it perfectly now. That shifted the room immediately. Walter looked toward Artemis carefully for the first time. Recognition. Real recognition this time. Interesting. You're Bozeman. Yes. The silence afterward felt loaded in ways I didn't like. Not strangers then. Not fully. Walter studied Artemis for several seconds before speaking again. You moved too aggressively. Artemis didn't blink. You moved too slowly. That landed hard enough even Ajax looked up from the doorway. Two men arguing strategy, not philosophy. Walter glanced toward the television, where another analyst discussed continuity stabilization initiatives beneath a scrolling market recovery banner. You forced acceleration before survivability structures were prepared. Artemis crossed his arms. That's the only reason exposure survived at all. Neither man raised his voice, didn't need to. The room already understood what this really was. Two different responses to systemic corruption. Walter believed controlled adaptation preserved civilization. Artemis believed controlled adaptation protected the machine. And somewhere in the middle, people kept dying. Veronica stood slowly from the lane seating. What happens now? Walter answered without hesitation. Now the system decides who becomes acceptable loss during transition. Nobody spoke after that, because for the first time since the hearings began, Meridian itself no longer sounded like the most dangerous thing in the room. Chapter 28. Case File. Meridian 01212-0026. Chapter 28. Case File. Meridian 012-12-0-026. Nobody trusted the room anymore after Walter and Artemis started speaking to each other like veterans of the same war. That was the problem with hidden architectures. Eventually you realize the people standing closest to the truth stopped believing in the same solution a long time ago. Snow drifted steadily outside Strike King lanes, while muted news coverage painted the bowling alley walls in flashes of red and blue emergency graphics. Continuity Review. Expanded global freight instability. Emergency Senate session underway. The language kept evolving. The architecture kept adapting. Walter removed his gloves slowly near the front counter, while Artemis remained beside the monitor banks, with both arms folded tight across his chest, like he was physically restraining himself from escalating the conversation further. Ajax watched both men carefully from the entrance hallway. "You two know each other," Walter answered first. "No," Artemis answered immediately afterward. "We know the same systems." That sounded worse somehow. Cindy stepped closer beside me. "I really don't like any sentence being spoken in this room anymore." "Fair." Veronica sat back down near lane 7, looking exhausted enough to disappear into the shadows around her. "What did Walter mean?" she asked quietly. "About acceptable loss during transition?" Walter looked toward her. "The same thing Meridian always meant." No comfort in his voice, no apology. "Pressure redistribution." Jesus Christ. Artemis shook his head immediately. "That's the exact thinking that built Meridian in the first place." "No," Walter corrected calmly. "That's the thinking that kept global infrastructure functional after Meridian embedded itself." Important distinction to him, maybe to Washington too. Not to the dead. The television overhead shifted to footage from Port Calusa, where federal review teams now moved through shipping yards beneath armed security, while reporters stood outside barricades, broadcasting live into the cold Atlantic wind. One anchor spoke rapidly over the footage. "Sources now indicate emergency continuity coordination structures are operating across multiple port authorities, internationally following the Meridian disclosures. Coordination structures. New words. Same machine." Ajax pointed toward the screen. "There." Everybody looked. Federal jackets, private logistics personnel, Treasury observers, different names, same operational posture. "They're rebuilding already," Ajax muttered. Walter nodded once. "They have to." Artemis looked disgusted hearing that. "No," he said quietly. "They choose to." That was the divide now. Walter believed continuity was survival. Artemis believed continuity became corruption the moment systems tolerated damage to preserve movement. And the terrifying part? Both of them made sense. I leaned against the front counter beneath the muted television glow, while Riverbend disappeared slowly behind snowfall outside. "You still haven't explained who you are?" Walter looked toward me carefully. "Because identity isn't the important part." "Try me." The guy actually looked tired for the first time since I met him. Not physically, historically. "There are systems," he said slowly, "designed specifically to monitor institutional destabilization during continuity failure events." Cindy stared at him. "That sounds made up." "It does," Walter admitted, "until freight collapses internationally and governments begin measuring public confidence volatility by the hour." Nobody argued with him, because that was literally happening now. Artemis stepped away from the monitors. "And what exactly do those systems do?" Walter met his eyes directly. "They prevent panic from becoming structural." That sentence hung in the bowling alley like smoke. Not prevent corruption. Not expose truth. Prevent structural panic. Artemis almost laughed. "You people still think panic is the disease." "No," Walter replied evenly. "Panic is what happens when systems fail faster than societies adapt." That sounded terrifyingly reasonable, which was exactly why I distrusted him. The front television suddenly interrupted programming again. Breaking news banner. Markets halted in multiple freight sectors following continuity leaks. The analyst speaking underneath looked pale. We are now seeing measurable disruption in international shipping confidence as insurers and port authorities attempt emergency exposure assessments tied to the Meridian documents. Exposure assessments. Another language shift. Nobody said trafficking anymore, or corruption, or dead witnesses. Now the conversation revolved around confidence, continuity, stability. The architecture absorbing the scandal into administrative vocabulary. Veronica noticed it too. They already moved beyond morality. Walter answered quietly. Systems always do under survival pressure. Artemis slammed a folder onto the workstation hard enough to make Cindy flinch. And that right there is why Meridian survived. Silence. Walter didn't react. Artemis pointed toward the television screens showing emergency reviews, continuity stabilization, coordinated response frameworks. You all keep acting like Meridian-infected institutions, Artemis continued, but institutions protected it. The second exposure threatened operational continuity. Walter's expression never changed. Yes. Simple answer. No denial. That honesty unsettled the room worse than excuses would have. Ajax finally stood fully from the hallway, despite the pain visible across his face. You know what I can't figure out? Nobody answered. If everybody upstairs understood enough to monitor this architecture. He looked between Walter and Artemis carefully. Why the hell didn't anyone stop it before bodies started piling up? Walter answered immediately. Because nobody understood the scale early enough, Artemis answered immediately after. Because stopping it threatened systems people valued more. The room split between those answers instantly. Cindy believed Walter. Veronica believed Artemis. Ajax looked sick because he suspected both were true. And me? I kept thinking about William Macklin dead on expensive carpet, while Riverbend moved around him like normal life mattered more than uncomfortable truth. That was Meridian's real power, not invisibility. Normalization. A soft alert sounded across Artemis's monitor wall again. Another encrypted message, this one different. No routing trace. No headers. Just one sentence. Public phase. Concluding. Private phase. Initiating. Nobody in the room moved. Walter closed his eyes briefly. Bad sign. What does that mean? I asked. Walter looked toward the snow-covered parking lot outside before answering. It means the hearings failed. Artemis disagreed instantly. No. He looked toward the message carefully. It means exposure succeeded. Then why does that sound worse? Cindy asked quietly. Because we all understood the terrifying part already. Public exposure had limits. After that, systems moved behind closed doors again. More careful, more fragmented, more insulated. The architecture surviving by becoming harder to see. Walter looked directly at me. You need to decide something very quickly, Keller. Whether you still believe this ends with accountability. The room fell silent again, while television analysts upstairs in Washington discussed stabilization frameworks and emergency continuity partnerships, like the last year of death and exposure had simply become another policy challenge to survive. And for the first time since the hearings began, I wasn't sure anymore whether Meridian had been exposed or merely taught how to evolve publicly. Chapter 29. Case File, Meridian. 01-2-1-2-0-0-2-6. The room fell silent again, while television analysts upstairs in Washington discussed stabilization frameworks and emergency continuity partnerships, like the last year of death and exposure had simply become another policy challenge to survive. And for the first time since the hearings began, I wasn't sure anymore whether Meridian had been exposed or merely taught how to evolve publicly. The conference room lights hummed overhead. Nobody moved. Olivia stood near the television mounted against the wall, arms folded tight across her chest. The lower ticker crawled beneath another panel discussion. Supply chain, continuity talks, expand to private logistics partners. Emergency infrastructure review, act expected next session. Public-Private Stabilization Council under discussion. Dennis let out a dry laugh from the coffee station. "Look at that," he muttered. "A year ago, half these people didn't know Harborfront existed." Ajax sat at the far end of the table, shoulders square but quieter than usual. The scar tissue along his temple had faded some since Cape Town. The damage underneath hadn't. Cindy stood behind him with a folder tucked under one arm. "New task force structure," she said. "Draft only." She slid the file across the table. Olivia opened it first. Her expression flattened immediately. I leaned over. The heading read, National Continuity Logistics Oversight Initiative. Subheading, Recommended public/private infrastructure partners. My stomach tightened before I even reached the names. Running Harpoon Logistics, Harborfront Logistics. 3 shell entities Artemis had already connected to old Meridian movement layers. 1 dissolved, 2 reorganized. All alive. Dennis swore quietly. "No way." Cindy looked sick. "That's not all." She opened another page. Cross-jurisdiction advisory appointments. Former consultants, contract investigators, risk analysts. People I had never met. People who had never touched a dock. People who had spent entire careers studying systems from conference rooms. The machine was rebuilding itself using experts, not operators, not shooters, not ghosts. Administrators, policy, compliance, public language, Meridian with a press badge. Olivia closed the folder. Jesus, nobody answered. The television upstairs shifted again. A senator I didn't recognize stood before a podium discussing resilience. He smiled while speaking, talking about modernization, partnership, visibility, trust. The same words Hawthorne used in Riverbend before people started dying. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. The room looked at me. I answered. Martin Keller. Silence. Then breathing. Slow. Measured, female voice. Older. Calm. "You taught them fear." Every muscle in my body tightened. "Who is this? They were never afraid before you." The room had gone still. Ajax was already watching me. Cindy, too. The voice continued. "Exposure creates adaptation, Mr. Keller. History proves that." My hand tightened around the phone. "Who are you?" "You're asking the wrong question." The line crackled softly. "You should be asking what comes after Meridian." Click. Dead. The room stared. I lowered the phone. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Olivia finally broke the silence. Was that her? I thought about Victoria, about Harborfront, about October, about every message signed Marty. "No." I slipped the phone into my coat. Different voice. Ajax stood slowly. "What did she say?" I looked back toward the television. Another expert panel. Another policy discussion. Another room full of people planning how to survive exposure. She said I should stop asking who Meridian was. Silence. Dennis frowned. What the hell does that mean? I watched the screen, watched the banners, watched the language, stabilization, continuity, partnership, resilience. The same machine, different suit. "It means," I said quietly, "we spent a year chasing the architecture." I looked around the room. "But architecture doesn't matter." Everyone watched me. What matters? I turned back toward the television. Is whoever keeps rebuilding it. The room stayed silent. Outside the conference windows, Riverbend sat under fresh December snow. Cars moved. People walked. The city kept breathing. Same streets, same lights, same harbor. And somewhere beneath all of it, something had already started building again. Chapter 30. Case file. Meridian. 012 1 2 0 0 2 6. Snow hit Riverbend in slow drifting sheets by the time we left the federal building. Not heavy enough to shut the city down, just enough to make everything feel quieter than it really was. The courthouse lights reflected off wet pavement, while reporters clustered near the barricades outside the front entrance. Most of them were still chasing senators and committee members, leaving through the upper exits. Nobody noticed us slipping out the side. That was fine with me. I was done answering questions for people pretending they hadn't ignored this system for years. Ajax walked beside me down the concrete steps with Cindy a pace behind him. Dennis headed toward his sedan across the street, while Olivia stayed near the entrance, phone already pressed to her ear, as another crisis dragged her back into the machine. The hearing had ended 3 hours ago. Washington was already reorganizing the narrative. That part happened fast. Always did. Media's shifting tone, Cindy said quietly as we reached the sidewalk. They're calling it an infrastructure vulnerability issue now. Dennis snorted from ahead of us. Of course they are. I lit a Lucky Strike beneath the awning while snow drifted past the orange tip. The cigarette tasted stale. Or maybe I was finally getting tired of them. Hard to tell anymore. Ajax stopped beside me. You believe the caller? I exhaled smoke into the cold. Which part? That Meridian already moved on. I looked across the street toward the harbor district. Pier 14 sat somewhere beyond the skyline and snow haze, invisible from here. Still there. Still functioning, still moving cargo. Yeah, I said. I do. Ajax studied me for a second. You sound almost certain. Because we're looking at this wrong. Cindy crossed her arms against the cold. How? I looked at both of them. We treated Meridian like an organization. That's what it was, Ajax said. No, I answered. That's what we needed it to be. The wind pushed snow down the avenue between buildings. Sirens echoed somewhere deeper in the city. Riverbend never really slept anymore. Not after the last year. Organizations can be dismantled, I continued. You arrest leadership, freeze accounts, seize property, run trials. I flicked ash into the snow. But Meridian survived because it stopped being people a long time ago. Ajax didn't answer. Because he already understood where I was going. Systems survive, I said quietly. Especially profitable ones. Cindy looked uneasy. You think someone else stepped in? I think someone was always waiting. That hung there between us. Not a theory anymore, a probability. The hearings hadn't killed the machine. They had exposed market demand. Governments needed continuity. Ports needed movement. Corporations needed stability. And fear created opportunity faster than greed ever could. A black SUV rolled slowly past the curb. None of us reacted outwardly, but every one of us tracked it. Old habits. The SUV continued through the intersection and disappeared into traffic. Ajax rubbed the back of his neck. You know what bothers me most? What? That nobody denied anything today. He looked back toward the federal building. They admitted corruption, shell routing, contract manipulation, oversight failures. He shook his head slowly. But nobody looked shocked. Because shock required innocence. and innocence had left this city a long time ago. My phone vibrated again, different number this time. Blocked. Cindy immediately noticed. "So don't answer it," she said. I looked at the screen, then hit accept. "Yeah." Male voice this time. Smooth. Professional. "You should leave Riverbend." My eyes narrowed slightly. "Who's this?" Friendly advice. "Funny way to introduce yourself." "You've become disruptive." Snow drifted harder now around the streetlights. Ajax was watching my face carefully. The voice continued calmly. "You exposed one network." "More than one." A slight pause. "Yet global freight volume increased 6% this quarter." That landed harder than it should have, because it sounded rehearsed, prepared, statistical, not emotional. "People still need goods moved, Mr. Keller." There it was again. Not Martin, not detective. "Mr. Keller," corporate language, boardroom tone. "You think this ends because governments panic?" the man asked. "It doesn't." Traffic rolled through the intersection nearby. The city kept moving. Always moving. "You should go home," he said quietly. "Enjoy what's left of your life before larger people solve larger problems." Click. Deadline. I lowered the phone slowly. Nobody spoke. Ajax finally asked the question. "Same group?" I stared out toward the harbor. "No." "Then who?" That was the problem. I didn't know anymore. The players were changing. The language was changing. The structure was changing. But the confidence stayed exactly the same. That meant continuity, not collapse. Dennis rejoined us from the curb. "You all look like somebody walked over your graves." "Maybe they did," Cindy muttered. He frowned. "What happened?" I slipped the phone back into my coat. "We're late." "For what?" I looked toward downtown Riverbend, toward Harborfront, toward every office tower pretending it survived this untouched, for the next phase. Dennis stared at me. "You say that like this thing's starting over." I finished the cigarette and dropped it into the snow. "No," I said quietly. I watched the ember die beneath my boot. It never stopped. 20 minutes later, we were back inside Strike King Lanes. The old bowling alley looked almost abandoned from the outside now. Most of the front signage had been removed after October. Windows stayed dark, unless Artemis specifically wanted them lit. That alone told me he was inside. Paranoia had become architecture here too. The side security gate buzzed open after Cindy entered the access code. We stepped into the narrow service corridor. Warm air. Dust. Electronics. The distant hum of servers buried somewhere deeper inside the building. Then Artemis appeared at the end of the hallway, wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and holding a tablet. He looked exhausted, which meant he'd found something important. "You're late," he said. "We were testifying before Congress." "Yeah," he answered dryly. "I watched. Terrible production quality." Nobody smiled. That wiped the sarcasm off his face immediately. Artemis looked between us. "What happened?" I stepped closer. "The system's reforming." His expression changed instantly. Not confusion, recognition, like he'd already suspected it. Then he looked directly at me. "You got calls too?" Not a question. A statement. The room went quiet again. And for the first time all night, I realized we weren't chasing survivors anymore. We were hearing from replacements. Chapter 31. Case file, Meridian, O. 1, 2, 1, 2, O, O, 2, 6. Artemis didn't speak again until we reached the operations room behind the bowling lanes. The old Strike King office barely resembled the place I first walked into months ago. Back then, It looked like a washed-up lawyer hiding expensive equipment inside a dead business nobody cared enough to inspect. Now it looked like continuity headquarters for the end of the world. Monitors covered the walls. Encrypted traffic rolled non-stop across half the screens. Shipping routes, treasury alerts, market stabilization notices, international customs advisories. The machine wasn't dying. It was reorganizing in real time. Artemis tossed the tablet onto the center table. 3 calls, he said. I looked at him. What? 3 separate continuity contacts reached out within the last hour. He pointed toward the monitors. Different routing methods, different voice structures, same messaging pattern. Cindy moved closer beside him. Leave Riverbend. Artemis nodded. Or step aside. Or stop destabilizing active infrastructure. Or let the transition complete. Ajax leaned against the rear workstation with both arms folded. That doesn't sound like Meridian. No, Artemis replied quietly. It sounds corporate. Exactly. That was the shift. Meridian threatened people. These people threatened systems. Big difference. Dennis walked slowly around the operations room, staring at the monitors, like he still hadn't adjusted to the scale of what the last year actually became. You know what kills me, he muttered. I used to think corruption looked like envelopes full of cash and politicians getting blowjobs in hotel rooms. Nobody answered. Because we all missed simpler crimes. Dennis pointed toward the screens. This? He shook his head slowly. This looks like civilization laundering itself. That might have been the smartest thing he ever said. Veronica sat near the far wall, wrapped in one of Artemis's spare jackets, while she watched international feeds updating live. You exposed the movement layer, she said quietly. Artemis nodded once. And now the preservation layer activated. The room fell silent. Not because we disagreed, because everybody understood the implication. Meridian wasn't protected by secrecy anymore. It was protected by dependency. A red banner suddenly flashed across one of the center monitors. Emergency continuity session. Live. Artemis immediately switched the feed onto the largest screen. A Senate chamber appeared. Mostly empty now. Different atmosphere from the public hearings earlier in the week. No grandstanding. No cameras chasing outrage. No political theater. Just tired people trying to prevent panic from spreading faster than markets could stabilize. Chairwoman Mercer sat at the center dais, looking 10 years older than she had at the beginning of the hearings. A Treasury official testified quietly into the microphone. Global freight confidence remains vulnerable, while exposure narratives continue accelerating beyond institutional containment thresholds. There it was again. Containment thresholds. The language of systems managing survivability instead of truth. Mercer rubbed one hand across her forehead before responding. Concurrent continuity structures absorb additional destabilization events. The Treasury official hesitated. Too long. Then, not indefinitely. Nobody in the room around me spoke, because the country had officially reached the point where federal officials were discussing societal stability like a damaged bridge struggling to hold weight. The official continued. Public confidence degradation is now affecting operational coordination between private infrastructure entities and federal oversight mechanisms. Translation: nobody trusted the system anymore, and once trust dies, everything expensive starts shaking. Ajax watched the screen carefully. They're terrified. Yes, Walter's voice said from the doorway behind us. Nobody spun toward him this time. That probably should have bothered me more. Walter stepped into the operations room carrying snow across the concrete floor, while his dark overcoat dripped melted ice beneath the fluorescent lighting. The guy looked exactly the same every time I saw him. Calm, measured, like panic belonged to other people. Dennis frowned immediately. "How the hell do you keep getting in here?" Walter ignored him. "They're afraid because Meridian proved something dangerous." Cindy crossed her arms. "And what's that?" Walter looked toward the Senate feed. "That modern systems prioritize continuity over morality under enough pressure." Mercer continued questioning officials on screen, while senators behind her looked increasingly exhausted and increasingly aware that none of them controlled the situation anymore. Artemis finally spoke. "That realization changes governments permanently." Walter nodded once. "Yes." Simple answer. No comfort attached to it. The Senate feed shifted suddenly as another advisor approached the microphone. Homeland Security. "We are now observing fragmentation risk between regional infrastructure coordination authorities and federal continuity oversight groups." Ajax laughed quietly. "They really can't stop inventing names for this thing." Walter looked toward him. "Names create distance." That landed hard, because he was right. Nobody says trafficking anymore. Nobody says dead witnesses. Nobody says corruption. Now it was. Oversight pressure, stability events, continuity adaptation, language washing blood off architecture. I moved toward the monitor wall while snow continued falling outside Strike King's reinforced windows. "Who were the callers?" Walter looked at me carefully. "Not Meridian." I figured that part out. "They're transition coordinators." The room went quiet again. Veronica looked visibly uncomfortable hearing the term spoken aloud. "What exactly does that mean?" Cindy asked. Walter answered calmly. "When exposure reaches systemic scale, continuity structures activate secondary frameworks designed to preserve operational survivability." Dennis blinked. "Do you people hear yourselves talk?" Nobody answered him. Because the terrifying part? The language fit the behavior perfectly. Artemis stepped toward Walter. "And who authorized these structures?" Walter met his eyes directly. "No one." That surprised everybody. Walter continued before anyone interrupted. "They evolved naturally after enough institutional failures." There it was again. The same answer Meridian always hid behind. Adaptation. The system teaching itself survival. The Senate chamber feed erupted suddenly into raised voices as one senator demanded access to classified continuity memorandums, withheld during closed review sessions. Mercer slammed the gavel hard enough to echo through the speakers. "Order." Nobody listened. The Treasury officials looked nervous now. The Homeland Security advisors looked defensive. The senators looked afraid. Not politically afraid, structurally afraid, because somewhere during the hearings, Washington realized the machine underneath modern infrastructure might actually be larger than the governments pretending to regulate it. Walter watched the feed silently, then finally said the thing nobody in the room wanted to hear. "The hearings already failed." Artemis shook his head immediately. "No, the hearings exposed the architecture." Walter looked toward him. "Yes." He paused. "And now, the architecture is learning." The room fell silent again except for Mercer's gavel echoing through the speakers and snow tapping softly against the reinforced windows outside. And for the first time since William Macklin died, I finally understood the real danger underneath Meridian. Not corruption, not secrecy, not even power. It was the possibility that modern civilization had quietly become too dependent on invisible compromises to survive without them. Chapter 32. Case File. Meridian. 01-2-12-0-026. Nobody spoke after Walter dropped that line. The operations room stayed quiet except for Senate audio crackling through the speakers and the low hum of Artemis's servers buried behind the rear wall. Outside, Snow continued falling over Riverbend. Inside, the last year finally felt heavy. Not the investigations, not the shootings, not Cape Town. The realization. The possibility that Meridian wasn't an infection, that it was adaptation with a body count. Mercer's voice echoed through the speakers again. Committee will recess for 15 minutes. The Senate feed cut to analysts immediately. Of course it did. A retired infrastructure advisor appeared on screen already discussing resilience and continuity restoration, like the hearing hadn't just turned into a public nervous breakdown. Cindy muted it. Can't do this anymore. Nobody blamed her. Ajax looked worse by the hour. He sat near the back workstation rubbing at the scar above his temple, while pain pulled tight across his face. Cape Town never left him. Never would. Dennis stood near the coffee machine staring at the snowfall beyond the reinforced windows. You know what I keep thinking about? What? I asked. William Mackland. That got everybody's attention. Dennis shook his head slowly. Guy dies in his own house. Rich. Connected. Safe. He looked around the room. Now we're sitting here talking about international continuity structures like civilization discovered a hidden operating system. He wasn't wrong. The room fell quiet again, because none of this should have started here. Not in Riverbend. Not with a dead executive and a widow trying to survive. Walter stood near the monitor wall watching the Senate feed replay highlights. Small failures expose large systems. I looked toward him. Meaning? History rarely announces structural collapse at scale. He finally turned toward us. It starts local. William, Connie, Riverbend. The whole year suddenly folded back on itself. The machine always felt enormous looking forward. Looking backward, it started with one body. Artemis broke the silence. We have another problem. He pulled a feed onto the center monitor. Port activity. Not Riverbend, not Port Calusa. Cape Town. The room changed instantly. Container yards, floodlights, night operations, different continent, same atmosphere. Cindy stepped closer. What am I looking at? Artemis enlarged the data overlays. Freight volume increasing. Insurance stabilization. New holding entities appearing. Ajax stood despite the pain. No. Artemis nodded once. Yes. Cape Town was moving again, not recovering. Moving. Veronica looked physically ill. That's impossible. No, Walter said quietly. It was inevitable. The highlighted companies appeared on screen. Different names, different registration, different routing identifiers. Same movement patterns. Same continuity logic. The machine learning. My stomach tightened. How long? Artemis answered without looking away from the monitors. Started 72 hours ago. Jesus Christ. The hearings hadn't even ended. Dennis swore under his breath. They rebuilt already? Walter shook his head. No. Everybody looked toward him. He pointed at the screen. They never stopped. Silence. The room understood immediately. Meridian didn't pause. Exposure happened. Adaptation happened faster. The Senate hearings, the markets, the resignations. All of it occurring while freight continued moving somewhere else under different paperwork. Same architecture. New skin. Artemis enlarged another overlay. Diamond movement. Cape Town outbound routes. My chest tightened immediately. Jessica, August. The containers, the winter port. Everything came flooding back at once. Ajax saw it too. His face hardened. No way. Artemis nodded. Conflict grading resumed. The room went dead quiet. Not because of diamonds, because of what diamonds meant. Currency. Conversion. Movement. The old engine turning again. Veronica sat down hard. They adapted internationally before Washington stabilized domestically. Walter answered immediately, because freight waits for no government. That line belonged in Meridian. Artemis looked disgusted hearing it. People died. Walter met his eyes. Yes. No apology, no defense, just truth. The phone on Artemis's desk rang suddenly. Not encrypted. Landline. Old school. Nobody moved. It rang again. Third time. Artemis picked it up slowly. Bozeman. Silence. His expression changed immediately. Not fear, recognition. What? The room watched him. Artemis stood motionless. Then, no. Long pause. No, absolutely not. Another pause. His face went pale. What did he say? Cindy asked quietly. Artemis lowered the phone slowly. The Senate committee wants me. Nobody moved. They want testimony? Artemis shook his head. No. The room stayed silent. Walter already knew. I saw it immediately. Artemis looked directly at me. They want me to help build the continuity oversight framework. The words hit like a gunshot. Dennis actually laughed. Not humor, disbelief. You've got to be kidding. Cindy looked horrified. Ajax looked furious. Veronica looked unsurprised. Walter looked tired. Of course he did. Artemis stared at the dead phone still in his hand. They want the architect who exposed Meridian. He couldn't even finish it, because everybody already understood. The system wasn't trying to destroy him. It was trying to absorb him. Same thing it always did. Take disruption. Rename it expertise. Convert exposure into policy. I looked toward the Senate feed replaying silently on the monitor wall. Mercer. Committees. Oversight. The machine adapting publicly. Then I looked back at Artemis. What are you going to do? The room waited. Outside, snow continued falling over Riverbend, while somewhere across the Atlantic Cape Town moved cargo again. Artemis finally answered, quietly. I don't know. And for the first time since I met him, I believed him. Chapter 33. Case File, Meridian. 012120026. Nobody moved after Artemis said it. The room stayed suspended there, monitors glowing, snow falling, Cape Town moving, and Artemis Bozeman, the man who spent the better part of a year tearing holes through Meridian, standing in the middle of Strike King lanes, holding a dead phone, while Washington offered him a seat at the table. The machine always did that. Absorb pressure. Rename opposition. Turn disruption into process. I'd seen it in Riverbend long before Meridian ever had a name. People complained about corruption until they got promoted into managing it. The Senate feed restarted on the monitor wall. Mercer was back. Different room now. Smaller chamber. Less theater. No public audience. Committee counsel lined the walls, while staffers moved folders between desks with the speed of people trying to outrun consequences. The banner below the feed read, Continuity Oversight. Framework discussions continue. Artemis laughed quietly, one bitter breath. There it is. Nobody asked what he meant. We all knew. The machine already had a replacement name. Dennis walked to the coffee station and poured himself another cup. Tell them no. Simple answer. Artemis looked toward him. Dennis shrugged. You spent a year blowing this thing open. He pointed at the monitors. Now they want you helping build version 2? Fair question. Artemis didn't answer. Because there wasn't one. Walter stepped closer to the monitor wall. You should hear them out. The entire room turned toward him. Ajax stood up immediately. Excuse me? Walter didn't react. If continuity frameworks are being built regardless. Don't, Ajax snapped. Real anger this time. Cape Town anger. Hospital anger. Months of watching people die because systems valued movement over truth. You don't get to say that. Walter looked at him calmly. Say what? That people should help build the next machine. Silence. Walter let it sit. Then, I said he should hear them. Important distinction to him, not enough for Ajax. The guy looked ready to throw him through the wall. Cindy moved beside him quietly, not to stop him, to ground him. I'd seen that look before. The headaches, the tension, the edge. Cape Town still lived inside him. Veronica sat near the far workstation watching all of it unfold. You know what scares me? Nobody answered. She looked at Artemis. You'd actually do it. The room changed. Artemis turned slowly toward her. No, you would. Not accusation. Recognition. You'd tell yourself you're protecting people. She folded her arms tighter around herself. You'd say if someone's building it anyway, better you than them. Artemis didn't respond. That was answer enough. Outside, a snowplow rolled down Monroe, pushing slush beneath orange streetlights. Riverbend kept moving, always moving. I walked toward the monitor wall. Cape Town still sat open on one screen, containers moving, outbound routing. Diamond grading resumed. Same river, different current. My phone vibrated. Unknown number again. Nobody spoke while I answered. Keller! The voice was male, older. You're running out of time. My eyes narrowed. Who is this? Someone who watched Meridian happen. Lot of those lately. No. A pause. I watched it before it had a name. The room had gone still again. The voice continued. They're going to offer Bozeman authority. I looked toward Artemis. He was already watching me. And if he accepts, the man paused. The architecture survives with legitimacy. That landed hard. Not because it was dramatic, because it was plausible. The voice lowered. Meridian adapted through secrecy. Silence. The next version adapts through consent. Click. Deadline. I stood there holding the phone while the room watched me. What? Cindy asked quietly. I looked toward Artemis, the Senate feed, the committee, the offer, then back to him. They don't want your testimony. Artemis didn't move. They want your signature. Nobody spoke, because everybody understood immediately, not participation, validation. Take the man who exposed Meridian, make him certify the replacement. Walter finally broke the silence. Or prevent worse people from building it. Ajax took a step toward him. Stop saying that like it's noble. Walter met his eyes. It isn't. That stopped the room. No defense, no philosophy, just truth. It's survival, Walter said quietly. The Senate feed shifted again. Mercer speaking. The committee recognizes the need for trusted external advisors during continuity transition. Trusted external advisors. Jesus Christ. Artemis sat down slowly. For the first time since I met him, he looked tired. Not physically, morally. The kind of exhaustion that comes from realizing victory and compromise sometimes wear the same face. Veronica looked at him. What happens if you say yes? Nobody moved. Artemis stared at the monitor, at Mercer, at the committee, at the framework being born, then answered quietly, Meridian survives. The room fell silent again. Outside, snow covered Riverbend. Inside, the machine waited. And for the first time all year, The most dangerous decision in the room wasn't mine. Outro chapter, The December Awakening. December came back. Funny thing about months. You spend your whole life thinking they move forward. January to February, spring to summer, fall into winter. Nice straight line. Clean. Truth is months. Loop. They come back wearing different coats. Last December walked into Riverbend, carrying a dead man named William Mackland. A body on expensive carpet. A widow trying to survive grief, while people around her counted assets, and reputations like human life belonged on a balance sheet. Back then I thought I was working a murder. Simple lie, comforting lie. The kind detectives tell themselves because murders have endings. Meridian didn't. Meridian had ports, shipping lanes, shell companies, ghost manifests, diamonds, containers. People moved through systems that smiled for cameras while quietly measuring how much damage they could tolerate, as long as freight kept moving. I spent a year chasing it. Riverbend, Port Calusa, Cape Town, the hearings, the dead. God, the dead. Connie, William. The operators in South Africa, the agents. The witnesses, Joey Walsh. People swallowed by architecture bigger than any of them understood. And somewhere along the way, the question changed. I stopped asking, who built Meridian? Started asking, why did it survive? Turns out the answer was worse, because the world needed continuity more than truth. That realization followed me all the way back to Riverbend. Snow falling over Monroe. Pier 14 still standing. Jerry's diner serving coffee like civilization never almost came apart underneath it. The city looked the same. I didn't. None of us did. Ajax carried Cape Town home with him. Cindy carried the bureau. Olivia carried the law. Artemis carried the weight of becoming exactly what he spent a year fighting. And me? I carried December. Because December remembers. That's what this month does. It keeps receipts. The world woke up this year. Journalists, hearings, leaked files, governments. People finally looked beneath the floorboards and saw the machine moving underneath them. But awakening cuts both ways. Because Meridian woke up too. Not the companies, not the shells. The idea, the architecture, the realization that systems adapt faster than accountability. Somewhere tonight. Cargo is moving, money is moving. People are rebuilding. New names, new partnerships, new logos, same instincts. The machine survived, different suit, same heartbeat. And maybe that's the truth I was always meant to find. Not that evil hides. Not that corruption wins, just that systems learn. So do people. The year ended where it started. December. Snow over Riverbend. Another cigarette dying in the cold. Another case waiting somewhere beyond the harbor. Because Meridian was never the end. Just the first awakening. And tomorrow,